try to creep like ivy. Oh, now IV don't bite me. Killer gone out, ignite my horns aglow. Then a vet rubber bullet through your buttonhole. You're making me uncomfortable. Slumber, down my cavalry. Sandman points you down to me. As night make the rest is atrophy. Accordingly, I got a quota. High loose smoke rings, no hot rollers. Brought your forecast and a shovel. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Polar jungle, frozen butters. All my sculptures look so pleasant. Knows what a day go, that's your boss. Security turn green, cause I never lost. Fuck everything over optic guards. Left pen through my index, push pause. Dogs can't talk, I'm smearing me. Don't have shit locked, I hear the proof. Ready for me, about amusing me. Look if I have a little bitch get used to me. Look if I have a little bitch get used to me. Look if I have a little bitch get used to me.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast. It is Monday, October 7th, 2024. A day that lives in infamy. We're going to be talking quite a bit about that day, but before we get into that, let's get started with some personal news. It is Monday News Day, October 7th, 2024, 11:33 a.m. and I'm a little late, and I apologize. I had to do some big business deals, some tax stuff, specifically donation wise, taxable, the charitable contributions I've made. I had to go and get some paperwork for. But in any case, folks, I'll tell you, donate to get out of that high ass bracket. Brother, there is not any amount of donations you can do to get out of that one. Not that it matters. All right. I am live. I'm alive. We are going to be talking about my personal news for the time period. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about what happened in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Obviously, a lot has occurred. A lot has occurred in the Hasanabi Piker world, the universe, right? A lot has taken place because I took time off. I took a day off. Well, I didn't really take a day off. As you guys know, I took a little bit of a day off to do two podcasts, not one, but two. I did the Fear End episode this morning. Okay. Who was the fucking idiot who said Milton wouldn't be a problem if you're in West Coast Florida? Get out or get a safe place. Do not want. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about that as well. We're going to talk about the fucking hurricanes and shit, about what's going on in the world, in the United States of America. Was it a little bit relaxing? Yes, it was. Okay, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you all about it. Hello? Doors open. Doors open. Doors open. Sorry, a messenger came in, and I have to give them some messages. Okay, so I got a little bit of a break from the chat for one day, and it was pretty good. Okay, Fiona, stop barking. Hold on one second. I'll be back. Here, watch this. Watch this while I'm gone. anyway, bet that feels good as fuck for the hippo. I agree. So where was I? Oh yeah, so personal news wise, I ended the broadcast this Saturday night, as you guys know, and then I went to a fundraiser that was also live streamed. Don't know if you guys tuned into that one, but it was a lot of it was an interesting and very entertaining event overall. We had an incident that occur at the event as well. There was a fucking car that like drove in to the building basically, and it was really funny to have like Austin with me while that was happening, because he thought it was like an act of like maybe an attempted assassination or an act of terrorism happening, because this is like a pro-Palestinian rally type situation. So I thought it was funny that like Austin was there for the duration, because he freaked the fuck out. He was like genuinely upset and scared. But it was all right. It was just a drunk driver. He did fucking go through the building, which was crazy. I've never seen anything like that before. Anyway, but yeah, it's on the podcast. I talk more about the experience. I was on the front row of the fundraiser. Best vibes I've experienced recently. All you guys killed it. The fire trucks boxed my car in, so I wasn't able to leave after midnight. Lol. Yeah, it was a drunk driver. His theory wasn't wild, like for sure. Oh, you're the bald Italian, Geoforio. You were henchmaxing, dude. This motherfucker is large, okay? I was at the event on Saturday. Nice of you to post a pic of me to your Instagram story. I guess you don't hate your bald Italian chatters. Bro, this motherfucker is a big boy, okay? I saw him from behind. He had a shiny ass dome. The light was just hitting it perfect, okay? Light is hitting it perfect. He's big as fuck in the middle of the goddamn room wearing Hasanabi merch. I was like, this motherfucker, look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy flash banging the rest of the crowd. Okay? Yeah. Nah, it was sick. It was wonderful seeing all you guys. Yeah, so if you want to know more about that event, if you want to know more about what happened, I talk extensively on the podcast on the Fear End episode. I was handsome dog. Just say, hey, you handsome as fuck. Anyway, so yeah, that's on the Fear End podcast, Austin's freakouts and whatnot. But after that, I go back home. I pass the fuck out. Okay, it wasn't an act of terrorism. It wasn't like the IDF or anything. It wasn't Mossad, right? Whatever. I go back. I pass the fuck out immediately. Wake up next morning, play basketball, take a bunch of L's on the court, which was not great. Didn't enjoy that. I'll tell you that much. After the basketball experience, we shoot the paw with Connor Eats Pants. Hope you guys enjoyed that episode. I thought it was a fun little episode that we did. No cutie Cinderella on that one. But yeah, W pod, W guest. Anyway, did you listen to today's daily? Yeah, it made me very mad. I'm going to be talking about that quite a bit. So basically, did my podcast, went on Chuckle Sandwich, and then after Chuckle Sandwich for Chuckle Week, I spent the rest of the day from like basically 5 p.m. until I went to sleep doing self-care. In that process, the self-care process, I got deeply into Egghead, which is peak. One Piece is back. I cannot begin to explain to you like the joy I feel watching every episode and the excitement I feel. Okay? It is incredible. It's how I felt like when I first started watching. Like, actually, let me tell you something, folks. Egghead is so cracked out. It is such a perfect All thrills, no frills, no fucking filler ass goddamn arc so far. Oh my god. Dr. Vegapunk, Izzy Homies. Like, I don't want to spoil it too much, but I'm just gonna say it's beautifully drawn, it's beautifully written. There are such little filler moments in it, no repetition whatsoever. 10/10 would recommend. I'm not spoiling it. All I'm saying is when I'm done with that arc, I'll give you my assessment of it. But holy fuck, dude, that shit is so good. I've been thinking about it nonstop. I've been looking to talk to people about it nonstop. Okay? What a fantastic fucking arc. And I'm about to catch up. I'm literally about to catch up. I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself when I catch up to the goddamn episodes. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do? It's an incredible arc. The intro is out of control, okay? The intro is so incredible, dude. Holy shit. Like, fantastically drawn. It's just a different anime, bro. It's like a movie. Like, the first episode, when they finally get to Egghead, is basically drawn like a movie. Like, I felt like I was watching not a TV show, but instead like watching an incredibly well drawn, incredibly well thought out movie, dude. Like, look at this. Look at the drawing. The art style changes a little bit too, and it's so good. The intro is so well animated, but so is the entire arc, in my opinion. This is the peak. I'll say it like this. This is, in my opinion, the best post-time skip arc I have watched so far. Maybe it's too soon to tell, but I think it is the best, by a wide margin, post-time skip arc. Okay? Straight up. Dubbed or subbed, there is no... I don't think there's dubbing. This is like too... Actually, I don't know. Maybe... I am watching dubbed, I think, still, but I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I watched both dubbed and subbed. There's thousands of fucking episodes, dude. Are you kidding me? Oh, Oda's letter when Wano ended. When I was a kid, I thought to myself, man, I would love to draw a manga with the most hype final stage. I wonder if I'm up to it. Now, we have only a tiny bit of Wano arc left. The preparations are almost done. Took me 25 years law. That said, it's fine if you start reading from this point on, because from this point on, it'll be the One Piece, the mysteries of this world. I'll be drawing all of them. It'll be super interesting. Fasten your seatbelt and please stay with me for a bit longer. So this is the final stage of One Piece. This is like, it's official, right? Post Wano, this is now like officially the final chapter of One Piece across the board, I think. So that is very, very exciting. So much of the 25-year project is basically coming together. I think seeing so much of the like so many of the characters that you have seen, so many of the things that you have paid attention to and maybe even forgotten, like all of them are very important. Okay, they're all pieces that tie in together perfectly in a harmonious manner. And honestly, it's fantastic. It's a journey for sure, and I think a lot of it is, and I will say this, sunk cost, okay? Unless you read the mangas, I think a lot of it is sunk cost. Like, if you were just straight mainlining every single fucking episode on Crunchyroll, it is virtually impossible to finish. I don't even know how I did it, okay? I don't know how I did it. I don't recommend it for people. I do not recommend it, especially Wano. Wano needs to be redone. Many of these arcs post time skip need to be redone. They need to be chopped up and redone and actually created in a better way. I thought Dressrosa was the best post time skip arc. Honestly, Egghead is so good. So overall, the manga is very doable in a couple of months. You should watch Gunslinger Girl when you started quick by Spectacular Anime. Yeah, there is a Netflix remake coming out, and I'm very excited about it. I think it's gonna be I'm calling it the Netflix remake of One Piece. Like, not the live action. I'm talking about the new studio remastering and remaking of One Piece will most likely make One Piece one of the most popular Western IPs if they do it right. Okay? Because it literally is such a perfect product if you cut the fucking fat. If you trim the goddamn fat, it will literally be so easily consumable by people, and they need to do that. Okay? They need to do that. It's doable if you like caught up and you're just like watching it episode by episode by episode, week after week, but I don't think I don't know. There are a lot of issues that I have with Toei. There is no fat. Everything matters. Shut up. No, that's not true. You guys are getting ahead of yourselves. You're being fucking the classic like One Piece nerd who just goes insane mode. You have forgotten how to approach normal human beings. Normal human beings are literally going to look at that and go, 1,000 episodes, I'm out. Okay? But even if they make that investment, there are plenty of moments where shit gets slow, where shit gets convoluted, where it gets a little fucking boring, where they'll be out. There are plenty of early stages in the early arcs, as a matter of fact, where you could clearly say, I don't know if I want to make this investment. 1,000 plus episodes is a very, very difficult task to engage with. It's been a couple years at this point that I've been watching it. Okay. And if you see 1,000 episodes, you're already out. But let's say you dive in and then you get fucking bored in the first couple of arcs. You're not going to make that commitment. So I think, like I said, I gave up on Thriller Bark. It fucking drags. I hated Thriller Bark. That was another one that I did not like. Plenty of people like it. It was not for me. I could not stay. By the end of Wano, I grew resentful. Okay? By the end of, like, before the end of Wano, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you watch this, like, I grew resentful to this anime. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Am I, like, actually watching this? Or am I just like watching it because I've already watched 1,000 episodes basically? And then 10-15 kind of turned it around for me. 10-15 was like a pivotal episode. They changed the animation team. It was like incredible. And then all of a sudden I was like, wait, maybe I'm back in. Okay. Great backstory. Kind of like it a lot. And then it slowed down again. But then the end of Wano is great. It's fantastic. And then like the last, 20, 30 episodes of Wano are incredible. And then everything since then has been even better. Like somehow it's incredible. So like I said, there's like things that you need to reorient that the fan base also obviously understands. That's why they made One Piece, right? But Egghead has been incredible. But yeah, Netflix WIT Studio is doing the One Piece remake, and there are some very cool, like, I mean, it just looks dope. It looks dope. It looks amazing. I'm very excited for it. Hopefully they'll trim that goddamn fat a little bit. So, but yeah, like I said, it's too much of a drag, man. I'm gonna be fucking real. I'm gonna be for real. I'm gonna be very real with you. Now that I'm giving it its flowers, I gotta fucking talk about the thorns, okay? And it's thorny as hell. So, there is that too. I don't know if it's your IG story that I saw, but did you enjoy watching Dandadan? Yeah, it was incredible. Dandadan is awesome. And yes, I did see Female Trafalgar Law. Yowza, what a woman. Oh my God. You guys weren't lying. On that note, watched a lot of One Piece last night. Did a little bit of self-care because my lower back was a little tight because of the insane amount of fucking squat work that I did on Friday. That carried over to like a little bit of lower back tightness. even when I was playing basketball on Sunday. So I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna fuck around. Did some self-care, put a mask on my face and shit. You know, you probably saw it. I posted it on my Instagram, and I'm here. Had to look through my charitable contributions in the 2023 fiscal year this morning, go through them piece by piece, and let me tell you, boy, I have done a lot. Okay, this community has raised a lot of funds overall. I've also independently given a lot of money. Okay, I have to explain something very funny. So I have like accountants, right? And they were trying to map out one charitable contribution that I've made to the Down Syndrome Association. Okay? And they were like, well, you made this charitable contribution of like, I think $2,000 or $3,000 to the Down Syndrome Association. And we can't find it. Like, we can't find the receipts for it. Tax write-offs? Yeah, dude. Tax write-off with a fucking RIDE. Oh my God. Yeah. Turns out it's not the Down Syndrome Association. I looked at the fucking, I was like, what is it marked as? And they went DSALA. I was like, that's not the Down Syndrome Association. That's the Democratic Socialists of America, Los Angeles. Yeah. I love people. It's not even, that's not a bit. Like, I'm not even joking. I will, like, straight up. They straight up were like, they have no idea what, bro, they're my fucking accounts. They don't know what the fuck DSA is. So they saw DSALA and they were like, oh, Down Syndrome Association of Los Angeles. Like, that's what they probably Googled it. Anyway. Because, like, I donate a lot. So, you know, my friends are always doing fundraisers. And I'm like, randomly, if I see something, I donate to it. So I end up forgetting. But I don't recall ever giving money to the Down Syndrome Association. Not that I have any beef with them or anything. I didn't even know such an association existed, right? So I was like, this doesn't make any sense. But yeah. What about your IDF donation? No, they know what that is. The Immune Deficiency Foundation. They did not mistake that one for fucking the Israeli Defense Force. So, in any case, that's what I was working on. That's what I was working on this morning. No shirt today, no beef. Camo was the best plan. Yeah. Should have left it at the Down Syndrome Association. I was thinking you were a good person and not a communist. Yeah. Did you see the major fall off of animation quality from Uzumaki? This is just off 2 episodes. Wait, I haven't watched Uzumaki yet, but this is, I guess, the first episode, and then this is the second episode. Wait, what? Why are they running like that? Dude, I haven't seen Blue Lock season 2 yet, and I'm kind of disappointed because my favorite boy love show, Blue Lock, it was incredibly well animated in season 1. If Boy Love season 2 is ass, as everyone is claiming it's ass, they're doing a lot of like clip art shit, I'm gonna be so mad. I don't know what the fuck's going on with these goddamn, I do not know what the fuck's going on with these goddamn anime studios, bro. Why are they using 2 separate teams that are so different from one another in terms of their fucking drawing quality? No disrespect to any of the fucking animators, but what the fuck's going on? I saw it with Toei so much, especially during Wano. I brought it up quite a bit, as you guys remember. Some of the fight sequences are so well drawn. The art style changes dramatically, but it's fantastic, right? It's like the squiggly line art style. I really like it because it's just like it breathes life into the fucking fight sequences in a way that you wouldn't expect. And I find it really cool. But then you go back to the old fucking, whenever the same in the same episode, whenever they're talking to one another, you go back to the old art style and you're like, oh, this sucks. Anyway, is art style not super subjective though? No, it's not just the art style. It's like, okay, anyone who's ever drawn at all, or anyone who has ever been involved in any kind of like fucking visual arts knows that there's cheating. Okay, that isn't like the quality aspect of it is not necessarily subjective. Like when you reuse assets, or if you constantly fucking use the same sequence over and over again, you're just doing that to fill time. There's also like different ways that you do it, like where you make it look like a fucking slideshow, you know? Like the running there that you saw was not well animated. That's it. There's no way to get around that. That's not like an artistic difference. That running right there was 100% not animated well. It was animated poorly. It looked like they were sliding on the fucking on the sand. I'm an animator. They're using computer assisted in a cheap way. They're not going frame by frame. Yeah. You can just kind of tell. You can tell when it's drawn frame by frame as well. That's the other thing. Like you can tell how fluid the animation is. Like there's not a fucking single space. There's not a single second that is wasted. And it's awesome. Obviously like super fast sequences, like super fast moves and whatnot, they'll usually cut between frames, but that's deliberate. There's a difference between that and just like not animating a walk appropriately. Anyway. I didn't think the Blue Lock animation was bad in episode 1. I haven't watched episode 1 of season 2 yet, but people are complaining because they saw the fucking they saw the teasers and stuff that they didn't like. So I'm a little worried about that. But yeah, how far are you in Egghead? I don't know, like 10 episodes in, I think. I have like 25 episodes remaining until I catch up. The design change, the animation isn't bad. They're complaining about character design changes. If I recall, anime is produced with a lot of labor exploitation, and budgets for these shows almost never make it to the animators doing the actual work. Of course not, for sure. I mean, it's an incredibly abusive structure. Anyway, all right, let me. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, let's blast off. Okay. October 7 marks 1 year of Israel's ongoing genocide. MSM coverage in the West falls short. Bombshell investigation exposes Western MSM bias. War crime investigation. Kamala Harris. Kamala on the Call Her Daddy podcast Trump X Elon Hogwatch. Okay, get in now. Happy birthday to the universe. What? Okay. Do we have a blast off meme? Will we get some scary games this month? Yes. Did you think we would get a year of this? I mean, I didn't even think we would get a fucking whole year of this. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I can't use that as a blast off meme, dude. You should watch Bleach. Okay, dude, chill. The other thing I was going to mention, like, I'll tell you this much, okay? What's going on right now in northern Gaza, especially, is incredibly, incredibly dire. And like at this point, like I don't even fucking fully know how to deal with the situation. I don't know how we're gonna actually how there's going to be any sort of like movement in the positive direction. I'll be honest with you. Like this morning, I started off my day. I'm talking to my accountants, right? And past that, like I'm also simultaneously talking to a dude in fucking northern Gaza right now. He's a journalist. I retweeted Mohammed Al Safin's tweet about them already. He's a journalist and he's a fan. He's a member of this community. He is. Wait, where is it? Oh, I guess I didn't retweet it. Hold on. I'll show you. So here. So this is Hassan and this is Ismail, okay? In the middle is Hassam Shabbat. Hassam was 19 years old. Hassam is 21 years old. Ismail was 27. Israel killed Hassan and Ismail. Israel threatened Hassan multiple times before assassinating him, okay? And they killed him specifically because of his coverage, for the record. Like, straight up. They literally said, we don't like your coverage. We're going to kill you over and over again. They threatened him over and over again. This is a constant for journalists in Gaza. Bizan gets death threats on a regular basis. Obviously, Motaz got death threats on a regular basis, as you know. And they were getting these death threats specifically because of their coverage, okay? Hassam, sorry. I'm talking to Hassam right now. He reached out a while back. I didn't see his original DM reaching out to me a while back to get on the show, right? He was like, hey, I'm a journalist in North Gaza. I want to talk. Like, I would love to get on your broadcast and talk to you about what's going on, right? He said he reached out through his friend. He said he's a big fan. Hassam is a big fan and is asking if he can come on your stream one day to explain how life is like in North Gaza. This was back in August, at the end of August. I didn't see it. He reached out recently on Thursday. Again, I saw it this time. And on Thursday, Israel had not started its North Gaza, like its additional incursion into North Gaza. Okay. So we reached out again and I was a little worried. I talked to a couple of my journalist friends to be like, should I put a fucking target on his back, basically? You know what I mean? Especially after his two friends who are also journalists were recently assassinated. Because that's a real calculation that I have to make. When I talk to someone who is in Gaza and I bring them up on the broadcast, or if I bring them on the broadcast and talk to them, there is a likelihood that people in the Western world see that and they get punished for it. Okay? That is a real calculation. Now, these guys are so fucking brave. Okay? They're so brave. They know that already. So I have to ask them ahead of time to be like, hey, if I have you on, like, you know, I'm a little worried about the extra scrutiny that you are going to get. Okay? And he said that it was fine. And that unfortunately he can't talk at this point. And that they asked all the residents in the north to evacuate to the south in a way to ethnically cleanse the north, but we're not leaving, and he's staying, and he's reporting till his last breath. I don't think I can come on your stream anymore, maybe if things calm down, but if they don't, and I don't make it, please pray tribute to me on your channel and keep talking about Palestine. Much love from the north. So that's an insane conversation to have with a 21-year-old journalist. Okay? With a 21-year-old journalist. But that is the fucking reality on the ground. Okay? That's it. That is the goddamn reality on the fucking ground. And I don't know what to do about this, you know? That's why I feel like I lose my mind when I'm, on the one hand, living in the United States of America, okay, in the heart of empire, in comfortable ass Los Angeles, California, trying to do my very best, to the best of my ability, to within the means that I have, of trying to communicate the humanity of these people and their resilience for the past 12 months. So when I see other journalists, other members of the media not offer the adequate coverage that speaks to their conditions, it disgusts me. When I hear people in the Western world talk about their fears of anti-Semitism on college campuses spreading because there are students who recognize the reality on the ground and want to protest against these atrocities because they see what is right and they see what is wrong, and they do not have the social conditioning that others do. And then they get brutalized by our domestic police and smeared as anti-Semites, and then that's the main point of contention, like the feelings of Western Americans, the feelings of American students who have been propagandized to such a degree that they are objectively hysterical because they associate Israel as a core part of their identity. Some cynically do it, some genuinely believe it. At a time when anti-Semitism is rising, but we are only focusing on the wrong avenues because all of these institutions that are supposed to be talking about anti-Semitism or defending against anti-Semitism are so deeply invested in the continuation of the Israeli apartheid and genocide, it frustrates me to no end. People are like, oh, you're a fucking terrorism supporter. Hey, who cares, right? Who cares? I've heard that my whole life, right? Especially, I mean, I've heard that since I came to America. That's not going to shake me. The problem is, you know, there are very real, otherwise kind individuals who just don't get it. Okay? They just don't understand it, and it blows my mind. It's crazy how voluntarily blind some people are to the truth. So yeah, it's a weird situation because like it's a weird situation to have when I'm describing this. Okay? And there are still people going, you support Hamas, so you do support terrorists. I don't know what's wrong about that. I don't know what's wrong about that. Like, I just described to you, like, an active dialogue that I'm having with people that are currently withstanding genocide, currently experiencing genocide, and people that have been killed by the genocidaires with my tax dollars for the coverage that they've offered. And you just so shamelessly turn around and you go, well, you support Hamas, you support terrorists. I don't know what's so wrong about that. Like, you're a fucking animal, dude. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't know what will change the mentality of a lot of these people. I don't know if there is any pivotal turning point for some of these people. I think they just don't care. They're just locked in. I am a fucking animal, dude. Who told you that? I mean, if you are at this stage still defending Israel, if you hear these lives being robbed and you defend the principle behind the government doing that, then yeah, you're no different to me than a fucking animal. You're barely sentient. You're a freak. There is no both sides on this equation. I have a difficult time going to either extreme on this. It's not extreme, dude. It's not extreme to be like Palestinians are fucking human beings and Israel has dominated them for 76 fucking years. Okay? 76 years. Like there is, I don't know how people can still look at a active genocide and be like, I don't know. Israel doing an active genocide, simultaneously opening up multiple new fronts of war with American backing. And there are still people 1 year after October 7th, okay, still going, I don't know, man. Maybe some of these journalists deserve to be assassinated. Is that what we're saying? Israel's killed more journalists than any other fucking nation in history over the course of 1 year, okay? More humanitarian aid workers across multiple sovereign states. It doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense how people don't recognize right from wrong in this circumstance. Unless you are still deeply invested, okay? Unless you're so unimaginably deeply invested in believing in your heart that like Israel are the good guys and everyone that stands against them are the bad guys. That's it, you know? There is no both sides. Like, there are no both sides in a genocide. It is extreme to even try to look at an active genocide being conducted by an apartheid state. That's not what you say, though. You tend to support extremists on this. I didn't say Israel are the good guys. I said they do some fucked shit. That's not what you say, though. You tend to support extremists on this. Chatter. There will come a day if karmic justice is delivered and the truth prevails where you will look back at these figures, okay? You will look back at these groups and figures and say, while on their domestic affairs, they might have done horrible shit, their resistance against the Israeli apartheid and genocide was well warranted, okay? That is my assessment. That's it. If you think Hezbollah or Ansar Allah are scary, you should be shocked at how much scarier Israel is than they are. But you are not, because you're primed into thinking Israel's killing bad guys no matter what happens. That's why the both sides are the same argument. Is fucking bullshit. No, it's scary and American is supporting them in front of this many people. Not that they're scary to me. I am anti-genocide. That's it. I'm anti-genocide and I'm anti-apartheid. That's it. You cannot speak on those boundaries, so you have to grab on to whatever aesthetic principle you can to make it seem like it's so scary that an American is supporting what? Anti-genocide? It's not that scary. It shouldn't be that scary. We did it in World War II. But a lot of us aren't sold on the genocide claim. Yeah, dude, you're a fucking... Dude, look at this. Look. I'm not sold on the genocide claim, but Israel does seem to do a lot of fuck shit. Yeah, dude, I don't care. I don't... There is nothing else I can show you that will make you understand. You are cynically in here to argue, to say, Hassan, you're a terrorism supporter, and that's scary. What's infinitely scarier than what you think I'm supporting is the fact that you can so comfortably say, I'm not really sold on this genocide thing when it is happening in front of your fucking eyes. Okay? I'm sorry. I don't give a shit about your dumbass Western sensibilities in this regard. Okay? I don't care. They've displaced 2 million Palestinians. They've killed directly 42,000. And some of you motherfuckers still have the audacity to concern troll in this regard when they're bombing Beirut, when they're bombing Lebanon with our weapons. Why did you ban him, though? What a fucking stupid question. You get banned as well. What do you mean, why did you ban him, though? That person is a Nazi, okay? If you are in defense of Israel, if you're in defense of Zionism at this stage, you are no different to me than a fucking Nazi, okay? If a Nazi comes in here and tries to do Holocaust revisionism, I ban them. If your expectation is that I keep that fucking Nazi in here for doing Holocaust revisionism or questioning the fucking number of the dead Jews in the Holocaust, I will ban them. If your expectation is that I let that kind of shit slide in here, I will ban you too. So there is no difference in my analysis, and there is no difference in the way that I conduct my affairs at this chat when someone comes in and watches Israel unfold a genocide every single day in broad daylight in 4K and says, I'm not sold on it. Okay, suck my dick. I don't have to fucking listen to you chirp. I listen to it every goddamn day anyway. No, I'm pretty sure he just wants to hear you say Hamas and Hezbollah are also terrorist groups. The designation of terrorism is simply a socio-political tool applied by the United States of America, the arch terrorist that actually literally perfectly is under the same confines, under the same analysis of what terrorism is, would fit that role perfectly, as well as Israel, okay? If you do not consider America to be a terrorist group, but you consider Iran to be a terrorist country, okay, then obviously you're just simply biased on this application. You just think terrorism is a catch-all term for whoever America's enemies are. Because what Israel has done is significantly worse than what Iran has done to Israel. Numbers on the board. What Israel has done to Gaza is significantly worse than what Hamas has done to Israel. Okay? That's it. That's it. I'm unfollowing. You're too fucking based. You are cowardly. You are, in an incredibly cowardly way, relying on State Department definitions because deep down inside you understand that defending Israel at this point is not exactly great, is not exactly great for social points because there isn't this steady media diet, especially in independent news media and also in demographics that are younger than 35 years old. You kind of get looked at like a fucking freak. Okay? You get looked at like a fucking freak, so you can't actually defend Israel's actions, so you have to turn around and be like, but the people resisting Israel, they're bad guys. They're bad guys. Why aren't you talking about how bad they are? Okay? Wire chatter's insane today. They're insane every day. They've been insane for the past 12 months. I think today in particular has probably brought out a new line of crazy, specifically because it's 1 year. It's October 7. So people are trying to desperately bring the conversation back to like how Israel is the victim in its like 12-month genocidal conquest. So I think that's what it is. The goal always is to just like overwhelm and throw out like cynical talking points, bait me into saying something so they can clip it, and then engage in an effort, like in a campaign to try to get me banned. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. Because for a lot of people, they don't necessarily care. They don't necessarily care about the actual things that are happening in the world. they care about getting revenge on a person that they don't like because they don't agree with them. You know what I mean? That's pretty much what it is. It's super simple, really. It's weird because you are like, wait, how the fuck do you look at a situation like this and immediately go, how do I make this about some fucking Twitch streamer that I don't like? That's a psychotic, sick, almost perverted way to operate. But there are a lot of bored people out there. There are a lot of sad people out there. That's it. And it gets worse and worse as time goes on, and as more and more people recognize. It gets worse and worse as more people recognize that what Israel is doing is wrong. And I think the harder it gets for them to defend Israel's actions, the more they just like lash out at whoever they can to fucking to basically, you know, get a minor W on. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. Kamala Harris. I mean, yeah, it's been a full year since I said this.
How do you think this happens? You think it happens out of nowhere? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? You think that's where violence culminates from? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them, you have humiliated these fucking people? 2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even fucking people in the eyes of Israelis. 2 million. The average age is 18 years old. 57% unemployment. They can't even get fucking concrete inside of Gaza so they can build fucking water salination plants because 97% of their water is toxic. They're dying of mass starvation. You cannot push people into a fucking corner their whole lives and not expect them to fight back at a certain point. Suck my dick. How do you think this happens?
Yeah, it's yeah, I mean, the situation has only gotten worse. Like, this was early October. I think it was like 9th or 10th of October. What has Hezbollah done that make people call them terrorists? I don't know enough about their actions. No, from my POV, it's just their resistance. I mean, they've it's long. It's too long to get into right now, and it's completely irrelevant to the point of contention with respect to like what they are doing in terms of like purging Israeli soldiers from the Lebanese territorial boundaries right now. But we will cover it inevitably. I think I might have triggered Whack Nicholson's "Why I Left the Left" moment, and I don't feel too good about it. What the fuck is Whack Nicholson? I feel like you guys are making up new people sometimes. This was Ken O'Keefe 10 years ago.
100%, without reservation. I support the right of self-defense without any doubt. I would be involved myself in violent resistance if I were a citizen of Palestine or Iraq or Afghanistan.
This perspective is from 2010. What's really interesting about it is that this is like Ken O'Keefe, U.S. Marine guy. I don't really know who this guy is, but I will tell you this much. This is a perspective that's shared by literally every single Israeli general, okay? They have openly fucking said that. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I don't know his background. I don't really give a shit about his perspective here, okay? You know why I don't give a shit about his perspective? Because the idea that you would join a resistance group if you were under those same circumstances is literally shared by Ehud Barak. It is shared by Like Ben Gurion recognized this, okay? Former Shin Bet leaders have said this. I don't need to hear it from some fucking American guy, okay? I don't need to hear it from some American Marine Corps veteran or whatever the fuck. It is an obvious perspective. It is so obvious that every single fucking Israeli former prime minister and general has reiterated it. They have said time and time again, if I was on the other side of that border, I would be fighting. It makes sense. It makes total sense. That's it. By the way, bro is friends with David Duke, this guy says, and this guy goes, he has no bad takes. He's actually done a lot for the movement. Okay? You're crazy. Okay? I don't know what that fucking guy's deal is, but I don't give a shit what he has to say. I don't care. I don't need to hear from a fucking American, okay, about why they would join the resistance when I understand why people would, okay? And I don't really care about some fucking random guy that I haven't, like, looked into in the background and don't know what his fucking takes are or don't know what his perspective is. I don't need to hear about this guy when people are going to use that and be like, see, this guy is pointing to an anti-Semite or some shit like that. What? I did not leave the left. I have no idea why I would come up. Apologize if that my cyberstalkers are your problem. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Please stop bringing up random shit, okay? You guys are pissing me off. Eyes on the fucking ball here. There's a lot to talk about. Anyway, no one cares about... Oh my God, chatters are so abnormal, dude. I want to ban every single fucking person. Why is the liberal media peddling the vilest genocide apologism? I can't put this strongly enough. Howard Jacobson's article in today's Observer newspaper may be one of the vilest pieces of journalism published in Britain in living memory. What is the article? Tales of infanticide have stoked hatred of Jews for centuries. They still echo to this day. A year after the 7 October attack, the myth of blood libel persists in the media coverage of Gaza violence. Yeah, Felix had a take on this. Why is the liberal media peddling the vilest genocide apologism? Says Jonathan Cook. Howard Jacobson's article in today's Observer newspaper may be one of the vilest pieces of journalism published in Britain in living memory, arguing that any reporting of Israel's documented slaughter of many thousands of Palestinian children in Gaza is blood libel and anti-Semitic. It's pure genocide apologism. The guy that wrote this article is saying Israel kills a baby, and if you fucking report it as though Israel killed a baby when they did, that means you're doing blood libel. Okay? You're saying Jews kill babies. Like you're doing blood libel. It's like Jews don't kill babies, dumbass. Israel is, though. Israel is killing babies. The fuck do you mean? I don't think you understand. Blood libel means it has to be untrue, okay? You cannot point to a correct, real thing that everyone can immediately recognize and go, that's blood libel. When you say that, maybe it feels good in your in-group. Maybe it feels like it's actually a successful way to propagandize Israel's genocide in your in-group. But to the outside world, people go, what the fuck? What are you saying? It's a lie? It makes people reconsider whether or not blood libel is even fucking a real concept at all. You are undermining a historical harm, a historical lie that has led to so many pogroms against Jewish people by literally marrying Judaism with Israel's actions and then using that as a cynical deflection, using that as a cynical fucking shield to be like, oh, it's blood libel. It is so stupid. And I don't I cannot comprehend why Western media outlets regularly do this. I don't think they recognize how much they are feeding into the underlying anti-Semitic tendencies of broader populations in the Western world. Okay, they are not thinking. They're not thinking clearly. They are not thinking about this thoroughly. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It is so short term. It is so unimaginably short term. You are just gifting Nazis an incredible fucking gift by doing this. Okay? I don't know how people don't see it. I don't know how they do not see and recognize the changes that are happening. If you think in the short term, this level of anti-Semitic conspiracies festering as a direct consequence of Israel tying its actions to Judaism, and Western outlets and Western people in positions of power defending Israel by saying, you're anti-Semitic if you think Israel's killing babies, okay? You literally are making everyone in Arkansas and everyone in fucking Omaha, Nebraska, and everyone in fucking Wyoming go, wait a minute, Jews definitely do control the media, okay? You're making people think, oh shit, I guess it's true. Like, you cannot, under any circumstance, be like, no, dude, it's 100% Judaism and it's monolithic. Like, all Jews care about is Israel. That's the only thing they care about. You can't like how the fuck did we turn around in over one fucking year? How do we turn around and go, no, the Protocols of Zion is actually like a manuscript? Like, how is that even possible? I don't even understand it. I think people are so brain broken that they possibly think, maybe in a very cynical way, that this kind of defense in mainstream media might cause people to be anti-Semitic, but it doesn't matter, because the more people are anti-Semitic, the more there is reasonable ground for Israel to exist as a safe haven for Jews or something. Like, there has to be some underlying cynical motivation here, but it doesn't make sense to me, because you're forgetting that if everyone is fucking anti-Semitic, then and there's going to be less people that are interested in aligning with Israel to begin with. Oh. Like, what on earth did they all imagine that illustrative photo of blood smear doll suggested? That the thousands of children blown to pieces by Israeli bombs are fiction? That all the children decomposing under rubble are made up? That the unidentified children buried in Gaza sands are a lie? That all the children dying of epidemics like polio or starving to death from Israel's aid blockade are an invention? It's Pallywood, okay? It is the final stage of like genocide denial. It is some of the most insane things that people do, and I think that they only do that when they think like other people also are in agreement. Like, it was something that would manifest in Israel quite a bit, but at the very least, like, they wouldn't really showcase that on the Western world, because it looks really fucking bad to the Western world when you're basically just saying like, nah, you don't understand, dude. These guys are just faking it. 1956, Moshe Dayan's eulogy of soldier Roy Rothberg after he was killed near the Gaza border. Let us not cast accusations at the murderers today. Why should we blame them for their burning hatred for us? For 8 years, they have been dwelling in Gaza's refugee camps. As before their eyes, we have transformed the land and the villages in which they and their forefathers had dwelled into our own property. It is not the Arabs in Gaza that we should seek Roy's blood, but from ourselves. Moshe Dayan. Is still effective for the Deborah Messings of the world. Yeah, Deborah Messing is a fucking freak. Who gives a shit? Anyway, that any single journalist imagined for a moment that this was an acceptable article or photo in the midst of a genocide is astounding enough, but that whole phalanx of the most influential and liberal journalists in the country backed it without a second thought tells us something about the depraved culture that passes for journalism in the Western established media. These elite journalists are completely divorced from reality. Felix had a good take on this. He said, the only real difference between this and what Alex Jones did with Sandy Hook is stopping just short of naming the parents who are supposedly lying. But that's only because they want to paint Palestinians as a faceless blob whose anti-Semitism and dishonesty are racial traits. There is, like, this is QAnon shit. If you look to Israel's actions in Gaza and you say reporting on it is actually fake news, that these guys are not really being killed and they're just like making up their own deaths, you are no different than a QAnon supporter. That's it. The problem is, this is the most mainstream version of like psychopathic sentiment being delivered by every single fucking mainstream outlet on a regular basis. Part of that is because of ideological allegiances and social conditioning that they've been brought up with. Other parts of that also are who Israel's enemies are. Israel's enemies are Muslims. Israel's enemies are Arabs. So for them, they are so primed with Islamophobia, especially in the post 9/11 world. Remember, a lot of these journalists are like Gen Xers who grew up and made up their minds during the post 9/11 world. That's when they went to college. That's when they were engaged in this collective hysteria. So Israel fighting this war is basically a continuation of the war that they fought and that they justified and that they thought was good to fight. It makes things so hard. It makes it virtually impossible to deal with. An entire generation of news media editors, broadcasters, commentators are so propped up with Islamophobic sentiment that they just have no way of seeing what Israel's doing is anything but like, you know, righteous vengeance against the Muslims who deserve it. You see those fucking like cartoons that depict Israel as like holding up a shield against like barbaric Muslims, you know, women wearing the hijab and like you know, terrorists or whatever the fuck, right? Like that is a legitimate way that a lot of these people fucking feel. They might be knowledgeable enough not to openly state that, even though some do on a regular fucking basis with no punishments incurred for it whatsoever. But that's how it works. For a lot of these people, they just straight up think like Israel is stopping like this ISIS style Islamic fundamentalism from reaching into the Western civilization, which is far superior to the world of Islam. That is how it is. You are living through a lighter version of the post 9/11 experience right now. If you're new, if you are younger and you didn't actually, you didn't come to these conclusions because you were too much of a baby back then. You didn't develop consciousness when all this fucking anti-Islam shit was thriving in the media in an effort to justify the war on terror. And you basically develop consciousness in the aftermath of this 20-year occupation and death and destruction and destabilization of the region and know it as a bad thing. It's going to be a little bit different. Your perspective is going to be like, wait a minute. Why are we fucking killing these people? Right? Why are we killing these people? This doesn't make any sense. But for a lot of those people, for a lot of people in the older generations, they developed consciousness earlier. So they got primed with this social conditioning. Okay? Izzy says, well put. They won't ever name the victimizers in these fables for two reasons. One, because human beings have names, violent hordes don't. And two, there simply are too many dead babies and parents of them to name. Check this out. If you replaced every single word in this essay with the name of a child under the age of 10 who was killed by the IDF over the last year, you wouldn't even get a third of the way there. 14 pages of dead babies that are under the age of 1. Okay? I'm by far the youngest photo editor and in my beat at the New York Times, and this is so real. Everyone can say whatever they want about Israel, but I know my place to not say anything, and these same people are obsessed with Ukraine and liberation there. Exactly. And that's what's so, like, glaringly obvious about the bias here, right? That's what's so crazy about it, because we went through multiple coverage cycles of Ukrainian emancipation, which is a just cause. So we already know what it looks like when people want to defend themselves against an invading force, okay? We already know how the media can react when it's white people that are being victimized by a foreign adversary. We know. That's why in my coverage, I would regularly point to how this is not normal. People saying this is not normal. This is not normal. Like, they would literally consistently say that because they were like, this is not normal because this doesn't happen to white people. What the fuck? This doesn't happen in Europe. This happens to our enemies. Okay? That's it. Anyway, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break right now. I forgot to run it, obviously, in the beginning at 12. It's been quite some time. I'm going to run it now, and I'm going to continue. What is this? This is Axel Springer, CEO. Axel Springer, CEO Matthias Döpfner, calling for Germany to become more Jewish by encouraging more inward Jewish migration. He says it will improve Germany businesses and provide a counterweight to Islamism among Muslims. Like, dude, Germans are such fucking weird Philosemites. It's crazy. Like, they never stopped otherizing Jews. It's clear to me. They just went from like one version of events to an entirely different one. Yeah, and here's Columbia campus. At this point, it's almost funny that students on their own campus are outside agitators, but Columbia opened the gates to let in an unaffiliated Zionist organization with a tractor trailer full of shit to occupy that very same lawn today. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. Your own fucking students can't protest against your involvement with an apartheid, with the state that does apartheid, okay? But an unaffiliated non-campus organization can come in and fucking literally occupy the same space that you brutally suppressed your own students on. That's it. Yes, those are milk cartons to signify those who have still been missing since October 7. This will piss off Trump's Nazi voters. They're not significant, okay? Plenty of those. Look, amongst the Nazi base of support for Donald Trump, you have people of two different minds, okay? You have the Nazis who are like, I don't care, he's still doing my wishes on the domestic front. You have Nazis who still think, basically that, they're just like hallucinating a different position that Trump secretly has. And you have Nazis who like Israel, okay, who want to send all the Jews to the desert and then fucking, rid America of Jews and want their own white ethno-state in the same way that they recognize Israel has a Jewish ethno-state. So it doesn't really matter. Also, they're not that consequential of a voting bloc. Let's be fucking real. Most Americans abhor the Nazi designation, even if their ideals align with it almost 99%, if not 100% of the way. So, like, that's neither here nor there. So we are going to be watching the Al Jazeera reporting. There's a bombshell investigation that came out 2 days ago that I've been meaning to watch. There's a couple different things. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. But one of them is going to be, obviously, like, both of these candidates that are running for president are going to be talking about how much they love Israel. October 7 was devastating for them and all that stuff. And we will watch them as well. But this right here is the biases that Al Jazeera found in the failure of reporting, in the failure of editorial teams in Western media. Journalists at CNN and BBC exposed the inner workings of their newsrooms. So a couple journalists actually came out and spoke out against the standards and practices that their own news teams have violated at the behest of Israel in their coverage. Okay? And it is, in my opinion, really good journalism. We're going to be watching this. And I believe there's some terms of service violation moments in it. I will try to avoid them to the best of my ability. But let's watch.
This is a moment in history that we don't often see, where we actually see genocide being perpetrated as it's happening. And in a situation where Western governments like the United States, the UK, and others have been complicit, you've got Western media that have actually become a part of the mechanism of genocide. That's what's different. That's what's frightening.
When political leaders speak of genocide, they repeat a time-worn mantra: never again. Over the past year, for the Palestinians of Gaza, again has become reality. A genocide broadcast almost in real time by its victims. This is a film about an alternative version of that reality, one told by major Western news organizations, how they have provided cover for an historic crime and have seen their inner workings exposed like never before. We have spoken with more than a dozen journalists who have been covering the Gaza genocide for the Western world's leading agenda-setting outlets, including the BBC in the UK and CNN in the US. Both describe a repeated failure to report the truth on this.
They got whistleblowers basically to come out and be like, yeah, our newsrooms are shit. And I know that they are, because I also talk to fucking journalists in these newsrooms on a regular basis. I talk to producers in these newsrooms on a regular basis. Just so you understand, like, when I tell you that these newsrooms are obviously biased, it's not just me examining the fucking direct footage on the ground and the way that they contextualize and frame that violence and how it is actually permissible, it is actually appropriate, it is necessary. It's not just about that. It's also my direct relationship with a lot of people who also engage in journalism.
Story.
Prior to October 7th, I, hand on heart, believed that CNN went to great lengths to report the truth, and exclusively the truth. But after October 7th, the ease with which I saw news lines that supported the Israeli narrative come out really shook me. There were times where CNN was...
Who is coordinating the cover-up? It's not like... It's not necessarily that coordinated. It's just that... Noam Chomsky has talked about this so much. It's his fucking most formative work, in my opinion. But it's basically the institutions that elevate people who don't speak on certain issues, who have this bias built in. Okay? There is no reason to be like, oh, don't you dare say something about Israel or else you'll get fired. It's not like that. Okay? It's more so people who do genuinely have these opinions, who do genuinely think that Israel is fucking awesome and all their enemies are violent barbarians and yada yada, that get elevated to these positions inevitably. Because it is the most important goal of American media, Western press in general. It is to align with the American State Department. Any matter of real reporting that they do that seems unceremonious, seems weird, okay, in comparison to, what is this? 1135 is TOS too? Okay. Fine. Thank you. When they do legitimate reporting and you're like, damn, why are they doing legitimate reporting? This is crazy. This is unique. This is weird. It's because they want to maintain a veneer of objective reporting so they can more successfully conduct propaganda that is aligned with the State Department interests.
Is happy to push hard, but on balance, it's very clear where we lie, regrettably, and it's not entirely with the truth.
Gaza has massively exposed the hypocrisies at the heart of the BBC. The fact that it very much does respond to influence, it very much can be swayed. It does follow the government line broadly on certain stories. The BBC is meant to be a public service. It's meant to be for the people. But at the end of the day, its purse strings are held by the government. And that you can see in the coverage.
The October 7th attack by Hamas, in which more than 1,100 Israelis were killed, almost 800 of them civilians, was the deadliest day in Israel's history. As they launched their retaliation, Israeli officials made clear this was not just a war on Hamas. Everyone in Gaza would be fair game.
I want to mention something here. He's going to say the famous line, we're fighting human beasts. We have to cut their food, electricity, and water off. I also want to mention something here, but like, this was also very frustrating for me to watch the Daily this morning. I was listening to the New York Times Daily. And of course, they did the both sides. Like, let's hear from an Israeli that lives in the kibbutz. I think it was like Kibbutz Be'eri, and what his assessment is 1 year out from October 7. And then let's hear from a Palestinian who's in Gaza. And like, no matter how much you try to both sides the situation, it's pretty obvious one side is like significantly more damaged in the process over the course of 12 months of genocide. Okay? Like, you can still see, no matter how much you try to make it seem like, you know, oh, well, both sides are suffering to a certain degree. Like, you kind of tell what the fuck's going on. One guy barely has the capacity to speak to the New York Times journalist because he has to go and find an eSIM and hope that, like, there is enough there's enough bars that day that he can like actually fucking speak. He had to, he's literally been displaced 5 separate times at this point. His house was destroyed, you know? The other side, the kibbutznik went to a Red Sea hotel, went back to normal life, still very frustrated, but very openly talking about like how, after October 7, I don't think any Palestinian is like, I think all Palestinians are complicit, and I will never forgive them for making me hate them. Like, that's what he was saying. Like, so incredibly violent. Like, you have to be really primed. You have to be perfectly primed to his position to listen to him speak and go, what the fuck? To not go, what the fuck is this guy saying? Okay? It's crazy. And I know for a fucking fact that there are way more peaceful kibbutzniks out there, okay? There are people from Kibbutz Be'eri that on October 8 were speaking clearly on the humanity of Palestinians. For the record, this guy, not one of them, all right? So the New York Times went out of their fucking way to find a guy who was at the heart of it and is like super fucking, you know, they could have very easily shown a different perspective from someone who is an Israeli citizen living in the fucking kibbutz that was like, this is on the Israeli government. There are plenty more Israeli citizens that are not even living in the fucking kibbutz that have been protesting in the streets against the Netanyahu administration, against the fact that Netanyahu is not interested in dealing with the Palestinians in any way but bloody warfare, in any way but genocide. But New York Times did not choose to show that perspective. That is deliberate, okay? That is a deliberate way to frame the issue, to say, these guys are all peaceful guys. They were helping the Palestinians at the border. And look at their perspective now, because October 7 changed them. They changed them dramatically. Okay? To me, I think that unironically does a bad job at presenting the diversity within the Israeli public completely. Okay? The diversity of opinion even amongst the Israeli public. Yeah, I saw that message. That was really funny. I got to read it. Hold on. I know you guys banned him immediately, but he said, "Suck my cock, you fanboy fat ass," or something. What the fuck was it? Fuck you, Hassan. Suck my pee-pee, you loser. You like femboy, fat, furry, inflation porn? What the fuck is inflation porn? Femboy, fat, furry, inflation porn? Dude, that's a self-report, if anything, dog. If you know, I don't even know what the fuck that is, dog. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Google it in show chat. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. All right, let's continue.
טילים, מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור.
It's an entire nation out there that is responsible.
But, as with any genocide, the first step was to dehumanize the enemy.
Blood-thirsty terrorists who rape and burn people alive, and it's been reported on the BBC.
What happened on October 7th included acts that were bad enough in and of themselves.
Yes.
But if you want to create a context for dehumanization and genocide, you need to go further.
The Israeli Prime Minister's spokesman just confirmed babies and toddlers were found.
Like I said this already, like there were plenty of atrocities on October 7th. 800 civilians were killed. Some were killed by the Israeli military, but the majority, the overwhelming majority, were killed by Palestinian resistance fighters. Okay? That's enough. You can just literally point to the things that happened. But that wasn't enough because Israel knew exactly what Israel was going to do. And in order to be able to achieve that goal of conducting bloody warfare, conducting a genocidal campaign, unlike the previous sieges that you can also say had that same genocidal intent ultimately, but didn't go as far as the post-October 7 genocide, okay? They had to fucking take it one step further. That's it. They had to say they're doing mass rapes, they're barbarians that are interested, they're only there to do anti-Semitism, they're only invested in this from an anti-Semitic perspective. It is, God forbid you think about this as like people escaping a concentration camp. Do not think about it like that. That in and of itself is also anti-Semitic.
With their heads decapitated.
We saw false reports about beheaded babies, which never happened.
And then people tried to yell at me for saying, I don't agree with this. I don't believe this. I don't think there's any verifiable evidence for this. I tried to do my very best in my coverage. And I have maintained that principle since then. I did not jump to conclusions when immediately people were saying on the other side, people, and by the way, they were correct at the end of the day when they were like, oh, the Israeli military killed a bunch of Jewish Israelis themselves. I was familiar with the Hannibal doctrine, but I did not, until there was conclusive evidence, I did not dive into that side either. Okay, I said, we're going to wait and see. Same thing with this. It didn't make sense as to why Hamas would like behead babies or whatever. Okay, or engage in like a kidnapping operation where they also took a side trip, a side quest to do like mass rapes or whatever. Obviously, that also did not make sense. Is this propaganda? This was completely made up. That was completely made up. Zero punishments for those who made this up, by the way, and zero punishments were incurred for repeating it, including but not limited to the motherfucking president of the United States of America, who obviously has a fucking brain tumor, okay? He straight up said it. And it became a news story that it wasn't real. And the president said it, but it went nowhere. It didn't matter. Why? Because it was aligned with American interests. Understand something. Maybe years later, we make a final assessment of the situation and we go, oh, wow, that was really fucked up. Like the WMD lie that allowed us to go into Iraq. Wow, that was really fucked up. What punishments came of that? What happened? There is no deterrence whatsoever for lying like this.
About a systematic campaign of mass rape, which never happened. About babies being cut from the abdomen of their mothers, which never happened.
It did. It did happen, just not on October 7th. That is one of the grossest versions of Hasbara lies. That is a documented atrocity that occurred in Sabra and Shatila. That happened in 1982 in Lebanon, in a Palestinian refugee camp. That literally did happen. It was conducted by phalangist Christo-fascists against Palestinian refugees and Lebanese Shia populations that lived in the Sabra and Shatila camp. And not only did it happen, but also the IDF facilitated that extermination campaign. So that did happen, just not to Israelis on October 7. Which is crazy.
And a whole series of other horrific atrocities. These were deliberately concocted official stories that were being provided in particular.
This is a complete failure of the main responsibility of news media. It was a complete and utter historic fucking failure. Okay? It is crazy. It is crazy that they just like not only got away with this, but no punishments came from just repeating this lie, and people still repeat it to this day. They still repeat it to this fucking day. Yeah. We joke about, as a chatter correctly pointed out, we joke about like another horrifying blood libel that Trump engages in, where he's like, Haitians are eating cats and dogs. We were like, oh, that's crazy. We don't even treat that with the seriousness that it deserves, but that's besides the point. We understand that it's fake and we laugh about it. But when we're doing this at the behest of Israel, when all of these democratic institutions, liberal institutions, are fucking reiterating these falsehoods in an effort to, give just cause to Israel to engage in its fucking bloody campaign against the Palestinian population and all Arabs in the region, doesn't matter. That's real. You got to take it as real.
To a Western audience.
Down to the baby in the oven, by the way. A child was tossed into an oven in 1947 or 1948, whenever Deir Yassin happened. That is a real atrocity that Israel, before Israel existed, committed against the Palestinian population in the village of Deir Yassin. That is a documented atrocity from the Nakba. When they went into the Deir Yassin village and they made a baker, they tried to force a baker to throw his child into the oven. And when he refused to do so, they threw the child into the oven while he watched, and then they threw him in afterwards. Once again, another April 9th, 1948. Thank you, Time Without an OWO. Another real documented atrocity that the Zionist militias engaged in before Israel existed.
In order to create an atmosphere in which the crimes that were to follow would go on unchecked.
Shortly after October 7th, Israel sealed off Gaza's borders, including to foreign reporters. The Palestinian journalists left to tell the story would soon be killed at an unprecedented rate. Israeli forces quickly set their sights on Gaza's healthcare system. One by one, hospitals, swelling with patients and refugees, came under attack.
The difference between this genocide and the other wars that I had been in.
Hasanabi, reconstructive surgeon who also survived the genocide, who was barred entry from the nation state of Germany because he was supposed to attend a pro-Palestinian conference where he was going to speak to the atrocities that he watched unfold in front of his eyes. They barred him. They detained him at the airport and they sent him back to, I believe, England. Straight Nazi shit, okay? Remember that. Straight up fucking Nazi shit. Good job, Germany.
The wars in Gaza, the 2021 war, the 2014 war, the 2012, 2009, and even the war in Yemen, the war in Syria. The comparison between them and a genocide is the comparison between a flood and a tsunami. In Gaza, 50% of the wounded were children, and they remain so. The massacres never stop, the operating rooms never stop, and even when you're doing that, you then discover that you've only treated a small percentage of the wounded.
Israel wanted to begin a campaign to start taking out all of these medical facilities. In part, they were concerned that Hamas combatants were going to be treated in them, but also this was part of a war of annihilation to try to force the Palestinians in Gaza into a constant state of motion, moving.
Remember Al Ahli? Not Al Shiva, Al Ahli? And how much that became a conversation point for defenders of Israel to say, oh, dude, everyone is lying. It was actually Palestinian Islamic Jihad that blew up its own hospital. God forbid, Israel would never do such a thing. And then what happened? Israel blew up every fucking hospital in the Strip. Israel occupied many of the hospitals, including the only cancer ward in the entire fucking Strip itself. With military occupation, they still use it as a base of operations. What happened? What happened?
Moving from one place to another. Nowhere is safe for you, not even a hospital.
A home, a school, a hospital that hosts terrorists is not a home, is not a school, and is not a hospital. It's a terror base.
The Israelis were pumping the public with information that was meant to convince people that hospitals are not really hospitals.
Hamas was using the patients in that hospital as a human shield.
And this was a narrative that we saw unfolding.
It's bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit, by the way. Complete and utter bullshit that is that serve the interests of maintaining a genocide, continuing a genocide. How insane. How incredible.
Almost from the beginning.
By November 10th, just over 1 month into Israel's assault, half of all hospitals in Gaza were out of service. One of them was the Rantisi Children's Hospital, which Israel bombed and then raided after it claimed Hamas was using it to hide Israeli captives. Once inside, military spokesperson Daniel Hagari said Israeli forces had found proof and gave CNN special access.
Evidence, Hagari says, points towards Hamas and possible hostage.
The craziest part about this was that it was such bad propaganda. It was such bad propaganda that required, like, that you could have made better if you had one fucking Arab speaker, okay, that looked through it and was like, hey, don't point to this fucking calendar to say it's a terrorism calendar. Okay? That's it. Like, you needed one. And there are plenty of Israeli Jews who speak Arabic. Like, there are plenty of Arab Jews in Israel. You know what I mean? There's even Druze and Palestinian citizens of Israel that participate in the IDF. You could have just had one fucking guy be like, hey, dude, don't point to the fucking calendar and be like, this is a terrorism calendar. But they don't give a shit.
Presence below the hospital.
Hagari showed CNN's reporter, Nick Robertson, a document on the wall, which he claimed was a roster of Hamas members keeping guard over Israeli captives.
This is a guarding list. Every terrorist has his own shift.
This became quite an embarrassing moment for CNN because it wasn't a Hamas roster at all. It was a calendar and written in Arabic.
Yeah, I don't think it was that embarrassing for them. I think that they just like, it's embarrassing from our perspective, right? Because like we know that it was bullshit, but many people just continued going along with it. They didn't give a shit. That didn't stop CNN, in my opinion, from changing the trajectory of their coverage, from being a little bit more serious. They didn't do it at all. Oh. Anyway, I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad break again. Here it is. If you no longer want to see those ads, well, you can subscribe. My favorite rhetoric against the hospital, schools equals Hamas compounds using civilians as human shields argument is that the Israelis are the ones who send the bombs with this knowledge. They are more immediately guilty ones. Yes. What? CBS has invited self-described mental health expert, DEI strategist and trauma trainer, Dr. Donald Grant, to moderate a conversation on this issue. Oh, it's because, wait. CBS has been roiling after CBS Morning's interview in which anchor Tony DeCoppel pressed Ta-Nehisi Coates over his pro-Palestinian framing of Israel-Palestine conflict, but the interview was celebrated by many, tense and substantive per WAPO, but angered some at CBS who felt DeCoppel brought his own bias. I thought that they were doing the trauma counseling because I think the guy who self-immolated was a CBS, like he was a part of the CBS news team. The guy who tried to self-immolate was a part of the CBS news team. But maybe not. But we'll cover that in a second. We'll get to that.
Arabic was the days of the week. But the report that came out from Nick Robertson just swallowed up Israel's claim.
It happened a couple days ago.
Worse, the allegation that the calendar was a Hamas roster had already been debunked on social media the day before the CNN broadcast. According to multiple CNN journalists and an internal WhatsApp log that we obtained, a Palestinian producer alerted her colleagues, including Robertson, but was ignored. The report went out, first on television, but there was still time to correct it before it went up online. Another producer tried to make that case.
Why did they go along with it, I wonder, despite knowing full well at that point, fucking point that it, you know, it wasn't correct. I wonder what, what led them.
One colleague saw the report.
God, your media sucks. It's so bad, dude. It's so bad. It's crazy to think that I rely more on Zionist newspapers in Israel for adequate on-the-ground real-time reporting than I do with like the New York Times. And I'm not even talking about like Local Call or Plus 972 Magazine or even Haaretz. I'm talking like Ynet has better coverage of what the fuck is going on in Israel and in Gaza than fucking New York Times does. It's crazy. It is crazy. It is so fucking embarrassing. And I think it's partially because, and I've talked about this quite a bit, because like media criticism is like a big part of what I do. It's because Ynet or all of these other papers don't actually have to do the propaganda to an audience that has been served it for years and years and years. So they already have this opinion in mind, so they can be like more honest in their coverage. Whereas like the New York Times is weighing the Western reception to these actions more. Like, that's probably what it is. That's what it is, because like Western newspapers also have to weigh Israel's like horrifying actions with its reception in the Western world to the uninitiated who aren't as primed as like the broader Israeli society is.
And flagged to Nick, hold on, people are saying that this is not accurate. And apparently Nick said, are you meaning to say that Hagari is lying to us? So there was a chance for this to get...
I know for a motherfucking fact CNN producers know that the the IDF is unreliable. Okay? I know for a fact. I know from former producers that literally know. American news teams know that Israeli spokespeople are the least reliable, most consistently lying people that they have on board. 1,000%. CNN knows it. I can tell you with certainty. Okay? They know. They just don't give a shit. Okay? No, I have the timestamp still open. Don't worry. It's on the other. It's on my other monitor.
Get stopped, but Nick was adamant and it went out. He's a very experienced correspondent. If you are trusting the Israeli government over your own colleagues, then you need to have your wrist slapped at the very least, because your reporting has given cover to the Israeli operation.
No proof would ever emerge of captives held at the Rantisi hospital. Meanwhile, Israeli forces had turned their attention to the Shifa hospital, the largest in the Gaza Strip, responsible for 40% of its healthcare capacity. They began by releasing an animated video of a tunnel network beneath the hospital, which they described as Hamas's command and control center.
The White House and Pentagon today confirmed my reporting yesterday that the U.S. has intelligence suggesting...
This was so crazy, bro. Jake Tapper had a byline on CNN before the Al-Shifa attack where he was like, my sources literally fucking gave me evidence that Israel was going to attack Al-Shifa, and here's the just cause for it before they attacked Al-Shifa. CNN went along with that reporting. That was original reporting. That's not Jake Tapper doing commentary. That's Jake Tapper doing original reporting, which is unique, okay? CNN literally said we haven't verified any of the reporting, and still wrote it and still saw it fit the print. How crazy. How insane that CNN chose to print original reporting that was completely unverified and unsubstantiated. So much so that they literally still they put that in the article, the top of the article. There was like an editorial note. We have not been able to verify any of these claims. It's like, why are you writing it then? Why are you seeing that it is fit to print? Like, that's ridiculous. For Jake Tapper, I don't necessarily think Jake Tapper is the rugged ultra-Zionist. I think for Jake Tapper, it's a little different. I think he is ambitious and motivated by the pure hatred that he feels for Muslims. I've covered Jake Tapper for quite some time, okay? He is just a massive Islamophobe, okay? He is obviously ambitious. He's a careerist. He knows exactly what to say to maintain his status in American media. And beyond like the Zionist social conditioning that I'm sure he went through and his genuine belief that Israel is doing great, I think the major motivation for him is his Islamophobia, which he does not even fucking hide. He doesn't need to hide it, because in American news, you can be as Islamophobic as you want. Overtly, okay? That's it.
Hamas is operating a command center under the Al-Shifa hospital.
As Israeli forces closed in on the hospital, those claims were repeated, often with little to no pushback on Western news outlets.
And did the IDF show you anything that resembled an actual command and control center?
What we saw, Kana, was a pretty sophisticated looking tunnel.
The New York Times and other news organizations began to then create their own renditions of.
Remember when they didn't have anything to show for it, by the way? The only thing that they could show for it was like literal fucking tunnel systems under the hospital that were not in use, that they own by their own admission was not in use, that they had actually sealed off those tunnels months prior. How crazy. No, there weren't even any weapons in the fucking tunnels, dog. They brought weapons, small arms, and claimed that it was inside of the fucking MRI room.
What they, I guess, imagined Hamas had underneath Al-Shifa hospital, promoting the narrative that something very nefarious is taking place. That was the moment, and you can trace it, that the floodgates were opened for the Israelis, that they perceived that they now had
a live ammunition next to a huge electromagnet. Good one.
Green light to wage war against Palestinian hospitals and medical facilities in Gaza.
Do you have what you need to treat people?
So we've run out of burns dressings, and there are over 100 patients with burns covering over 40% of their bodies.
One of probably the most distressing aspects about that period when I was working at Shifa Hospital is that we were getting hundreds and hundreds of wounded. The bombing around Shifa was continuous. And so you'd get phone calls, and all the Western journalists wanted to ask about was, when you walk around, do you see any tunnels?
Israel continues to maintain.
I remember. That was insane. Doctors who are treating children, doctors who are directly treating children's like bullet wounds and you know, taking out fucking bomb shrapnel out of their skulls, were consistently being interrogated in the Western press as though they were, you know, also Hamas, that everyone is Hamas. These are Hamas doctors who were hiding the secret of the Hamas tunnels under the fucking hospitals, dude. If you directly read Hebrew media as a foreign reader, you lose your mind. On the one hand, our headlines and info organization are often way more unhinged than Western news, but Hebrew media also includes stories which don't reach international media, whereas an Israeli reader, you'd be preconditioned to place them in the correct framework. Like, imagine if a kid gets shot for throwing stones at a soldier. As an Israeli, that's okay because stone throwing equals terrorism. For anyone else, though, yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, Hebrew media gets to fucking adequately report, like accurately report whatever the fuck's going on because it's, you know, facing an audience that is already primed into believing that these people are monstrous barbarians that deserve it no matter how young they are. But Western news can't cover it in that same vein, because if they were to cover Israel and Israel's actions with the accuracy that they would cover anything else, or with the accuracy of a foreign adversary's violent actions against an ally, for example, you would literally lose your fucking mind. You'd be like, this is insane. This is the most insane country on the fucking planet. Why in the ever-loving fuck are we giving unlimited weapons to this fucking nation of psychopaths, dude? What the fuck? A lot more people would feel as you do if American news covered this stuff with the same accuracy that they cover like Russian actions, okay?
Beneath it in underground tunnels, Hamas has a command center. Is this something that you're aware of?
So, I mean, first of all...
And if you say that I've never seen any of the tunnels, then you are dismissed immediately.
After 2 weeks of bombing the Shifa compound, Israeli forces stormed the hospital on November 15th.
The target of the war is to defeat Hamas.
Once again, Daniel Hagari was there.
not giving Israelis a pass here, but like we have Americans that think shoplifting is also something that should be punished by death. So it's not like exclusively an Israeli thing. No, we have our own very violent attitude towards crime and punishment as well. You're absolutely correct on that. Actually, Israel and America are like this when it comes to fucking the draconian attitude that they display towards especially black and brown people that commit any kind of infraction. However, Americans still look at Israel by and large, unless they're like super fucking primed with social conditioning that maintains this idea that like Israel is this moral country, this democracy, this non-apartheid regime. Most Americans look at it as a foreign nation. They don't really fucking fully understand it. So when they have that that question, okay, when they have that like missing puzzle piece in their brain where they're like, I understand, okay, Israel is an ally, I guess, okay, but I see them doing like a bunch of violent shit. Why is America still giving them like unlimited weapons? Why haven't they stopped it? Why hasn't America, the most powerful nation on the planet, stopped it? Like stopped this atrocity? I don't want to even think about this anymore. You have two ways that you can go in that. One is my way, which is this is a direct consequence of America basically fucking dying as an empire, but wants to maintain whatever the fuck kind of allegiances, like hard-fought allegiances they have in the region. Israel is very valuable from that perspective, so they can fucking pack that shit up, give Israel as much territory as possible in its last-ditch effort, and then move on to the real enemy here, China. Or the other side of the story, which is a much easier one to fucking identify with, is that Jews control the fucking media, okay? And a lot of Americans are not making that assessment. They're not making a materialist analysis on the situation. They're not looking at like broader global events and recognizing why America is making the mistake of like continuing Israel's bloody conquest, even if their genuine ambition is just basically business as usual foreign policy. They're going in the other direction. They already have a lot of fucking underlying anti-Semitic attitudes that they kind of just like never really consider. They brush aside, right? Where it's like, yeah, maybe Jews are good money people, or maybe Jews are very powerful and in media and all this shit. Like a lot of Americans do have this sentiment. They don't really like lean into it or think about it. But when you have that underlying sentiment right there, it's a super easy fucking switch to just go full tilt anti-Semitic conspiracy. It's super simple, especially when you have what is presented as the Jewish state and being incredibly violent, and everyone who's defending this state's violent actions as like as a defense of Judaism. How the fuck are people supposed to think about this clearly? We are priming an entire nation, the entire Western, everyone in the Western Hemisphere to be anti-Semitic. Okay?
To show the world some weapons he claimed belonged to Hamas.
How is the U.S. dying? Don't flame. I just want to understand your perspective. If you, I mean, where do I begin? America has spread its imperial ambitions so far and so vast that they have spread themselves too thin. Okay? They couldn't even mount enough of a defense against Russia invading Ukraine. That is a failure on one front. They can't maintain permanent occupation in the Middle East. Like, it's like our military is very strong still. It's significantly more powerful than most other countries. I mean, by a wide margin. But we are spread far too thin. You also have another country out there that is engaging in a shit ton of soft power initiatives that are otherwise very successful. I'm talking about China, of course. China is basically, even Russia, to a certain degree, is basically taking advantage of like American violence and the way that that violence has been experienced in the global South, in the third world, by being like, no, 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 we're fighting against American imperialism here. Okay, by you know, exercising their territorial ambitions in Ukraine. That is the reason why so many people in the global South are fucking pro-Russia. You might be shocked to find that out, because they see it as like, well, those guys are fighting the people that have fucked us over for years and years and years. That's like genuinely how people view it. It's not correct, by the way. I'm just letting you know. I don't believe that. I don't agree with that. But that is the way many people examine the situation. It's the BRICS narrative as well.
Alongside some tunnels, many of which were built by Israel in the 1980s. Nothing that remotely resembled a command center. Since the raids on Shifa and Rantisi, every hospital in Gaza has been attacked, put out of service, or demolished. Witnesses have described mass executions, including of patients and medical staff, testimonies that barely registered in the Western news cycle.
The hardest, most terrifying thing I saw was when they were executing people right in front of us. They dig a hole, throw 5 or 6 people in it, then bury them. Yeah, and we saw the burials, the aftermath of them at least. More importantly, we cannot secure trade relationship with developing nations. We cannot provide enough enticing loans that allow us to take control over vital extraction industries that moves global capital away from America towards China. Yes. And while China is still operating on the dollar when they're engaging in this, it doesn't matter, because there's a tremendous amount of soft power that they get out of this equation. And America cannot maintain its global empire. America cannot maintain its global empire without the UN, without these international organs of justice, without like the international rule-based order. I have repeated something that I find very scary if you are invested in the continuation of American empire, that I don't think people understand. 800 military bases around the world right now is viewed as a global security partnership. But if soft power capabilities diminish as a direct consequence of America's like bloody war in the entire region, as they already have for the past 20 fucking years, with the invasion of Afghanistan, with the invasion of Iraq, and many other things that America has done, okay, all of a sudden, that's 800 military bases that are invading every fucking country on the planet. You do not want your security partners to start developing resentment towards you. Even if the governments themselves, like the fleet of planes and whatnot that they get, and the sweet little toys that they are able to purchase as a direct consequence of the security partnership, even if they like it, the population is going to have a different perspective on it. And all of a sudden, when the population has a very different perspective on it, governance changes. What do? You do not have enough money and you do not have enough control over these different countries to be able to quell and squash any sort of real popular sentiment and popular resentment against America that these countries will have, especially if they start recognizing that their government is aligned with the United States of America and American imperialism, but not necessarily aligned with their interests. This is a very delicate situation in the Middle East, especially so, right? It is incredibly delicate. Why is it incredibly delicate? Because the populations of these Gulf states absolutely find Israel to be a parasitic force in the region, a violent force in the region for understandable reasons. The governments, on the other hand, or the kingdoms, on the other hand, like the security contracts that they get, like the toys that they get, like the trade that they can do with Israel, like the good favors that they get in the Western world, They have an ultimately very different way of interpreting this relationship. There is a very delicate balance for a lot of these countries. They have to basically stop popular resistance to the best of their ability by saying, oh no, Israel is the big bad, you're right, while simultaneously still continuing to have normal trade relations with Israel, which they have maintained for many, many decades at this point, just not on paper. That's why the Abraham Accords was so significant. Okay? That's why you see people like Erdogan, a NATO nation with the second largest NATO military, have a very different attitude towards Israel. He chirps quite a bit about Israel. He has historically, but he's also known where his bread is buttered. He still ends up, delivering energy to Israel, for example, through Turkish pipelines that go from Azerbaijan through Turkey to Israel, right? That analysis does not change. That he can chirp a lot, right? But ultimately, he knows what to do. You're gonna get banned, ha ha ha. What? Why? What? Are you okay? Let's raid France. You okay, man? Bro was in here for r/plays, but he's been gone for quite some time. Anyway, let's continue.
Mass graves were found with hundreds of bodies.
Over 800 health workers, doctors, nurses, paramedics who've been killed. That kind of dismantlement of health was a critical component of the genocidal machine, because what that did is it ensured that anybody who's wounded die of their wounds, and that anyone with a chronic disease would eventually die of that disease.
I know you can't see the vid because there's TOS in it right now, so I'm hiding the video.
The famine, and so the wounded are now dying because they are malnourished.
This, they say, is a Hamas tunnel that connects to a tunnel network underneath the Al-Shifa hospital.
The Western media was critical to the process of demonization of the Palestinian health system. And what is shocking is that when the Israelis went into Shifa and there were no real evidence of these bunkers, these media outlets did not recant their original stories.
Jody Rudoran spent 2 decades as a reporter and an editor for the New York Times. She rejects the idea that these features of Western news coverage are the result of any inherent bias.
I begin from a premise that most journalists who are covering conflicts are doing so because they believe that bearing witness to what governments and terror groups do to each other is critically important to the functioning of democracy and of a civil society. These people are trying their very hardest to do the very best that they can. What I think is not true is that there is any kind of systemic bias, like in the structural editorial processes of these newsrooms. I think these newsrooms are trying to report a 360-degree view of an extremely complicated storyline that many of the actors in the storyline don't want to acknowledge the complexity of.
Western news outlets are not monoliths.
Israeli soldiers have been filmed standing over stripped and kneeling detainees in Gaza. But these are medical staff.
Arjumana Karachi and colleagues spent weeks documenting an attack in January that killed more than half of the members of one family.
Many mainstream journalists do try to speak truth to power, and their reporting has, at times, undercut Israel's claims, exposed its war crimes. Journalists at the Times, CNN, and the BBC have told us it can be a struggle to get those stories past editors. Israel's denial of access into Gaza has made the job even more difficult. But it's the larger trends, rather than individual examples, that shape the effect that media coverage has on audiences. On the Gaza story, they have been quantifiable and point in one direction. A study by the news website The Intercept of post-October 7th coverage by the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the LA Times found that Israeli deaths were covered on average 16 times more often than when the victims were Palestinian. Words like slaughter and massacre.
That's really crazy to think about, because the Israeli deaths occurred in a matter of 48 hours. And then for 12 months, 40 times more Palestinian deaths have occurred in the process. So that 16 times more likely conversation is even more damning when you think about the differences. Like, it is crazy. And this once again does not factor in when people talk about the 42,000 or 43,000, 44,000 deaths of Palestinians. That number is directly killed by Israeli rockets, Israeli bombs, or Israeli ammo, okay? That number is very conservative. It is a conservative undercount, okay? That is deliberate. The reason why they do that is they are showing specifically the people that have been killed, that they know have been killed by Israeli rockets or Israeli bombs or Israeli bullets, okay? The far greater number of casualties as a consequence of not being able to get their fucking medication is significantly larger. That's why the Lancet study estimated that it was most likely going to be 180,000, which was, again, also a conservative estimate as well. Because there are a lot of people who are sick in Gaza. If you don't have access to insulin, you're going to fucking die. That is not counted as a death caused by direct Israeli rocket fire. Okay?
Were used to describe attacks that killed Israelis at least 60 times more frequently than for mass killings of Palestinians, when those terms were almost never used.
The New York Times headlines are filled with volume after volume of story where Palestinians appear to have been killed in a mysterious attack waged by no one. Palestinians are always referred to as dying in the passive tense. It's very clear that there is an agenda from the leadership of the New York Times, and that's been attested to.
Deadly airstrike hits area of Gaza that many have fled to. Who did that? Who did that? How did they do that? How could this have happened?
By whistleblowers in the newsroom who said that it's very clear that they're steering coverage in particular direction and that Palestinians are subjected to a different set of standards than Israelis when talking about their deaths, their sufferings, or their perspectives.
There was a massacre on October 7th. There were atrocities committed. It was barbaric. I think those were appropriate words to use, and the response was intense. It involved a lot of death, destruction, and displacement. But I'm not sure that massacre, barbaric, and atrocity are appropriate terms, certainly not for the full scale of the war.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's just not. Oh, okay, got it. Thanks. No, I personally think when I see decapitated babies, I assume that is a massacre, But I was wrong. I didn't realize that this was contextually appropriate. It is inappropriate to say that when Israel does a flower massacre, for example, correctly calling it a massacre is actually completely beyond reason. Yeah. Yeah, no, Israelis can never be barbaric. Come on.
There are individual attacks within the war.
Common mistake, happens to all of us. Yeah, no, I'm at the precipice of doing blood libel by saying Israel's even killing children to begin with, despite the fact that they've killed tens of thousands at this point.
That may where some of those words may be appropriate. So it's just, you're talking about two very different things, and they deserve different adjectives.
Yeah.
For Sarah at the BBC, double standards could also be seen in the selection of interviewees and how they were treated. In the days after October 7th, the BBC set up an internal group chat in which producers could vet potential interviewees based on their online footprint. We have obtained messages from that chat, which Sarah says was used disproportionately against defenders of Palestinian rights.
It was overwhelmingly guests on the Palestinian side of things who were being looked into. Palestinians being flagged up for using the word Zionist, which isn't something to flag necessarily. Even the occasional NGO was thrown in, for example, Human Rights Watch.
The craziest, you know what's crazy about this? Dog. Anti-Semitism is far more accepted in these realms of discourse than being anti-Israel. If people wanted to be anti-Semitic, as many are, they openly say it, okay? There is no fucking reason to hide your underlying resentment towards Jewish people in American media, okay? In American social media platforms. There are literally people, I posted this the other day, there are people who in the aftermath of the hurricane, that was just openly being like, well, you know, they do have a weather machine. You know how they are with their weather machine, okay? That person was Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way, a fucking congressperson. Oh, why did we ban this guy who said you're going to get banned? I wanted to hear what he meant. Okay, yes, they can control the weather. It's ridiculous for anyone to lie and say it can't be done. Or this fucking insane account that was like the mayor of Asheville, North Carolina, is Esther E. Manheimer. If you're wondering, yes, she is. Talking about how this Jewish mayor actually caused the atrocity. Actually, anti-Semitic people do not feel the need to shield their anti-Semitic perspectives. Okay, it is insane to be like, there's a massive conspiracy among people who have literally fought against anti-Semitism, people like myself, who are actually secretly using Zionist as a catch-all term to mean Jew. You got motherfucking Holocaust deniers out there, man. You got Holocaust deniers popping off on TikTok. You have Holocaust deniers who are on platforms like Kick, who are popping off on fucking Twitter. It is so ridiculous to be like, oh no, you don't understand. A lot of these guys are just simply trying to shield themselves from being branded anti-Semites. And that's why they use Zionism as a catch-all term. Are there people who do that? Absolutely. Okay. And you can tell they pop off on Twitter when they actually slip, let the mask slip, and very openly say what they truly believe about Jews, right? Having said that, it is ridiculous because most of these institutions care more about people like myself than they do about those actual fucking Nazis, because everyone knows that those guys are Nazis. Everyone knows that they're bad. But for someone like myself, I present a far greater threat to an institution like the ADL. Why? Because I have a shit ton of Jewish watchers, okay? I have a shit ton of young Jews who tune in. I have a shit ton of young Americans who tune in, who see the reality of what Israel is doing and recognize it as being wrong. That is damning to the project of Zionism, significantly more so than someone who's openly been branded an enemy, okay? That's it.
These are organizations that we've really relied on in terms of covering Ukraine and various other conflicts. And now and again, they would check an Israeli guest. But there was no balance in what was going on. Israeli spokespeople who we did have on were given a lot of free rein to say whatever they wanted with very little pushback.
Babies were set on fire. Babies were shot in the head.
Whereas any Palestinian guest was asked to condemn Hamas.
But I want to ask you specifically about Hamas's actions today. Do you support them?
Almost as though condemning Hamas was the sort of price to pay before they could be humanized in our coverage. Many of our own presenters, when faced with an interviewee who was Palestinian or who had lost family in Gaza, there was just such a lack of compassion.
I'm sorry for your own personal loss. I mean, can I just be clear, though? You cannot condone the killing of civilians in Israel, can you?
As a result, a number of producers were really reticent about putting a vulnerable Palestinian guest in front of a BBC presenter.
The mounting double standards have provoked a backlash in the newsrooms of many Western outlets. Journalists at the New York Times and the BBC have resigned publicly, citing their consciences. Others have tried to change things from the inside. BBC staff have repeatedly complained to the network's Director General. One email we obtained, signed in February by more than 20 journalists, warned the corporation's coverage risked aiding and abetting genocide. Staff at the Times leaked details of an internal rebellion over a now notorious report that claimed Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th, an allegation that was exposed as baseless. 70 journalism professors have demanded the Times do an investigation into that report. The Times did conduct an investigation, not into its story, but to find the source of the leak. Numerous journalists we have spoken to describe variations of the same theme: interference from executives and editors, the kind they have never faced on any other story.
There's a divide between the many good journalists within CNN who jump through so many hoops to tell the true story, and pushback from high-level management demanding that you tone down criticisms of Israel. There was a period of time when we couldn't call airstrikes in Gaza airstrikes unless we had confirmation from the Israelis.
A massive explosion at the largest refugee camp in Gaza. Joining us now is Lieutenant Colonel Richard Hecht.
It's really depressing because we would not be doing this in any other place. We would not tolerate the need to ask, say, the Russians whether they bombed a hospital in Kiev. So the double standards are really shocking. You try and change managers' minds, you feel like you're making progress, and then something happens, and you feel like you're back at square one. For example, more recently, on the day that 40,000 Palestinian deaths were announced, Mike McCarthy, who's number 3 in the organization, said in the morning editorial call that we need to contextualize and hold Hamas accountable. And that was reflected in the framing from the shows.
The Gaza Health Ministry says more than 40,000 Palestinians have been killed since the October 7th Hamas massacre in Israel that triggered the war.
Multiple journalists, in emails, in meetings, have raised concerns about a lot of the things I've said in this interview. The disparity in the language used, the inconsistency in approach compared to other story areas like Russia and Ukraine, the lack of humanization when it comes to Palestinians, the lack of context about this conflict before the 7th of October. And it hasn't really made a difference because there's just a sort of unwillingness among the executive to accept evidence. For me personally, it meant I could no longer see my future at the BBC.
The lessons learned in 1945, if mankind would remember them, could make the world a better place for all men.
In the wake of the World War II Holocaust, Western governments built a new international legal order, a central pillar of which was the prevention of any future.
So, obviously, obviously it's pretty like, I mean, it's pretty obvious what the fuck's going on here. Okay. Smaller Twitter account, but it goes exactly what you were saying about Nazis feeling the need to hide them. I mean, yeah, exactly. Hello, after reviewing the available information, we wanted to let you know Heil Hitler meme hasn't broken our safety policies. Yeah. But it's okay. Elon is pro-Israel. He went to Israel, so like the ADL defended him. After he said Jews actually got a taste of their own medicine for doing unrestricted immigration into the Western world. He went to Israel and he packed it up. You know, he reined it in. It's fucking crazy.
Genocide. Since the early stages of Israel's onslaught in Gaza, experts on genocide have been sounding the alarm. In January, the International Court of Justice described a case accusing Israel of genocide as plausible. 2 months later, a report by the UN Special Rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territories found that the threshold for genocide had been met.
We cannot avert our eyes. We must confront genocide. We must prevent it, and we must punish it.
The decision by the United States and its allies to continue supporting Israel diplomatically and militarily makes them complicit.
And may God bless the great alliance between Israel and America forever.
And that has put those news outlets and their journalism to the test, caught between the positions of their own governments and the realities of international law.
This mantra that Israel has a right to defend itself, which has been repeated over and over and over again in Western media.
Israel has a right to defend itself?
Israel has an absolute right to defend itself.
Israel has a right not only to defend itself, but to seek the military destruction of Hamas.
Yes, Israel had a right on October 7th to repel attacks on its territory, but it has no right under international law to make war.
Huh. Interesting. Craig Mokaber, who is infinitely more knowledgeable, alongside Francesca Albanese, who is still currently the UN Special Rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territories, are both saying exactly what I've been saying since October 7. That's crazy. That's crazy that they are the fucking pallbearers, basically, of international law, recognize the illegality. But hey, the fuck do I know? I'm a terrorism defender and also not a YouTuber or a kick streamer who's like fucking pro-genocide unconditionally. So get your notes not from these people, but from those guys instead.
On the Gaza Strip, a territory that, according to the law, it is occupied for 57 years. So that little rhetorical device of claiming that Israel has a right to defend itself has been used and abused in Western media to provide justifications for wholly unlawful acts.
Israel has a right to defend itself. That was the editorial line that was drilled into us, into all of our coverage. It was really an integral part of the editorial stance. To a guest talking about, Israeli airstrikes killing Palestinians in Gaza, that would be the response from our presenters.
Denying access to food is collective punishment, and that we should all be clear in saying that.
Israel will argue, obviously, that it has a right to defend itself.
People were terrified of using the word genocide in coverage. They still are. You will very rarely see it in any BBC coverage. And if an interviewee says the word genocide,
this is a genocide happening in front of our eyes.
We have, that word, as you know, incredibly emotive, and the Israelis, as you know, will be saying that they are targeting Hamas only.
the presenter will almost always panic.
The Labour Party, of all political parties, which has always had a strong peace contingent within it, is now actually supporting genocide.
Okay, if we can maybe just avoid that language, if that's okay.
Having destroyed Gaza's healthcare system, Israel has laid waste to virtually every town and city there. It has slain more journalists in 1 year than were killed in all of World War II. They are among at least 41,000 Palestinians killed. And experts say the real death toll could be several times higher, in excess of 150,000. The response from Israel's primary Western allies has been one of denial about the depths of the horror and their own complicity. As for the Western world's most influential news outlets, they have suppressed the story, amplified the Israeli propaganda that has accompanied it, and downplayed the telltale signs of genocide.
Western mainstream media have invested a lot in trying to draw a curtain across this genocide and disseminating an alternative narrative that makes the crimes happening in Gaza somehow justifiable. And the reason this is so dangerous is because it creates room for Western countries to create a cloak of impunity, and it creates a sense that some countries are above the law, that might makes right, that all of the efforts to build an international order since the Second World War governed by the rule of law may begin to crumble.
It is impossible to overstate the role that the incendiary media coverage played in the events that would unfold after Hamas and its allies broke down the fence that surrounds Gaza.
You're not Hamas. Israel is a democracy, and as a Jewish state, supports and believes in every life mattering.
Israel was able to perform in front of the world a master class in manipulation of the media. And so you had a narrative set that Netanyahu and Biden on their own would not have had the power to drill into the minds of the public, but for the existence of major Western news organizations promoting it for free.
They're not only morally culpable, but there is precedent for the record for criminal culpability as well. I'm not even joking. Like, during the Nuremberg trials, journalists who participated in covering up Nazi atrocities were also deemed criminal. Just saying. I think very carefully. I'm sure the Nazis didn't think that they were going to lose until the very last moment either. You know? And that their actions would never come back to them.
In the future, when we have a museum for this genocide, we will have a special place where we put the pictures of the journalists, who allowed it to happen. There will be a wing for the CNN and the BBC and the Times journalists who were the enablers of the genocide. The Palestinian people will remember them.
CNN said it was a complex story. It's funny to say that, like, oh, this is such a culturally and politically divisive global event. They said that about abortion too. For the record. It was not. It never was. But if you read mainstream reporting on the matter leading up to the Roe v. Wade overturning, I would lose my fucking mind. Probably lost hair follicles because of the both sides have some issues on this divisive topic, arguments. Anyway. Did this happen already? The Harris planting a tree thing? Did we miss it? Trump is going to do his remarks on October 7th remembrance event. Let's take a look at CBS
paused
Mornings.
this morning to mark 1 year since that terrible Hamas attack that sparked the war in Gaza. One ceremony was held at the site of a music festival where hundreds of the victims were killed. Over the weekend, there were demonstrations around the world in support of both Israel and the Palestinian people. The October 7th attack, we all remember this, stunned the world with stories of horror and brutality. 1,200 people were killed in those attacks. Since then, the fighting in Gaza has been raging with tens of thousands dead. Elizabeth Palmer is in Israel at one of the areas attacked last year.
Good morning. This is Kibbutz Be'eri, about 3 miles from Gaza. And reminders of the massacre are everywhere, like the burned out house you can see behind me. It's where Hamas murdered Yuval Haran's father and kidnapped his mother and 6 other members of the family. It's just one of the traumatic stories that Israelis are reliving today, a year after the October 7th attack. The attack began with Hamas terrorists shooting their way out of Gaza.
Damn, dude. That's crazy. I hadn't heard this. I'm glad for some new, refreshing perspectives from our journalism. It's been a year and the government still hasn't even fixed a goddamn thing. They really don't give a shit about their citizens. Yeah. Well, I mean, for the kibbutz, it's like much better to leave them distraught and leave them like that so you can fucking point to it and be like, see, look at this house. Look at this house. Shooting their way out of Gaza is a 10-10 line. Yeah, it's like a weird editorial quirk that they like kind of left in there that goes against the prevailing narrative that these guys are, you know, they were living happily inside of Gaza and then they anti-Semitically decided to attack Israel. Yeah, they were. Like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. They shot their way out of their fucking concentration camp. It's 100% correct. And if you are knowledgeable on the matter, then you fucking recognize that obviously Israel sets the standards for the violence. Thing is, a lot of the October 7th coverage rings hollow when you've used it to justify genocide for the past 12 months. You can't like try and relitigate this stuff when people have heard it, the exact same sentiment expressed over and over again. Anytime a fucking school is bombed, anytime a mosque is bombed by Israel, anytime an orphanage is struck by Israel, and like tens of thousands of children are burned and dying in the rubble, and Israel's like, well, remember October 7? Like, yeah, dude, we know. We know. But the reality is you can't message your way out of the actions at this point. Like,
Asked Israeli border security to launch a pitiless attack on young people attending a music festival. It was chaos, a killing spree, and mass kidnapping.
another thing that's like pretty crazy about this situation is that like the music festival was being conducted on the border of a goddamn Israeli air prison, open air prison. Not only was it being conducted there, but there was obviously information ahead of time that this would not be a good idea. Israel, in all of its fucking hubris and arrogance, let it happen anyway. Yeah, zone of interest, 100%. They didn't give a shit. They didn't give a shit at all. Yeah, I know they played EDM music at the October 7th ceremony. I know, I saw. They even extended the fucking Nova Music Festival by 1 day, despite forewarning that it would not be a good idea. Why do we know all of this? Because there's an active lawsuit against the Israeli government. Just so you know. You won't know, you might not hear about it in American news, but obviously, if your fucking loved ones died, you probably want answers for it. You know, regardless of how much you want death and destruction from those who killed them, I think you're going to want to know what kind of like security flaws existed, and you're going to want closure, which is why the family members of those who were killed at the Nova Music Festival have opened up lawsuits against the Israeli government. Everything you need to understand about Israel, or everything you want to contextualize about like Israeli actions post October 7, can be defined with one very simple, albeit reductive, concept. The Israeli government cares more about bloody imperial ambition and conquest than they do about the livelihoods and their lives of their own citizens. That's it. Okay? That was clear from October 7. when there were Palestinian resistance forces and even other unaffiliated elements like criminal elements and whatnot that penetrated the Israeli border wall and went into Israel proper. Okay? And they were wreaking havoc, overtaking positions, taking over military command. And Israel's first action was to bomb Gaza. Israel's second action was to bomb its own citizens. They were more predisposed with fucking immediately punishing Gaza. Okay? Just so you understand, they care less about their own citizens than they do. They care less about their own citizens than they do about gaining territory. Okay? Why didn't Hamas attack Israeli military instead of innocent civilians? Yeah, good question. I don't know if you know this, but they did. They fucking shred through Israeli military installations. They did. How are you 12 months late? $1,200 people dead, killed. 400 of them directly were in active combat or soldiers. 400. The ratio is 800 to 400. What's interesting about this ratio is that it is a far better, far more moral, if you want to consider it that, ratio in terms of enemy combatant to civilian deaths. Just so you understand. This is before we even think about, Israeli army reservists and those who were not on active duty in uniform, but had actually been conscripted in the past. Remember, if you look at that number, it's like virtually every single fucking Israeli citizen that was killed or captured it would be considered a valid military target. I'm not saying that. I'm not considering that because I'm not Israel. Israel literally would never make that distinction. They kill literally civilians, like straight up babies on a regular fucking frequency without ever even feeling remotely sad about the prospect, without ever having to address said crime. Like, can you imagine if someone was like, all right, Israel killed this guy. He used to be a Hamas guy, but he's no longer in combat, so he counts as a civilian casualty? Fuck no.
There and on nearby kibbutzim, where 101 people were murdered, some burned alive in their homes, and even babies abducted. Israel's response was immediate. It bombed Gaza, then sent in ground forces. The mission? To destroy Hamas and rescue the hostages. A year later, neither has been accomplished. 97 hostages taken on October 7th are presumed still to be in Gaza, along with 2 million Palestinians trapped in a sliver of land the Israeli military bombs every day. The target, they say, is Hamas. The collateral damage can be anyone else, no matter how small.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of brutal. CBS Morning's kind of fucking... I mean, they started off with the both sides shit, but goddamn. Like, I mean, they literally are... They're arriving at, like, what many people recognize, like, pretty early on. It's, I guess, here's hoping that this is a genuine change of attitude. In the 1 year anniversary of October 7, if they're still being like, yeah, dude, Israel's fucking blowing shit up. It's completely unacceptable. That's definitely a change of attitude overall from their regular coverage. Calling it collateral is still demonic. I agree. I agree. Make no mistake. It's still not where it's supposed to be if this was honest and decent reporting. But, you know, it is a change of attitude that I do recognize. You should recognize that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and sometimes it comes 21 minutes into the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here is the 3-minute ad break now.
As for the physical destruction, on a recent visit to southern Gaza with the military, we saw nothing but ruins. Recent polling data shows a slim majority of Israelis want the war in Gaza to end in a deal to bring the hostages home. Easier said than done. Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, in hiding, is stalling on a deal and vowing to fight on.
I spoke too soon. That's just a lie. Wow. I spoke too soon. That is an abject lie. That's insane. Hey, how did Yahya Sinwar become the negotiator? Can anybody prime me on this? Because I remember a different guy who was the negotiator. His name was Ismail Haniyeh. How did Yahya Sinwar become the negotiator on the ceasefire? Oh, that's right. Israel assassinated the principal negotiator that was responsible for Hamas's Politburo, who was responsible for the civil governance and not responsible for the military at all. Oh, shit. I mean, I'm sure they're going to mention that here in the reporting, right?
And millions of Israelis believe Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his ultra-right allies are stalling too.
We say that our government are full of excuse my language, and they do nothing. Our Prime Minister is a liar.
Over the past month, Israel's government has led the country into a bigger, riskier war.
It's crazy, bro. You are literally outflanking the Israeli protesters. CBS showing how anti-Semitic this Jewish Israeli man is for protesting against the Jewish state, the only Jewish state. Does he not know that this is the only Jewish state? What the fuck? It's weird, man. It's I don't understand why you're. Yeah, it must have been a classic self-hating Jew, I think. This is what I mean, like, bro, before the Lebanese invasion, which definitely benefited Netanyahu's like propaganda purposes, like the Israeli society was on the fucking verge of collapse. They were freaking the fuck out about Benjamin Netanyahu refusing to fucking deal with Hamas with a diplomatic solution. They were angry. Understandably, they were more aware of who was at fault than Americans are, because American media covers it as like Hamas is responsible for not dealing with Israel. Anyway. Wait, what? Bro, this chat is awesome. The guy that worked with Hitler Law. 1 year in Israel still standing. Why are these plebeian Hamas and Hezbollah even still trying, man? What was he responding to? You will not. You're going to love who he thought worked with Hitler. Yasser Arafat. I at this point, I am firmly committed. If you are a defender of Israel, you either are at least like equipped with the Hasbara talking points and you can appear knowledgeable, or you're the dumbest person on the planet. Like this guy who is defending Israel in the chat said Yasser Arafat worked with Hitler. So many people that defend Israel that think like, oh, Israel's so fucking sick. Like, why are they even trying to resist against Israeli genocide? Are just stupid. That's it. So stupid that it's like virtually impossible to deal with them. Like they're not.
Most of the hostages' families fear that means a death sentence for their loved ones. As one speaker said at a memorial we attended this morning, we all know this war is going to end in an agreement. It's just a question of how many lives will be lost between now and then. Gail?
We still want the end sooner rather than later. Thank you, Elizabeth Palmer, reporting from southern Israel.
Overseas now to the Middle East, where Israel observed a moment of silence marking 1 year since the October 7th war, since the massacre by Hamas. Right now, the war is being conducted on multiple fronts, with Israel intensifying attacks in Gaza and in Lebanon, and the region bracing for a possible Israeli strike on Iran. Matt Gutman is on the scene in Israel. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, George, from the youth village of Kfar Aza, and you can still see the bullet holes and the burn scars in houses like this. And the last time I was here about a year ago...
Man, shut the fuck up, dude. Go to Gaza one time, you fucking piece of shit. What do you think Gaza looks like? The entirety of fucking Gaza, dude, for the past 12 months. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sorry, dude. This is nutty. These people have no respect for the fucking dead on the Israeli side either. Like, they're just, it's simply just a talking point, dude. That's it. That's it. That literally is it. Oh, it's collateral damage. The way that they're assessing, the way that they are looking at the dead Israeli Jewish population as nothing but collateral damage. I swear to God, it is just a way to market Israel's territorial ambition. That's it. Oh, look at these bullet holes, man. We didn't fix it. 12 months of genocide. Fucking bloodless charlatans, dude. Monstrous pieces of shit.
They were pulling bodies out of these houses. There were ferocious gun battles with Hamas all around. And a year on, Israel does feel safer, but that war drags on. Just a few moments ago, we heard a series of devastating...
The irony is, I was genuinely asking if you were okay. You time me out for 24 hours for no reason. No wonder why people hate you. You make yourself an unlikable person by punishing people who are here to listen to you. But whatever, I'm going to listen to someone else. How many calories do you eat a day? I'm having anxiety over this. Dude, shut up. She's like Rocky. She's the underdog. Are you voting? You can't be mad today. I didn't even time you out. Lake McGroove did. But they probably did the right thing. It's valid. Dude, really, really, really reconsider your reaction to being timed out. You can still watch, you just can't write for 24 hours. I wasn't even streaming. Okay? I wasn't even streaming in that fucking time frame anyway. Well, I guess this was on 10/3. You didn't get banned. You just got timed out. You got silenced for 86,400 seconds. Do you really think this is a... Do you really think this is a healthy attitude to have? I love you. Can you say I love you back? Huh. There are 32,000 people in here chatting. Chat's going a mile a minute. Sometimes in an effort to make sure the discourse stays on its fucking normal trajectory, we have to silence people who are spamming irrelevant shit. Because I read the entirety of chat. Please. This is unhealthy. This is like almost terrifying, the way you change your attitude because you got timed out. Like you were put in a fucking timeout corner gently for such a short period of time that you're like, I fucking hate you. And no wonder why people hate you, dude, because I got timed out for 24 hours. Like, calm down, man. Please. I think for so many people, it is that simple, though. Like, a lot of people spam shit in the chat, and then Fossabot times them out. They don't know what happened. And then they just, like, develop this resentment. They're like, oh, this guy fucking, like, I hate him. I've been supporting him for years and years, and this is how he treats me. Fuck this guy. I hate him. All of his haters were correct. And then they just, like, rewrite their entire worldview, seemingly in a matter of weeks. Meanwhile, I didn't even know this person got timed out. There are probably people like that in the chat right now. They're like, damn. I hope you recognize most of the time it's not me. You're probably getting auto-modded because you keep spamming the same shit.
Stating airstrikes just across the border in Gaza. This morning, as Israel marks October 7th, the multiple conflicts triggered by Hamas's rampage are escalating. Overnight, the IDF saying they attacked Hezbollah munitions warehouses in Beirut, igniting those fireworks-like secondary explosions. And in Gaza, Israel renewing its ground operations in the north for the third time. Airstrikes hitting a mosque and a school in a designated safer zone. The IDF saying they targeted Hamas command posts. 26 people killed, according to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health, which also says about 42,000 Palestinians have been killed since this war began.
That's insane. They're still doing the Hamas-run health ministry shit. I fucking hate this, man. These guys are such monstrous scumbags. I hope they can't fucking sleep at night for the senseless brutality, the untold senseless brutality that they have been a vociferous defender of. I really do. I hope they have fucking night terrors where they see all of the death, all the dead and the destroyed lives that they have defended to an American public that is simply trying to get fucking informed. Earlier today, the IDF ordered everyone in northern Gaza to evacuate toward Al-Mawazi. practically identical to the orders given on October 14th, calling for a temporary evacuation south with the northern front I doubt will reflect, but Gaza is still a mirror. In 1971, when Ariel Sharon's tanks were ravaging through Gaza City, Mahmoud Darwish wrote, "There can be no total victory with occupation. Gaza will win. She will win. Gaza is a mirror. I think we refuse to look."
And overnight in Israel.
Like, that's crazy, man. Deaths inside of Israel 12 months ago, they still talk and offer humanity to. Deaths that literally happened last night in the hands of Israel to the Palestinians. They just cover as a brief footnote. It's so fucking obvious. It's so disgusting. It is so glaringly obvious, a double standard. They just do not view Palestinians as humans. That's it.
Israel, hundreds gathering at the site of the Nova Music Festival to mark the moment the massacre started there. It was early morning October 7th when Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel, killing about 1,200 people. Those harrowing videos showing mass abductions.
I'm reliving October 7th all the time. It's with me. I'm still in Gaza. I'm still with Keith and the girls and all the hostages.
Aviva Siegel and her husband Keith, who is an American, were among the more than 250 taken from Israel. She was released in a November ceasefire deal.
I nearly died. I'm lucky to be standing next to you. And I'm lucky that I got out. I'm lucky. But I'm the unluckiest person in earth.
She's South African.
Because Keith is there.
What were your parting words to Keith?
I looked at him in the eyes and I said, Keith, you be strong for me and I'll be strong for you.
The memory's still fresh for those in Kibbutz Be'eri. In homes like these, the walls are still scarred with those bullet holes. You can see the ceilings are charred from the fires and the grenades and the RPGs. Yuval Haran's father was murdered at this house.
The terrorists, they brought a digger and they started breaking the window of the safe room.
7 of his family members taken. Thankfully, 6 were returned in that hostage deal, but his brother-in-law, Tal, is still there.
I want to remind people that we are about life, to remind people that when you saw hostages come back in the first deal, how happy you are. I want this happiness again. I don't want war. I just want my family back.
About 100 hostages remain in Gaza. Israeli officials tell me they believe about 50 of them are still alive. Yesterday, I sat down with U.S. Ambassador here, Jack Lew, who's been meeting with the American families, also critical in the negotiations. He told me at this point he would like to be able to give those families some hope, but he says he is not hopeful right now for those ceasefire and hostage release negotiations. George.
Matt Gutman, thanks.
Let's talk about 1 year of war in Gaza.
What? Do you recommend One Day in September docu-movie? Is it neutral and worth watching? Can it respectful sources learn new information? I don't even know what the documentary is. The standard for objective news reporting has to be that a life is a life. A life is worth cherishing no matter what, no matter what background it comes from, no matter what its opinion is. This is not a standard in American news. Okay? The only lives worth cherishing are inside of Israel. All the lives that have been lost, all the lives that have been taken, cut short by the Israeli military are simply treated as collateral damage over and over and over again. That's it.
For Palestinians, it's been 12 months of unprecedented loss and suffering.
Living here in Gaza feels like being trapped in a never-ending cycle of trauma.
كل وادم ما انا عارفه اتنفس
حتى امها ماتت مين بده يرجعها؟
Everything you hear or see about Gaza is just the tip of the iceberg. No photo or video can convey the smell of death, the sound of 24/7 drones. The uncertainty of whether you or your family will make it through another day hangs over every moment of each day.
The number of journalists killed, the number of medical workers killed, the number of schools destroyed, the percentage of amputated children. This is the worst war in modern history.
A lot has happened since October 7th, 2023. So I'm going to run you through some of the main updates on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, what's going on with the Israeli captives, what's going on with Hamas, and where things are at with the ceasefire. Let's start with the human cost in Gaza. Remember, we're talking about a tiny strip of land densely packed with more than 2 million people who can't leave, where Israel has dropped thousands of bombs. More than 40,000 people have been killed, according to Gaza's health ministry. It recently published this list, naming more than 30,000 of the dead. It's 649 pages long. The first 13 pages are all babies under 1. It's not until page 215 that you see the name of an adult.
This year has been a relentless cycle of loss of loved ones, loss of homes, and loss of livelihoods.
أرجو أن تستفيقوا وأن توقفوا هذه الإبادة المتلفزة.
Right now, the UN's highest court is deciding whether Israel's actions in Gaza amount to genocide, an accusation Israel rejects.
Gaza has been devastated by Israel's bombing. By May 2024, more than half of all of Gaza's buildings had been damaged or destroyed, according to the UN. It's not just thousands of residential buildings, but also roads, farmland, mosques, churches, hospitals, universities, and schools.
The landscape is totally decimated and destroyed.
Nearly everyone in Gaza, 90% of the population, has been forced to leave their home. Many people have had to pack up and move over and over again, and are living in bombed-out buildings, tents, and out in the streets.
نزحت من غزة لخان يونس، من خان يونس لحمد، من حمد للجمهور 20 مرة. بعدنا وفقدنا كتير.
المرة السابعة ما ضلش خلص حلونا بكفي.
أنا بدي أعرف واحد يطلع إعلام يقول لي وين الناس تروح؟ عن جد وين الناس تروح؟
The Israeli military has issued dozens of evacuation orders, telling civilians to go to so-called safe zones, while it says it goes after Hamas fighters. But even those zones are coming under fire. Humanitarian agencies say nowhere in Gaza is safe.
Daylight gives you a sense of the power that came from the air. Israel says it targeted various Hamas field commanders. But what that means is that Israel targeted a camp for the internally displaced. Their tarpaulin tents no protection against Israel's military might. Israel deemed this a safe zone.
That was in Al-Mawasi in September. At least 19 people were killed.
Times and times again, we have seen Israel justifying massacres in order to pursue the alleged killing of a militant. But by this token, Israel is given license to kill everyone in Gaza by simply claiming that it was to kill a Hamas combatant. This is indecent. I mean, it's beyond unlawful.
So what's happening with aid delivery? Remember, at the start of the war, Israel imposed a complete siege on Gaza.
When people ask me, like, how can you tolerate watching this every single day? Dog, I live in West Hollywood, Los Angeles, okay? I live in the United States of America. My tax dollars literally go directly to this atrocity. I think it's the least I can do as a person with some level of notoriety, as a person with a platform. The least I can do is try and communicate everything that is happening and try to get others to also recognize the reality. That is my job. That is my responsibility. And that is what I will continue doing. Okay? No matter what kind of penalties I incur in this process, whether I am branded an anti-Semite, whether I have letter writing campaigns that try to stop me from fucking going and speaking at college campuses, or no matter what, it is nothing. It is nothing in comparison to what the average Palestinian child goes through on a daily fucking basis. Okay? We live in the lap of luxury with profound privilege. That's why we must do everything in our power to put a stop to this, to try and get others to recognize what is going on. That's why I always urge you to protest. That's why I urge you to do as much as you can. That's it. It's disgusting.
אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
Israel has been accused of using starvation as a weapon of war, including by the UN's Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food. In a report to the UN General Assembly, he said Israel made its intentions to starve everyone in Gaza explicit. Then, Israel used starvation to induce forcible transfer, harm, and death against people in the north, pushing people into the south, only to starve, bombard, and kill people in newly created refugee camps in the south.
Around 500,000 people are facing catastrophic levels of food insecurity. In other words, they're facing famine. In August, an average of just 69 aid trucks entered Gaza per day, which is a record low. Aid groups say Israel is blocking 83% of the required food aid from reaching Gaza.
On top of all of that, disease is spreading because there's not enough clean water.
The lack of clean water has led to 1.7 million cases of infection diseases that can trigger massive and deadly epidemics, making water scarcity and contamination a silent bomb which has far less visibility than those that destroy buildings, but are no less lethal bomb.
The risk of disease is coupled with a desperate lack of medical care. Doctors Without Borders says Gaza's healthcare system is being methodically dismantled through Israeli attacks, the blocking of aid, and the lack of protection for medical staff. Before the war, Gaza had 36 hospitals. Now, just 17 are partially functioning, according to the UN.
It does feel like people are waiting for death. Death seems to be the only certainty in this situation, in all of this uncertainty. And that's a really horrific reality for people to have on the ground here.
Now, for Israelis, one of the biggest concerns since Hamas's attack in October last year, when more than 1,000 people were killed, has been the fate of the captives.
By the way, while this is like a year of analysis on Gaza, understand that this is Evan Hill from Washington Post Open Source and Visual Forensics Investigations Team. Demolition of buildings along the likely IDF route of advance in Yaroun, Lebanon. This is what it used to look like. This is what it looks like after Israel. Many such cases. It's seemingly endless, okay? It's ceaseless bloodshed and territorial expansion and acquisition. Why should anyone stand idly by and say this is normal? How can anyone look at this and go, well, Israel's in a bad neighborhood? Israel is the bad neighborhood. Israel is responsible for the neighborhood being bad. A study conducted by scholars from various Gaza universities, all of which have now been destroyed by the Israeli military, found that the average Palestinian in the Strip has lost over 22 pounds in weight since October 7th, 2023. Before people say it's not peer reviewed, it's simply not peer reviewed yet. Of course, we know this to be the case. I had a survivor of Israeli genocide on this broadcast last week. He also confirmed his own personal anecdote, his own personal experiences. Another thing he mentioned on this broadcast was that Aaron Bushnell was a hero. However, you need to be alive to keep fighting for the Palestinian plight. Just remember that. I saw some chatter saying some silly shit. Okay? You are more valuable as a person who is alive, who goes out and protests, who lends a voice to the Palestinian humanity and its resilience. You are more valuable alive than you are dead. Okay? Seeing all of this monstrous bloodshed and recognizing your inability to make change in the face of it all should not lead you to do such things. Okay? Speaking of which, CBS News invited a self-described mental health expert, DI strategist, and trauma trainer, Dr. Donald Grant, to moderate a conversation on this issue in an all-staff meeting. Why? According to Puck News, CBS News has been roiling after a CBS Mornings interview with anchor Tony DeCoppel pressed Ta-Nehisi Coates over his pro-Palestinian framing of the Israel-Palestine conflict. The interview was celebrated by many, tense and substantive per WAPO, but angered some at CBS who felt DeCoppel brought his own bias. The pee-pee, the cock pill, the double circ man himself. Okay? This morning on October 7th, CBS News leader Wendy McMahon and Adrian Rourke told staff that the interview did not meet editorial standards for impartiality, though they declined to elaborate on how or why. When they tried to move on, CBS News chief legal correspondent John Crawford criticized the leaders for their decision, saying the following: "I don't even understand how Tony's interview failed to meet our own editorial standards. I thought our commitment was to the truth. When someone comes on air with a one-sided account of a very complex situation, which Coates himself acknowledges that he has, it's my understanding that as a journalist, we are obligated to challenge that worldview." So just understand that, like, the institutional rot is in every aspect of this conversation. You got the fucking chief legal, the chief legal correspondent, John Crawford, being like, excuse me, if someone is saying that they find apartheid to be morally repugnant, that's one-sided. By those very same standards, for the record, if a Holocaust scholar was to go on CBS, and say what the Nazis did was atrocious during the Holocaust, someone on the CBS editorial team is allowed to go, well, you seem kind of one-sided about the Holocaust. If someone were to talk about the apartheid in South Africa and say it's morally repugnant that it existed, a historian, a scholar, an activist, a journalist, the CBS chief legal correspondent is saying, you can't do that. If someone were to go on CBS News and say chattel slavery was an unimaginable atrocity, a stain on the reputation of the United States of America. Someone on CBS would have to say, excuse me, seems a little one-sided. The slave owners had a right to defend their property. Of course, these examples would never happen because those are in the background now. Many of these people have already tried and failed to defend these institutions that turned out unimaginable violence. And now we look back at it as, dark stains in our history. But if it's happening currently, well, then it's complex and nuanced. And how dare you? How dare you say you are morally against apartheid? Crawford. And that's what Tony did. He challenged Coates' one-sided worldview. Coates got the response. It was civil. I don't see how we can say that it failed to meet our editorial standards. Tony prevented a one-sided account from being broadcast on our network about a deeply complex situation that completely was devoid of history or fact. As journalists, that's what we have an obligation to do. So after that process, CBS News is doing trauma counseling. There's another reason, in my opinion, why CBS News is doing trauma counseling, however. And it's not mentioned in this, but I suspect that a part of the reason why they're doing that is because of the one dude who is in the CBS News team that went out to a pro-Palestinian demonstration and tried to not fully self-immolate, but burn his arm, his own arm. That was basically suppressed in mainstream coverage. Here it is. A picture of the moment a journalist allegedly working for CBS has tried to self-immolate outside the White House to protest the biased media covering of the genocide in Gaza. He also screamed, "We spread misinformation." I suspect that might have something to do with it. I don't know if this person is still a part of the CBS News team. Or if he is, or if he was actively a part of the CBS News team at the time, or worked at CBS at a certain point. Some chatters are saying he worked at CBS Phoenix. According to Washington Post, journalists' distress over Israel-Gaza war spurned self-immolation, writing show. Samuel Mena Jr. appears to have grown so disillusioned with his profession that he felt compelled to light himself on fire in D.C. on Saturday to promote his cause. Please watch the Instagram stream, Mena wrote to Micah Warnock Estrada on Saturday, according to a message Warnock Estrada read to the Washington Post. I need at least one pair of eyes on it. Mena did not indicate what he planned to do, so Warnock Estrada watched in surprise as Mena read from a script that expressed disillusionment with the journalism profession, remorse for a perceived role in Palestinian suffering, and commitment to sacrificing an arm to the children in Gaza, Warnock Estrada recalled. I give my left arm to you, Mena wrote on his personal website ahead of Saturday's pro-Palestinian demonstration, referring to the children in Gaza who have lost limbs in a message that Warnock Estrada said echoed Mena's video script. I pray my voice was able to raise up yours, and that your smiles never disappear. Then Mena of Phoenix ignited his left arm, becoming the second person this year to set fire to themselves in the nation's capital to protest Israel's military actions in Gaza. DC police did not identify the man, but Mena's mother, who declined to speak about the incident on the record, confirmed her son was the person burned. Mena did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The local and Arizona organizers spoke with the Post, said Mena and his plans were not known to them. The Post also reached out to dozens of relatives, friends, former colleagues, and classmates of Mena, all whom did not respond or decline the comment. It's not clear how Mena, 6 years after graduating from Arizona State University's journalism school, became so disillusioned with his profession that he compelled to harm himself publicly. What do you mean it's not? It's not clear. What are you talking about? It is pretty clear. I mean, he said why he did it. His posts on the website and social media reflect a person grappling with feelings of outrage, helplessness, and guilt. Though there isn't any indication his job as a local news reporter had him directly covering the Israel-Gaza war. For months, he wrote, he had been asking himself, what are you going to do? Mena was a news photographer for Arizona's Family, a Phoenix-based broadcast network, but was not in Washington in any professional capacity, according to a statement from on the Arizona Family's website. Arizona Family expects its newsroom employees to conduct themselves with neutrality and objectivity, the statement on its website reads. Mena is no longer an employee. It's 4 people who have in whole or in part self-immolated for Palestine this year. Jane Doe in Atlanta, Aaron Bushnell, and a man in Boston outside the Israeli consulate last month, and now the CBS reporter. The rally at which he conducted his extreme act was scheduled to mark a year since October 7, 2023, when Hamas militants attacked Israel, leaving 1,200 dead and taking more than 250 hostages. The attack set off a devastating war, and in the year since, demonstrators have frequently gathered in the Washington region. What about the TrueAnon poster of the Trump trial? Yeah, dog, that guy was not even remotely related to Israel-Palestine. That dude was just insane. I think what did he do? He was like, he said the New York crime family was like directly related. I don't know. I don't even remember what the fuck he was about. That dude was just crazy. Sometimes dudes are just crazy, okay? Yeah. My bad. I thought he said it was Israel. No, he brought up Israel, but in a way that had nothing to do with Gaza. Like he brought up, I think he was saying like NYU is in the pocket of the Italian mob or something, and the Jews were also responsible for it. I don't fucking know. Yeah, he was blaming Robert De Niro for being in cahoots with Joe Biden. That dude was a fucking nutter. Did he survive it or did he die? I don't even remember. Check what Jimmy Normandy said. You got timed out by Foss about Jimmy Normandy. But Jimmy Normandy said, I've seen this before. The reason for the trauma counseling is as first to find the rogue elements within the company, then to counsel them to change their minds. And if the counseling fails, they are considered beyond help and as such are fired on psychological grounds. I don't think you can do that. I think what you're describing is like insanely illegal in a way that like, I'm sure people try to do it, but they won't do it on psychological grounds. They'll say you're not like a cultural fit or something. But even in that situation, if they are so stupid as to do that, there is a major labor law violation in broad daylight in display that you could actually engage in litigation. Remember this shit? Oh yeah, the jihad, the day of jihad. 1 year ago, political figures spread a false terrorism panic that made everyone less free and incited a violence against a child. Yeah, remember the day of jihad that was supposed to happen? Oh. Dude, it's wonderful how much like post that day of jihad shit is like identical to universalizing 9/11, you know what I mean? To like nationalizing it. In the same way that like the anthrax attacks played a formative role. At least that was like a deliberate and calculated way that like, you know, there was some harm caused, people died, they could like make it seem as though that was like there was valid concern. But the day of jihad shit, I think, is just, you know, people operating on autopilot at this point. They don't even Our espionage agencies don't even try to fucking mail anthrax to people no longer. You know what I mean? They're just like, there's already so much resilient Islamophobia that we could just say it's going to happen and then people will believe it. Yeah, I've talked to USC students who have been denied their diploma for participating in the pro-Palestinian demonstrations, who had to fucking write a letter to the school apologizing for being anti-genocide in order to be able to get their diploma. By the way, that's what they do. Straight up. That's like not even a joke. That is 100% a real thing that I know happened to some USC students that I directly talked to. USC, the very same school that refused to let their valedictorian speak because she is hijabi. And they were worried that as a hijabi, she might bring up Israel's genocide. This is institutional rot. This is just pure vitriolic racism, for the record. Speaking of pure vitriolic racism, I wanted to point to this person, a wonderful former friend of the show that is getting blasted on the fucking timeline, just like you're getting blasted by the top of the hour ad break if you are not subscribed at the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Wait, friend of the show. I'm joking. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Can you look at my former chat? Palestinian protests in Denmark is taken over by Trotskyists who have turned the protest into a newspaper stand and enlistment event. Would you still join the protest? Yes. That's just regular. Anytime there's a protest, there's an opportunity to sell newspapers. Here's Brianna Wu. Free Palestine openly calling for violence and terrorism. The KKK regularly came to my college, Ole Miss, to protest, and we let them. It's a free speech issue, but they never openly called for violence like Free Palestine. I need you to understand something. When you let that reactionary dog inside of you chirp, okay, it overtakes your entire brain. And slowly but surely, you go from like, hold up, I'm uninitiated with this Israel stuff. Let me defend Israel unconditionally as it's doing genocide. When your starting point is that, you allow so much insanity to just overtake your consciousness. That's an insane fucking thing to openly state. You're literally just saying like the KKK is better than Free Palestine protesters. I generally agree that we should ignore people like Brianna Wu, but it's also strategically very important to highlight that the most outspoken pro-Israel figures these days publicly make claims such as the KKK never openly called for violence. Very famously, the Ku Klux Klan doesn't call for violence. What the fuck are you saying? The entire organization is built around doing violence. Maybe not to you because you're fucking white. What a fucking idiot. It's insane. Like, saying the KKK is better than the Free Palestine movement is so psychopathic. I don't think there's a lot. Like, what is the avenue for this? I mean, this shit got 2.4 thousand likes, by the way. Like, who is this for? Who is this for? Like, even the other fucking dumbasses who are like, who got like all the NATO flags in the bio, okay? Who are like the gay NATO liberals are like, the KKK have a very long history of violence. You could criticize much of the Free Palestine movement without effectively downplaying the KKK. Not hard to do. You know? Like, you're losing your own fucking fans, dude. This is like already an increasingly small avenue. Like the annoying fucking Biden or busters who... The annoying Biden or busters who are like wrong on every fucking issue and still are firmly committed to this weird ideology that seemingly changes on a daily fucking basis. But you're even losing those guys. So who's this for? Like, who is this for? I do not understand. Who's the guy out there that's like, you know what? You're right. The KKK isn't that bad. The Free Palestine movement is. There is like 8 people that would think this. Because the people that think the Free Palestine movement sucks, also that don't necessarily have issues with the KKK are like they're Klans members, I guess. I don't know. I mean, this is what happens when you escape the hug box a little bit. When you're geared, when your entire fucking worldview revolves around like regurgitating whatever the fuck you read on the Divorcelli subreddit, you come across like an absolute fucking moron. E. Fartlow wanted to say personally and publicly thank you for your year of nonstop allyship and support for the truth. Wanted to say personally and publicly thank you for a year of nonstop allyship and support for the truth. We will never forget that you stood with us during this time every single day. I'm E. Fartlow, and I saw a sign that said free parking, and I thought to myself, Free Palestine? Ah! The Jews are tired. That's right, E. Fartlow, #1 defender of Israel, who is a Scottish woman living in Los Angeles. She's not Irish. She's Scottish. What? 25 lesbian, desister, detrans, American Israeli classic two trick pony writing about gender and Middle East politics. Buy me a coffee, Maya Poet. Tomorrow marks my 1-year anniversary of not wearing a breast binder. On October 7, I awoke to a siren. I didn't have enough time to squeeze myself into the barbaric breast squashing device I had used to pass as a man. I had only enough time to run to a bomb shelter. Amazing. Thank you, Hamas. What? Hamas made me detransition is definitely one of the craziest grifter stances we've gotten out of this site. Dude, okay. Dude, come on. Come on. That's kind of awesome. That's kind of awesome, dude. That is, oh God, this website still got it. It's still, dude, that's cinema. There is nothing. I can't even say anything. I can't cook up something funnier than that, even if I tried. I tried to cook up something and it became a real person. Ryan Ruth, okay? The real world still consistently finds a way to make something infinitely funnier than anything I could dream of, okay? Half of the characters that are like, or half of the news stories that occur now in real life were Cumtown bits from like 5 years ago, okay? Hamas was responsible for my detransition, for me to become a detransitioner, is like not even a bit that I could come up with. I could not come up with that. It's fantastic. Incredible. Statements for the Minnesota Vikings for the 1-year anniversary of the reprehensible Hamas attacks on Israel. Oh, dude. Oh, thank God we got the Minnesota Vikings take on the reprehensible attacks of Hamas. Thank you, Minnesota Vikings. Otherwise, your silence would be deafening. That's incredible. Yeah, no. This person is a grifter. Come on, dude. Dude, detransitioners are so fucking marginal that there's like a handful of them, and every single one of them gets a media job to shit on trans people. Like, they are so statistically tiny. They are like 0.5% of a percent. Like, it's not. There are more outspoken like black Republicans than there are detransitioners, okay? Like, there is not, I don't even talk about them in general. There's just such little fucking freaks. Of course this person is like transphobic as fuck. That's the whole point. Incredible stuff. How can you be a reactionary conservative and look like that? Like, you still look like a lesbian. You're still gonna get the shit beat out of you by your friends. I think a lot of those people, they just like think that. I mean, it's the same principle. It's the same principle with like Sneeko being a fucking Holocaust denier / like white nationalist as like a Haitian Asian dude. You know what I mean? They just think if they like become propped up by these movements, like they'll get some clout. They're just incredibly desperate for it, and they don't really care. To them, it seems like a acceptable avenue. Report from Doll World: we are getting more Blair Whites as of late, though. Not gonna lie, yeah. What are you talking about? Like, aren't there like a bunch of like trans influencers that are trying to do their new version of like Dime Square style, like I love having vocal fry and doing a shit ton of ket and also being like indecipherable in my politics, and I'm also a trans woman who is pro MAGA. And it's like, dude, shut up. You just want fucking attention, okay? Like, that's it. You're not unique at all. I know, I see it. Why do you know what Dime Square is? What do you mean? Like, of course I know what fucking Dime Square is. Half of the podcasts that spawn out of that shithole were all designed around being formerly leftist, like edgy fucking leftists, and now are just like all MAGA diehards. Why are you associating being trans with ketamine? Okay. You have a unique username that kind of fits both of the stereotypes that I was shitting on, but it has nothing to do with you, okay? Oh, Jesus. What is this? That's hilarious, dude. Yeah, Japanese soldiers keeps fighting 29 years after last Red Scare Patreon episode. It's like, give it up. Give it up. Please. Who is this for? I shouldn't have even shown this. This is so sad. No, let's just not. Let's move away from this, please. Anyway. To be honest, getting my diagnosis was just a weight lifted, and finding that the HRT exacerbated my diabetes that gave me weeks to live. That's the only reason why I detransitioned. No, like it is hyper rare, and even in that hyper rarity, most detransitioners detransition because of either social pressure, like anti-trans social pressure, or they or they detransition due to some medical reasons, like you just mentioned. And even then, it's already super fucking rare. And those people still want to medically transition in most of those circumstances. But also beyond that, the detransitioners that like are anti-trans after the fact are like literally, and I mean straight up, like 10 total people. They just happen to be 10 total people that the media handpicks and always like writes articles about, in an effort to make it seem like this is a very common phenomenon. Ollie London comes to mind. All right, let's see what VP Vice President Harris, running for president right now, Second Gentleman Mark, October 7, Hamas attacks on Israel. Let's see how they...
In a few moments, Doug and I will plant a tree here on the grounds of the residence of the Vice President of the United States. And we dedicate this tree to the 1,200 innocent souls in an act of pure evil on October 7, 2023, who were massacred by Hamas terrorists. 46 of our fellow Americans were killed in this brutal terrorist attack, including a singer from Missouri who died shielding her son from bullets, an academic and peace activist who studied in Seattle and who was the grandson of Holocaust survivors, and a dancer from California who was killed alongside her fiancé while attending the Nova Music Festival.
Can you imagine the coverage of the fucking 43,000 dead Palestinians, all that had similar dreams, aspirations, like people who were committed to a life of education, you know, things of that nature? No, of course not. You wouldn't have enough time to fucking talk about it. This is, once again, exclusively humanizing Israelis and simultaneously omitting the humanity of Palestinians. Make no fucking mistake, okay? And I'm not even going to play these fucking games. I know that people will be like, Hassan, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you act like October 7 wasn't an atrocity? It's been 12 months, okay? If you cared about the humanity of all people, you would have stopped Israel a long fucking time ago and given a lot of these people in Israel the time to fucking grieve, instead of using the slain as a mechanism to do genocide, as a like, you made the dead party to your actions. Okay? It's gross. It's a super gross, super fucking shallow way of analyzing and contextualizing the situation. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. That's it. Sorry. You don't care. You do not give a shit. Does this help the election though? Fuck no, dude. What do you mean? It's like Biden's least popular policy is the continuation of Israel's genocide, is literally his least popular policy. He's losing to Trump by like 25, 30 points. And Kamala Harris is like desperately ran in that exact same direction since she became the candidate for no reason, like literally zero reason whatsoever.
I am devastated by the pain and loss that occurred on October 7, and Doug and I pray for the family and loved ones of all of those who were lost, and may their memories be a blessing. Today, I know many Jews will be reciting and reflecting on the Jewish prayer for mourning, the Kaddish. The words of the prayer are not about death.
By the way, this omission is the exact same false narrative that was presented on October 7, as though this was the pivotal act, the first step in this Israeli war. Okay? Because Israel did October 7 numbers every time they fucking invaded Gaza. Every single time prior to October 7. Okay? And to not mention that, or the 75 years of apartheid, or the numerous other forms of dominating the Palestinian population and the ethnic displacement that had to have happened in order for Israel to even exist, within the context of how October 7 could have happened, is the exact same shit that she's doing here, which is never covering and never offering any lip service, even no recognition whatsoever to the Palestinians that have been ruthlessly slaughtered for 12 months and continue to be slaughtered every single day with the bombs that she and her administration is gladly fucking shipping off to Israel. Okay? These are monstrous genocidal people, okay? They are giant pieces of shit. I do not give a fuck about them. I do not give a fuck about their opinions. I do not care about their incredibly fucking hollow statements here. Oh, October 7 was so sad is absolutely unimportant here. The real reason why she's doing this is to remind people why Israel has to continue turning up the genocide dial. Okay? Again, 2 decades of relative peace was shattered on October 7. Relative peace doing an unimaginable amount of weightlifting here. Relative peace for who? Relative peace for the Israelis that were living inside of the apartheid regime, sheltered from the victimhood, sheltered from the worst aspects of said apartheid regime, the violent ways in which it has to exist. Yeah, relative peace for them. October 7 was the one instance where there was no peace, where that violence was actually distributed back inside of Israel. A violence born out of desperation, a violence born out of apartheid and permanent occupation for a group of individuals who saw no way out but to fight their way out. That's it. That's literally it. And that same omission exists right here, okay?
It is a prayer about our enduring belief in God, even in our darkest moments. So as we reflect on the horrors of October 7, let us please be reminded that we cannot lose faith.
Yeah, the planting of the tree is also symbolic, which is the eco-terrorism that Israel engages in. We've talked about this quite a bit. Obviously, which is so insidious and crazy. You give money to Israel to plant trees, not realizing that that tree planting mission is happening on top of the olive groves that once were there, that were destroyed by the Israeli occupying force, on top of Arab villages where Palestinians lived for hundreds of fucking years, in an effort to westernize the land and make it seem more Western facing. It is ecocide. It's eco-terrorism.
The Jewish philosopher Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel wrote, and I quote, "Religion begins with a consciousness that something is asked of us." So in this moment, on the one-year commemoration of October 7, what is asked of us? What is asked of us? First and foremost, I believe that we must never forget. I will never forget October 7, and the world must never forget. What?
Like, yeah, never forget. I know. Never forget means like, just for 9/11, just for October 7, always forget if Israel is, please forget all the things that Israel has done to the Palestinians since then. Please don't even think about it, actually. Just think about this.
What is asked of us? We must work to ensure nothing like the horrors of October 7 can ever happen again. And on this solemn day, I will restate my pledge to always ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself, and that I will always work to ensure the safety and security of the Jewish people here and around the world. What is asked of us? We must reunite the hostages held in Gaza with their families, and I will never stop fighting for the release of all the hostages, including the American citizens, living and deceased. Omer.
Unless they're fucking killed by Israel, in which case, suck my dick, for the record. You can't reflect on 10/7 without reflecting on everything that came after and what like 80% of her base would like her to renounce, or what came before it. Because what came before it is also pretty fucking significant. If you personally think this kind of hatred materialized amongst the Palestinian population in fucking Gaza out of nowhere, then you're delusional. You are no different than a fucking QAnon supporter, okay? The only difference is it's like if every fucking media outlet was worse than Fox News in terms of like repeating this QAnon narrative. That's it. And people still genuinely do believe that. They're like, oh, no, these guys are like ancient anti-Semitism. They have that ancient anti-Semitism in their hearts. That's why they did October 7.
Idan, Sagi, Keith, Judy, God.
October 7 is best explained how you think. It's Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. That's it. Or in Arabic, the Warsaw Intifada, as a matter of fact.
And Ite. What is asked of us? We must uphold the commitment to repair the world, an idea that has been passed on throughout generations of the Jewish people and across many faiths. And to that end, we must work to relieve the immense suffering of innocent Palestinians in Gaza who have experienced so much pain.
If she, dude, she's mentioning the Palestinians. Come on, we have to relieve the Palestinian pain in Gaza.
And loss over the year. What is asked of us? We must continue to see light amidst the darkness. As the late Rabbi Jonathan Sachs said, a people that can walk through the valley of the shadow of death and still rejoice is a people that cannot be defeated by any force or fear.
Bro, you're just describing Palestinians. What the fuck? Straight up, like that perfectly fits the Palestinian existence and experience.
That is why today we plant a pomegranate tree, which in Judaism is a symbol of hope and righteousness. So for years to come, this pomegranate tree will stand here, spreading its roots and growing stronger, to remind future vice presidents of the United States, their families, and all who pass through these grounds, not only of the horror of October 7th, but the strength and the endurance of the Jewish people. It will remind us all not to abandon the goal of peace, dignity.
I do personally think it's like deeply anti-Semitic and gross to deliberately and vociferously tie Judaism, Jewish culture, Jewish history to Israel's current acts, Israel's genocidal ambition. I will never stop saying that because it is deeply and grossly anti-Semitic. I will not stop saying that even if there are very loud Jewish Zionists in the United States of America and in the Western world that also tie this aspect back to their own shared history. It's still fucking gross. It's still wrong. I don't give a fuck if you say that. It is ridiculous. Okay? Like, it should probably maybe cause a little bit of confusion how much Nazis and ultra Zionists align on this one issue. Nazis would be like, oh, dual loyalty. You know, Jews have dual loyalty. Jews have dual loyalty. They're all monolithic in their understanding. They only care about Israel. That's the only thing they care about. They control the media as an aspect of this. And then Zionist Israel defenders say the same shit. They're like, no, you don't understand. All Jews are Zionists. All Jews care about is Israel. That's the number one thing that they care about. I do not understand how people fail to comprehend how damaging this narrative is, how much this discourse goes a long way in recontextualizing the interpersonal relationships that American citizens have with other American Jews, okay? They do not see it. They do not see the larger picture. They do not see the larger picture at all. It is terrifying. It is terrifying to me as a person who cares about Palestinian emancipation and as a person who cares about ensuring that anti-Semitism does not fester. I despise it. It is a double Monty that they engage with. In one single blow, they literally cast aside Palestinians as subhuman while simultaneously saying all Jews are monolithic in their commitment to Israel's violent ambitions, no matter where they are in the world. It is a falsehood and a very dangerous one. Holy shit. And I will not stop doing that no matter what. I will not stop speaking truth in this regard, no matter how many motherfuckers say I'm anti-Semitic. Okay? They can suck my dick from the back.
And security for all. And it will remind us all to always have faith. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the second gentleman, my husband, Doug.
We supply Israel with billions of dollars.
Oh, here we go. We're going to watch that. But before then, here, let's watch something at least a little bit pleasant.
Me, because when the attacks on the 7th happened, I kind of taken the side of Israel at that time. I guess I grew up in with a very Zionist ideology.
So what brings you to these protests, particularly 1 year into what Israel's been doing in Gaza and now in Lebanon and across Palestine as well?
Yeah, so this is my first protest. I wanted to come many times, but just never really happened. But yeah, I would say it's quite personal to me because when the attacks on the 7th happened, I kind of taken the side of Israel at that time because, again, I don't think I knew so much in depth, how Palestinian people were oppressed and all of that. So, and in 2013 or 14, I actually visited Israel myself because I do have Russian Jewish ancestry. And so I guess I grew up in with a very Zionist ideology. So in my family we always idolized Israel and stuff. So it was always kind of we never spoke.
Dylan Saba, who is Jewish himself, brought this up in the talks that we had in the event that Kayvon threw the other night on Saturday, which I thought was a very interesting perspective, and maybe some of the Jewish chatters will be able to speak to this as well. That Judaism as a concept, especially among like Reform Jews in the United States of America and the Western world, is not exactly held up. Like it's very like a lot of Jews are fairly secular, right? So the sense of community almost entirely comes from Israel and Zionism. It's almost as though like Zionism has taken the place of religious Judaism. And that is part of the reason why so many even young Jews will maintain this like identity where they do legitimately think, do legitimately feel as though like they are under attack when someone says like Zionism is unconscionable. Like it is legitimately analyzed. It's wrong, but that doesn't change the reality that like a lot of people do actually look at Israel as like the singular safe haven for Jews. A lot of Jews in America, I'm saying. It's sad that Israel has become synonymous with tzedakah. Yeah, I mean, Dylan is the GOAT. Dylan Saba is fantastic. He's been on TrueAnon a bunch of times. PSL guy. He's a lawyer for Palestine Legal. He is fantastic. He even went to Turkey recently because they wanted to do they wanted to push through the Israeli blockade and offer humanitarian aid by water to Gaza. Like that was, and the last time a Turkish ship did that, a Turkish humanitarian aid did that, they shot and killed them. So he was ready to put his body on the line. Mavi Marmara is what is the incident that I'm talking about. They want to do a humanitarian flotilla. Similar to that. I didn't know better as a young Jew. You did such a good job of defending Jews accurately against anti-Semitism that I listened to you about Zionism and learned. I'm just glad that you were open-minded to hear that, especially when I know from my Jewish friends that like, and all the Jewish shouters I've spoken to at pro-Palestinian rallies and whatnot, that like, you get almost excommunicated. I mean, not almost. You get excommunicated like a fucking former Mormon if you're an anti-Zionist. Like people just, you literally are robbed of your community. It's really fucking gross. I literally went to a Jewish professionals event to meet some new Jewish friends last week, and the vast majority of the event was about Israel in 10/7. They even had announced a fundraiser that was for more money to send to the IDF. I couldn't help but slightly chuckle at the notion that the IDF needs more fucking money, but I still had to conceal my politics because I knew I'd be fucking ostracized. I was mad uncomfortable the whole time. It is pretty fucking crazy. Anti-Zionist Jew here. I would have to agree with you here. I grew up learning that Israel is a part of my Jewish identity, and I have had to go through a lot of unlearning, and thank you for being a big help during that process. Free Palestine. Yeah, that's why I get called an anti-Semite, by the way, by fucking stopantisemitism.org or all these other fucking institutions. And I know for a motherfucking fact, okay? I know for a motherfucking fact, unless you're like the most rabid psychopath, like, you know I'm not anti-Semitic. You are fucking out of your mind, dude. Like this entire time, if I was anti-Semitic for the past fucking 10 years of my professional career, I have been getting fucking death threats from anti-Semitic Nazis for my defense of Jewish people, while simultaneously still advocating for a free Palestine. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's so gross. You betray the severity of anti-Semitism being the canary in the coal mine of all different types of bigotry, of fascism, when you make this idiotic notion be known, when you use it as like a very deliberate weapon. I lived in Israel for 7 years. When I was a kid, all I remember was the fear of suicide bombs on buses and rockets flying. It's not until your coverage did I learn about the Zionism that was ingrained in me by my schools in Haifa and even my parents. Oh. It's so fucking gross, dude. Yeah, Israel is like, today is the one day that like American media and Western media and Israeli media is mentioning the hostages, and Benjamin Netanyahu's like, all right, calm down. Stop talking about the fucking hostages, bro. Come on. You're going to remind people that I'm too busy. You're going to remind people that forgot that I'm like so invested in bombing Lebanon that they forgot completely that I like dropped the ball on the hostage situation entirely. I've yet to talk about Turkey. I will. But the problem is like every time someone's like, "Yo, can you talk about Turkey, please?" They just send the fucking video. I will.
Spoken about the oppression of Palestinians and their actual like real history. So I would say only after that attacks, like I started like doing more research into it. Because obviously like living in the UK, and I'm not like a religious Jew or anything like that, so I never really like done enough research like beforehand. So obviously a year on now, like I know a lot more, and I totally understand like that this is a colonial state and what they actually done to Palestinian people. I learned a lot what's happening in West Bank, you know.
The cognitive dissonance is also particularly damning because like Jews, due to their shared history and culture of pogroms and the Holocaust, are so primed to seeing inequality in general. Like, it goes to show anyone can fucking have this kind of attitude, really. Like, the cognitive dissonance is so damning, dude. Like, Jews, during the Holocaust, they were directly in the crosshairs because of the revolutionary sentiment. It was called, you know, cultural Bolshevism or Judeo-Bolshevism. That was the fucking main target and main priority of the Nazis. Jews have also historically been at the fucking forefront of every single civil rights movement historically, including this one as well. It's really insane.
Like people are leaving behind like barbed wire and stuff. I had no idea. Obviously visiting Israel as a tourist, I only saw good sides. You know, I just thought like, oh, okay, like Jews and Arabs are living in peace. So that's what I thought. I didn't see the, you know, the reality behind the scenes. And now we can see West Bank, and now we see Lebanon. It's obviously not self-defense, as you know, Israel keeps attacking all the Middle Eastern countries, and the goal is pretty clear. Yeah.
What would you say the goal is?
I think just to take over. It's a land grab, and it's to be like hold that like dominant.
Also, the Jewish chatters, to the Jewish chatters that see like anti-Semitic tendencies from people that present themselves as like anti-Zionist or whatever, or anti-Semitism rising, because that is real. It is definitely rising. Just remember what I always say. It is not about like if a Black Lives Matter activist was like, yo, fuck Muslims, okay, and fuck Palestine, that would not stop me from still advocating for Black people and their emancipatory struggle in the United States of America. Because it's not about like I don't have this opinion because I have this transactional opinion, like this transactional relationship where it's like, well, I'm fighting for you. Why don't you fight for me? Like, it's not. That's not how this works. So it is like you have to always remind yourself that your moral compass is unyielding, is unchanging. You're not doing this because you want people to like you. You're doing this because it's the right thing to do. Yeah. It is why telling queer people that Hamas hates them doesn't really do anything to our solidarity. Exactly. Exactly. It's not supposed to be transactional. You're not like...
Power in the Middle East. So and war, it's a continuous war because it makes money. So the UK keeps arming, you know, Israel, same as US, just because it keeps making the money.
You know her fucking parents are so pissed. Yo, her mom and dad are fucking livid, okay? There is no way. Oh my God, dude. Rosh Hashanah dinner, holy shit. Shit was lit up like a fucking regular old Thanksgiving in you know, Tennessee. You know the conversations are fucking heated.
So yeah.
Okay. So your life experiences are very interesting. So I want to ask two questions simultaneously, which is how did the unlearning happen? And also, if you would be able to send a message to people who had the thinking, still have the thinking that you used to have, what would you want to say to them? So kind of two things.
I'll just say do your research, and there's so many Jewish people across the world that also support Palestine. Like, I just think like what needs to happen is stop attaching Jewish people to the state of Israel, because literally like I have nothing, like there's nothing that connects me to that state. And I think that's like my message to the Jewish people around the world is to detach themselves from that.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So.
Oh my God. Oh my God. My optics God. My optic God. Oh my God. Oh, that's incredible. Oh, he is the GOAT. Dude, he is the GOAT. Kamala Harris, like, think about the virgin Kamala Harris, okay? I'm going to plant a tree because, you know, October 7 happened and that's really sad, okay? Versus the absolute fucking legend, okay? Wearing a motherfucking kippah, holding up a kidnap poster, smiling ear to ear next to Ben Shapiro. God damn. God damn, dude. He is the optics God. This is way funnier than playing fucking Ave Maria in honor of like Corey Contemporore, ringing the motherfucking bells and being like, he had the best seat in the house. He had the best seat in the house. This man, this is literally another moment where he's throwing the thumbs up with the families of the fucking veteran that, or with the soldier that died in Afghanistan, sitting on top of a fucking military grave right there where another soldier fucking killed himself. Okay, in prominent display, going, yeah, throw up the thumbs up. Smiles, everyone. Biden killed him. Yo. Oh, God. It's just like, it's a perfect demonstration that he does not give a fuck. Like, he hasn't even thought it through. He's just like, I don't give a shit, dude. It's all optics, baby. I'm just doing the thing. You want me to do the thing? You want me to hold up a fucking poster? Whatever. What is this, a Muslim? This kid looks brown. Am I holding up one of those Muslim Jews? Is that what it is? I don't know. I put the fucking kippah on. What do you want from me? Come on, Jews. Vote for me. Come on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He asked the rabbi at the memorial service if he wants him to autograph the prayer book. I love it. Oh, so good. He is what a fucking legend, dude. He is so insane. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, anti-Semitic incidents in U.S. surged a record high. According to the ADL, I wanted to bring this up as well. The ADL officially admits it counts pro-Palestine activism as anti-Semitic. Seems vital to mention in the post that that it's an ADL report whose director compared the Palestinian keffiyeh to a swastika. Just a fun little reminder. Part of the overall increase comes from a change in the methodology to include expressions of opposition to Zionism, as well as support for resistance against Israel or Zionists that could be perceived as supporting terrorism, the ADL said. Have some fucking shame today. This guy goes, I love how changing of this definition is a problem, but a change to the definition of racism is a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, you know that you're right about that. Exactly. Yeah. Trump on Hugh Hewitt. When you see these campus riots, you see a lot of people too, but a lot of those people are Jewish people. You know that. They're Jewish kids. Hewitt gets him back on track. Oh yeah, there are some outliers, but mostly Jewish students are afraid. So that was a really cool moment from Trump, because like he's Mr. Room Reader in moments like this where he's like, you can't believe it. Trump then agrees to Hugh's request that he sends in the DOJ to hammer these colleges. Can't believe it. These Jews, these kids, these Jewish kids, they're protesting against Israel. Why would they do that? Oh, it's a wonderful equation, which is why I think it is also such a fucking stupid way to not hit this on partisan grounds for Kamala Harris, because you're doing the same thing Trump is doing, okay? When you go out on news media and fucking complain about like campus protesters or whatever, but you're also doing it in a gay way. So you're just like, literally just, you're not winning anybody over, you know? Democrats are consistently trying to position themselves as like 30% not as bad as the Republicans, and it just makes them annoying. Like, you're just fucking annoying. You're weak, you're annoying, and also you want the same genocide to exist. So like, you're normalizing the genocidal ambition while simultaneously you're making your position even fucking weaker than the Republicans. It's the same trap with immigration. Why the fuck? Why the fuck would anybody go, oh yeah, you guys are going to be the fucking migrant destroyers? Okay, well, I'm going to go with the guys who have been the migrant destroyers for years then. That's it. Dude, what the fuck? Don't use gay as a pejorative? Seriously? No, you know what I mean. Or, well, maybe you don't. Or maybe you're deliberately refusing to understand. That's the one issue that the Democrats have, okay? It's just like, no, we're going to do the genocide, but it's going to be gay, okay? Trust me. And it's like, why would anybody sign up for that? Who is looking for that? Like, who? Who's like, oh, thank God we're doing permanent genocide, but also we're doing it in a gay way. Yes, queen. Like, nobody wants that. It's stupid.
In military aid. Mm-hmm. And yet Prime Minister Netanyahu seems to be charting his own course. The Biden-Harris administration has pressed him to agree to a ceasefire. He's resisted. You urged him not to go into Lebanon. He went in anyway. He has promised to make Iran pay for.
I recently told a lib I know that Netanyahu is a Holocaust revisionist who's been doing the whole both sides, but Israel's a safe home for Jews thing. And she was actually too stunned to argue. Yeah, no, tell him about how fucking Benjamin Netanyahu was regularly criticized by like Jewish scholars for claiming that Hitler didn't want to kill the Jews until he spoke to the Palestinian Grand Mufti. Like, I mean, that was years ago too. It's not like new. Expect to see major turf energy come from the Dems in 2025. Is Starmerism from now on? Oh, for sure. For sure. I do genuinely believe that, which is so funny when people are like, well, Hassan, I'm trans and a trans genocide is going to happen if Donald Trump becomes president. It's like, first of all, Republicans have been doing Olympic levels of anti-trans legislation making at the state level under the fucking Biden administration with seemingly no response from the Democrats at all for some federal protections on the matter. So I don't know what makes you think that like what makes you think that this party that is completely cast aside, regardless of how electorally beneficial it may be, completely cast aside like Arab voters, Muslim voters, people who care about fucking not doing permanent genocide in the Middle East, is not going to drop you like a fucking bad habit when they haven't even made any like aesthetic or optical assurances that they normally engage with, you know? You're already written off. You're oblivious to it, in my opinion.
The missile attack, and that has the potential of expanding the war. Does the U.S. have no sway over Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I mean, we do. We have all the sway over Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, just like we have all the sway over the top of the hour ad break. But people refuse to recognize that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and they also simultaneously refuse to recognize that you can avoid said ad break by subscribing, okay, for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. It's very frustrating. It's that simple. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Yeah, Ben Shapiro was there too. I know. I saw. What a photo, man. What a crazy photo. Fucking Donald Trump, man. He truly is the guy. He is Himothy. Rooster Goose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. He is him. He is Himothy. This one looks Muslim. The 2 most pro-Israel musical theater lovers in one photo. True. I didn't even think about that. Oh my God, Donald Trump. Nah, Donald Trump is also too much of a musical theater lover to actually watch the Ben Shapiro musical theater and give it high marks. Like, he would probably get out of that and be like, this shit sucked. It's no Phantom of the Opera. Now that's when the musical theater was at its peak. Hold on. This is craziness.
The aid that we have given Israel allowed Israel to defend itself against 200 ballistic missiles that were just meant to attack the Israelis and the people of Israel. And when we think about the threat that Hamas, Hezbollah presents, Iran, I think that it is without any question our imperative to do what we can to allow Israel to defend itself against those kinds of attacks.
The full 60 minutes interview airs in 1 hour on CBS. Can't wait. Can't wait to hear what kind of awful points of view she represents over and over again in like the least charismatic way possible. Jesus fucking Christ.
Now, the work that we do diplomatically with the leadership of Israel is an ongoing pursuit around.
We knew that Kamala was going to be pretty much more of the same when it came to the genocide, but did you think she'd be this incapable of doing the bare minimum? No, I did not. I thought that like with the Tim Walz pick, I thought that there was like a brief sliver of hope where she would at least like aesthetically try to separate herself from the Biden administration. I did not realize she was going to be like literally cookie cutter NPC level, repeating the same talking points since the fucking DNC, since even before the DNC, really. It is shocking. It is shocking how bad she is because, like, she's somehow even worse than my low ass fucking expectations. Like, it is genuinely surprising. Kind of a monkey's paw when people said anyone but Biden. Like, I'll keep it a buck 50. I think people that are still holding out hope are doing so because she's younger. That's it. She has spent every fucking moment on the campaign trail since the swap out, basically destroying any kind of goodwill that she might have had. Initially, I thought anyone pointing to Doug being Jewish as a reason to doubt her was borderline anti-Semitic. Now, I don't know what else would explain the tone-deaf hyper-Zionism. No, I don't think it's fucking Doug. Doug is literally a non-entity in this relationship. I don't think it's Doug. I think she's just, again, regular cookie-cutter Democrat who's just like saying the lines over and over again. There's no thought behind those eyes. Yeah, Doug. If Doug was important, then fucking Ella Emhoff would at least have somewhat of a say or some sway in this process. And we know Ella is like, you know, done fundraisers for UNRWA and shit. Ella Emhoff is Doug's daughter, for those of you who don't know. Kamala Harris's stepdaughter. There's no shot. Yeah, Doug is laying pipe and being like, yeah, you're gonna say "Am Israel High." Doug is a mean lover, dude. He ravages. No shot. No fucking shot, dude. He is not. I don't think he's a responsible party in Kamala Harris repeating these NPCS talking points about Israel straight up. Yeah, this is a good point. Here it is. Wait, where this chatter actually had a really good point. She's 60 years old. Okay? Very few Americans that are that age are going to be like, let me take a nuanced position on Israel. Bro, she's 60. I don't know any 60-year-old American who doesn't prefer Israel to the scary Muslims. Sometimes it's that simple. Yeah, that usually is what it is. My mom, okay, guys, stop mentioning the outliers. Like, oh, what about Noam Chomsky? What about Norm Finkelstein? Like, I know, dude. That's not what I'm talking about, okay? Also, if you're pointing to your moms and dads, yeah, no shit, dude. How many fucking conversations you most likely have with them since October 7 that slowly but surely got them to recognize right from wrong, okay? That's very different from like the average uninitiated, uninterested person who just watches TV and regurgitates whatever the talking points are from television, man.
And making clear our principles, which include the need for humanitarian aid, the need for this war to end, the need for a deal to be done, which would release the hostages and create a ceasefire. And we're not going to stop in terms.
Yeah, that's crazy. So the question was about all of that and why Benjamin Netanyahu's dog walking your administration. Like, that question already has that answer in it. Because, like, that's been the talking point for 12 months. So why not? Why hasn't that happened yet? Didn't we watch this already? I mean, in some ways, yes. This is a new version of it, but it's literally the same talking points. So
of putting that pressure
But
on Israel and in the region, including Arab leaders.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done.
Say it. Say Israel has a right to defend itself again. Respectfully, its rhetoric like the left's calls to limit free speech under the guise of fighting misinformation, funding wars, the sterilization and exploitation of children, teens, pandering to bureaucratic elites, and ongoing efforts to disregard the Second Amendment as if it wasn't intentionally included in the Constitution to protect our freedoms and guard against the tyranny that pushes me away from the left and towards the right. Dog, you just said a bunch of hysterical right-wing things and then said it's actually all of those like things that I have hallucinated the left is doing that has forced me to be right-wing. Just have some fucking backbone, dingus. I stand loudly and proudly with my political fucking opinions. Why the fuck can't you? Why do right-wingers always have this like shame? You know? Investigate that a little bit. Maybe scratch the surface. Interrogate it a little bit. Why do you feel a sense of shame that you can't just be like, I'm right-wing? I'm just fucking right-wing. Old liberals used to be against shit like this. Do you want me to dissect everything that you said? I can do it quickly. Okay? The left's calls to limit free speech. There's never been a moment in this country where the left actually had free speech. Free speech has only been presented as a dynamic where right-wingers all the way to fucking the Klan and Nazis and neo-Nazis can take advantage of that. Left-wingers have never actually had free speech. There are 32 states in this country where being pro-Palestine is literally illegal. You have to sign something in the state of Texas, for example, supposedly one of these big old hoorah free speech states, where you have to literally sign a form to say you will never protest Israel, you will never boycott Israel, you will never engage in any actions in any peaceful demonstrations against the state of Israel. Does that sound like free speech to you? No, because you don't know anything. That's number one. Okay? It's illegal to be a communist. Taft-Hartley, we were talking about that recently, where having an ideological interest in communism meant that you could never actually be a fucking union leader. Does that seem like free speech to you? Does that seem like it's violating the First Amendment? It absolutely is, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Number two, you said sterilization and exploitation of children. I suspect you're hallucinating a world in which like the left is doing like gender. They're doing gender. They're doing woke to the children. Maybe I missed these. Where does it say that in all the law? I think you miss a lot. Google 32 states BDS to find out more. Okay? Oh, I love that, like, it is my job to look at this fucking gish gallop of misinformation and dissect it piece by piece. And this motherfucker doesn't have the decency to just Google something. At least do the fucking fact checking in real time so that you can either A, come to the conclusion that I'm actually objectively correct, which I am, or B, come out with a fucking counter that is reasonable, that you summarized as quickly as possible from said Googling expedition, that we can have a normal conversation. If you don't have this information, and I do, at least listen to what I have to say instead of being like, well, I might have missed this. Okay? Be a little bit more open-minded, please. Okay, in terms of exploitation and sterilization of children, being pro-trans, none of those things. It's actually, in my opinion, causes way more harm to trans kids, okay, just like it did to gay kids when being gay was also considered in the same negative connotations as being trans, to not be able to come out and express your gender identity or your sexuality freely. Pandering to bureaucratic elites is correct. The Democrats are doing that. Don't know why you think the left is doing that. That's ridiculous. I don't think the left is inside of the scope of the Democratic Party. Nor do the Democrats give a shit about the left. As a matter of fact, this entire conversation with the Kamala Harris, my Kamala Harris criticisms actually greatly will summarize my position on how the Democrats do not give a shit about the left, or the bureaucratic elites do not actually give a fuck about the left at all. That's just a word salad moment from you. And ongoing efforts to disregard the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is just a piece of paper. You are a fucking delusional idiot if you think that the gun violence in this country that seemingly is infinitely higher than every other fucking OECD nation is not directly a consequence of our false interpretation of the Second Amendment, which is a relatively new interpretation of the Second Amendment, directly corresponding to gun manufacturers' material interests in readily selling to a market readily available weapons. Okay? That's it. The Second Amendment interpretation that you take for granted now is completely new. It's a new interpretation of the Second Amendment. Gun control is an absolute necessity. Many countries that have more guns, okay, than other comparable OECD nations have significantly less gun violence. Why? It's because they have gun control, reasonable gun control, gun safety measures, okay? You should not be able to walk into a Walmart and be able to purchase a weapon. When you do that in a country where there are more guns than there are people in circulation, you end up with mass shootings every weekend. You end up with school shootings all the goddamn time. And then we turn around and we increasingly try to find different reasons as to why it's happening. We say mental health. Other countries have comparable mental health problems. Most countries have comparable mental health problems, yet none of the gun violence. I guess the only factor that is different there is the readily available arsenal that is in circulation amongst the public. As if it is intentional, if it wasn't intentionally included in the Constitution to protect against our freedoms and guard against tyranny, I have not seen anyone fucking rise up in arms for anything other than their jalapeno poppers being under threat during the COVID lockdowns. There is mass tyranny and a direct violation of our freedoms happening on a daily basis, especially since the post 9/11 universe, where America greatly increased its surveillance state apparatus. You are constantly on guard. You are constantly being surveilled. Police can do whatever the fuck they want to you. They just haven't because you're probably somewhat privileged enough to avoid said police scrutiny and police violence, and therefore think it will never happen to you. One day it will happen to you, but it doesn't really matter because it'll be far too late. Also, once again, the idea that we are going to fight against tyranny when tyranny is already happening on a regular basis with weapons is also silly when you consider the fact that a drone can just fucking laser you from, hundreds of feet away, and your AR-15 is not going to be able to fight against that. Okay. This guy, they who can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery. That's really funny and cool, but you're already existing in peaceful slavery and you haven't participated in the dangerous freedom at all, so shut the fuck up. You are a docile little imp, okay? That's it. You're a servile dog that thinks that he is going to bark when the time comes. The time is here. You've done nothing about it. Your life fucking sucks. You have no goddamn health care. We're giving permanent trillions of dollars to the fucking state of Israel so they can keep killing babies, okay, at a time when half the country is underwater, the other half of the country is on fire, and yet we can't even fucking seem to harden our infrastructure. The only infrastructure hardening that's happening is to try and kill a bunch of the people that are coming over the southern border while we lie about them being rapists and drug dealers and mass murderers, even though they are responsible for a much smaller percentage of the crime per capita than American citizens are. You have been brainwashed into hating your neighbor, hating people that speak differently than you, because it would be far too scary for the powers that be if you actually recognized who is owning you, who is dominating every aspect of your life. But you've done nothing about that. So make no mistake, it's not the left that is harming you, okay? And you most likely are a right-winger already, but you're too embarrassed to be a right-winger and openly come out with that. So you say, oh, I'm an old school liberal. I've heard this a million times over. Dave Rubin used to say that all the time, a classical liberal, right? Back in the 2016 Gamergate era, all these other fucking former Democrats, former progressives would say, we're the real progressives. The progressives have become regressives. Anyway, have fun though. Love you, man. Appreciate you being real. Just don't see the same way as you. I know there are plenty of things that you don't see the same way. I didn't actually give you anything that was like biased in reality. I just told you what is going on. Do you have health care? Do you have free government sponsored health care? Do you have a ladder up your current class position? Do you have a meaningful way to improve your life? No. Do you feel like you're going to be able to fucking retire at a reasonable age, in the same age that your parents might have retired? Do you have a pension? Fuck no. And if you do, it's probably because of your labor union, but that's besides the point. You don't have free college. You don't have free education. Nobody's fixing the goddamn potholes. All of the fucking taxes that you pay for go to the police directly. And then, nothing really happens. Nothing really changes. Nothing actually makes your life better, and you get more and more angry. And you, in that anger, you find yourself in the throes of right-wing sentiment because they at least say, hey, you're right to be angry. You know why you should be angry? Brown people, black people, trans people. Those are the reasons why you should be angry. Yeah, we're just hardening Israel's infrastructure and killing babies there. Hell yeah. At least they get to have health care, though, because we got their defense covered, you know? By the way, I watched Vipa, your recommendation. Selena Myers literally Kamala Harris right down to the insane right-wing tendencies despite being a liberal. Fucking awesome show. Yeah, it's incredible. Armando Iannucci is the GOAT. He's a brilliant writer. He's very funny. Israel, while we were talking, knew it is likely that Israel's first retaliation against Iran will focus on military bases. Oh, I have another really funny J-Post article to show you guys, by the way, about this. The death of Stalin wasn't great, though. No, I think it was great. I think it was I think it was fun. I mean, it's not a fucking documentary. If you treat it as such, then yes. It was a funny movie. It was a good movie. The thick of it is fantastic. Anyway, In the Loop. Yeah, oh, this is the one. This is my favorite article I've read. Oh my God, we're going to get to that in a second. Let's finish this dumb shit.
Has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by...
How are you going to say the death of
I'll
Stalin
sign
isn't
off.
great?
You handsome devil. Stick you in a frock. I'd fucking ride you around myself.
I will take that as a compliment.
Yeah, don't. Right. What's a war hero got to do? Get some lubrication around here. I mean, I'm smiling, but I am very fucking furious. Jesus Christ. Did Coco Chanel take a shit on your head?
No, he did not.
Right, well, that's me told. I'm off to represent the entire Red Army at the buffet. You girls enjoy yourself. Modern soldier's greatest fear. It's not death, it's not starvation, it's chafing. I'm going to have to report this conversation. Threatening to do harm or obstruct any member of the Presidium in the process of looking at your fucking face.
Anyway.
or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
Do we have a real close ally in Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think, with all due respect, the better question is, do we have an important alliance between the American people and the Israeli people?
Oh,
and the
dude.
answer to that question is yes.
Nice.
Joining us now,
Tim Walz dodges big question on whether Israel has a right to strike Iran.
Democratic Vice Presidential nominee, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Governor, great to have you with us on Fox News Sunday.
Great to be with you, Shannon. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so I want to pick up where Alexis left off there in the Middle East, because you were asked in the debate the other night a question about whether or not you would support a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran. You didn't really get to an answer on that. So this administration continues to call for Israel to moderate its response after being attacked by Iran. Do you now think that Israel has a right to either strike oil facilities, nuclear facilities? What's your position on that?
Well, look, let's remember how this started, and we're approaching tomorrow a tragic anniversary. Hamas terrorists murdered over 1,200 innocent Israelis, 46 Americans, took hostages. We have been clear. Israel has the right to defend itself. We've always stood in that position. We need the hostages returned, and we need to bring an end to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But again, the point is it's Iran is at the heart of this, and their proxies that bring disruption throughout the region. That's why being in the Situation Room as Vice President was working with Israelis to repel the attack we saw this week. They tried it back in April, the same thing. And that's the point of being and boxing Iran in. President Trump tore up the nuclear deal that moved Iran closer to a nuclear weapon. He also allowed Iran to shoot down an American aircraft in international airspace with a tweet. And when Iranian missiles fell on U.S. troops, he called it a headache when it was traumatic brain injury. Just to be clear, we have always said we reserve the right to protect American troops, our allies in the region, and that there is consequences for Iran. So what you're seeing right now is the ability to work with our allies, the ability to make sure Iran does not further, and every administration has dealt with them for 45 years. Now it's to make sure, and there has never been a question, Israel has the right to defend itself, and we stand with them to do that. But we need to bring this to a conclusion.
Does that include a strike on Iran's nuclear or oil facilities?
Specific operations will be dealt with at the time, but being very clear on this, Iran, there was consequences for what they do. That's what's happening right now. Israel's right to defend itself is not in question.
Okay, you said in a radio interview that anti-Israel protesters were speaking out, quote, for all the right reasons.
Yeah, hammer his ass, Shannon. You have been, excuse me, you have not been sufficiently pro-Israel, sir. Who actually believes Israel's defending themselves? People that don't have the internet? Yes. This is your guy? Oh, fuck no, he's not my guy. Get the fuck out of here. He used to be when I thought he was a secret Somali. I am no longer committed that Tim Walz is a secret Somali. How can leftists in America ever say, oh, we'll push the Democrats left when Tim fucking Walz, quite possibly the most left-leaning Dem? He's not the most left-leaning Dem, but, you know, he is definitely was a genuine guy. They robbed him of the one thing that he was good at, which is like being a genuine, normal kind of guy. Every time he has to answer these questions alongside whatever like the Democratic Party's position is, he just looks like an empty suit. Here's our guy. Come on, dog. We know your ass don't know how to read. Get the fuck out of here. Look at this motherfucker acting like he knows how to read, bro. Come on. Who are you fooling? I love that he got the little keep on to my goat, dude. Optics King.
Do you know that some of them are carrying Hamas flags? Some of them are calling for the extermination of the Jewish state. Do you want to clarify your praise for that?
Yeah! Clarify it, bitch! How dare you say that American students in your state have a right to make demands? How dare you say that they are allowed to fucking be anti-genocide? Come on! They got Hamas flags. First of all, who? Like, who has Hamas flags? This is a conversation I had with Felix. Like, can you even get a Hamas flag? Like, how would you be able to get one? Okay? Or Hezbollah flags. You know what I mean? People are always like, oh, what about Hezbollah flags? They're waving Hezbollah flags. I see them at protests. I'm like, how the fuck did you guys even get that? I guess Etsy, Amazon, Redbubble, I don't know. How does that shit not get flagged by our fucking security state?
Yeah, I'm certainly not talking about them. I'm talking about the people who understand that we have to end the humanitarian crisis, but they understand we need to return the hostages, bring peace to the region. Look, I will always defend people's rights to First Amendment, but that's not the folks I'm talking about. Those folks are not speaking for the entire group. So I think it's very clear on this. Israel's right, as we've stood with them. Anti-Semitism has no place in this country, and Vice President.
Yeah, totally cave on the framing. Yeah, those guys are anti-Semitic. You're right. All those college students, they're anti-Semitic. We should kill them.
Harris has been clear about that. I've been clear about it. But the ability to bring a peaceful solution and understand Israel's right to defend itself, the return of the hostages, and Gazans' right to live in peace too, is something that we're trying to get to. And
I may be alone in this opinion, but I really do think he straight up doesn't believe a word he's saying and is just doing the matchup with Kamala. He's not that fucking stupid. No, I agree. You can tell when he's talking about shit he cares about versus when he's talking about this shit. I don't think he gives a shit, but it doesn't matter because like he's saying the lines, okay, which robs him of any sort of authenticity. And also it's a perfect Democratic position, okay? It's so perfect for the modern Democratic Party because if your likability, your approval came from the fact that you're like a real guy that spoke convincingly on issues that were harming the American population, okay? And now you're just like forced to be this fucking empty suit, this puppet. You are now officially inauthentic doubly, okay? You're doubly inauthentic. You can't even, like, this is why I said Josh Shapiro would be so much more convincing, okay? I don't like the guy, but he 100% would sit there and be like, our commitment to Israel is firm. Your line of questioning here is anti-Semitic. Our commitment to Israel is firm. And the fact that you are asking me, perhaps the first Jewish vice presidential candidate on a ticket with the first black Indian American candidate, how dare you ask this line of questioning to me, a black man? I mean, I'm not Barack Obama. I'm Josh Shapiro. How dare you? And pussy too. That's what he would do. He would cook. Let me be clear. Oh, yeah, Lieberman erasure. That's right. I try to not think about Joe Lieberman ever for my own sanity. You're right.
And that's going to take the leadership that we've seen out of Vice President Harris, being able to hold this coalition together. And again, when Iran launched their missiles this week, she's in the Situation Room. That's different. The people who are in the Situation Room with Donald Trump, like John Kelly as chief of staff, said he shouldn't be there. He's a damaged human being. His own defense secretary said he does not understand the situation, is incapable of dealing with it.
Okay.
So it's about character.
Let's focus on what your position is and the vice president's position as well. I want to talk about abortion too, because this came up at the debate. It's been a winning argument for Democrats on many ballots.
What?
But I want to clear.
Wait, what? Yo, how is this possible? Dude, they really got everything out there, dude. That's the real fucking bipartisan consensus right there. If you want to know, not the bipartisan consensus, sorry. That's the real centrist. God damn, that's incredible. Okay, I kind of want this now. What the fuck? Oh my God. What an incredible flag, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love that. Imagine going to a protest on either side waving that thing. Yeah. Wow. I just want everyone to have a good time flag. I want to know the mindset of the guy who writes a review. Dude, 6 sold, 13 sold. Like, they've sold these flags. There are 19 people out there that have acquired these flags. That's incredible. that is fantastic. The world is this is healing the world. Okay. Every opinion is valid. I can't. Oh my God. What an incredible invention.
Clarify what the law is there in Minnesota. Abortion Finder, a website that helps women find access, says abortion is legal throughout pregnancy in Minnesota. There is no ban or limit on abortion in Minnesota based on how far along in a pregnancy you are. You signed the bill that makes it legal through all 9 months. Is that a position you think Democrats should advocate for nationally?
Look.
Ooh, this is a good one. Let's see how this is one he does care about. Let's see how he responds to this.
The vice president and I have been clear. The restoration of Roe versus Wade is what we're asking for.
But that
this
law
is a
goes
woman's
far
right
beyond Roe v. Wade.
to make her own choice. The law is very clear. It does not change that. That was been debunked on every occasion. But
wait,
look, this is a.
but let's
this
agree.
being
What
a
you
win-
signed is there's not a single limit through 9 months of pregnancy. Roe had a trimester framework that did have limits through the pregnancy. The Minnesota law does not have that.
This puts the decision with the woman and her healthcare providers. The situation we have is when you don't have the ability of healthcare providers to provide that, that's where you end up with a situation like Amanda.
I hate this, like this line of questioning is obviously super commonplace on Fox News and in most like right-wing places, or even like liberal outlets that want to present themselves as like nonpartisan or whatever. But the answer is very simple. It's like, yeah, dude, we're not making a restriction on a fucking medical procedure just because some crazy people imagined a false reality where someone is carrying a pregnancy almost to term just to get a fun abortion. Like, that's not real. That's not, you just made that problem up. Okay. 3rd trimester abortions are infinitely more traumatic because almost every single instance is a pregnancy that the carrier wanted to take the term. Like, they have to do it because of a medical necessity, because it's done out of a medical necessity. There's no, like, you have to get counseling beforehand in order to actually make this decision. You're talking about people who literally fucking have bought like baby clothes and shit, who came up with a name for their child, and now, due to medical complications, have to get this pregnancy terminated. Why would you want to complicate that further, especially when these procedures are not the same as like the 90% of abortions that happen in the 1st trimester, oftentimes with a simple pill that you take. But beyond that, you're making this already traumatic experience worse for people, because now they might not even be able to get it because the doctors are afraid that they might be legally prosecuted, like criminally prosecuted.
Zaworski in Texas, where they are afraid to do what's necessary. This doesn't change anything. It puts the decision back on to the woman, to the physicians, and we know that this is simply something to be brought up to be very clear. Donald Trump's asking for a nationwide abortion ban.
Wait, he
and
has
again,
said that
we don't see this as a winning
repeatedly
campaign.
that he will not sign a national abortion ban.
Dude, yeah, no, he won't. He's hey, I think I'm gonna claim that you want to kill children after they like are outside of the womb. Also, Donald Trump is very honest, and he's not going to sign an abortion ban, national abortion ban.
And are you calling that just, it's a flat out lie?
Yes, of course. And Senator Vance has in the past said so too. Now, look, they may see this as an election issue. We see it as a right of women to make their own bodily decisions. And that's what the states like my state have the ability to put that in. States like Georgia.
Like, look at the energy. Look at the energy when he's defending like a woman's right to choose versus the energy when he's defending Israel's right to choose nuclear holocaust. Yeah, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have the juice. He doesn't have the sauce. 100%. This is why I'm saying, like, unironically, Josh Shapiro would be a better pick if you were going to go along with this fucking attitude. It's so stupid. Like, he probably wouldn't even be that good at, like, you know, communicating within the permission structure of being able to say that like Palestinians are human, but at least it would be more genuine, right? It makes no sense. I don't understand it. That's why he got fucking owned on the VP debate too. It was such a sad state of affairs. Came out of the gates swinging, being like, listen, Israel has a right to first strike Iranian nuclear facilities, you know?
Force women to cross the border, and then we have a death of Amber Thurman. So let's be very clear. Trying to cut hairs on an issue on this is not where the American public's at. They want the restoration of Roe versus Wade. Vice President Harris said she would sign it. That's what we'll do when we're elected.
But to be clear,
we
the
will restore
Minnesota
that
law
right to
is
women.
far beyond Roe v. Wade. And about the Amber Thurman case in Georgia, her family has, and it's tragic, she is a young mother who left behind a young son. But what her family has said is it was a complication from an abortion pill that she received, and she didn't get proper care when she went to a Georgia hospital, which had multiple opportunities to intervene there. Her own attorney, the family's attorney.
They're saying, skill issue. Like, it's not our fault. It's not the Republican Party's fault. Skill issue. About a person who died, by the way. That's crazy.
Attorney says it wasn't the Georgia law, it was the hospitals. What he claims is malpractice, not treating her when she clearly showed up in distress and still had the byproducts of her pregnancy because of that rare complication from the abortion pill. So just to be clear on the Georgia law and how her family and her attorney sees it.
I think they also indicated that had she not go to North Carolina after the debate the other night, that she would have been in a better position. So look, these are the situations you're going.
Wait, I'm confused. It's not. Wait, what's the time? Oh, this is from yesterday. Guys, October 6th was a very different day, to be fair, than October 7th, which happens to be the day where Georgia Supreme Court reinstated its abortion ban. Very different time frame. You have to understand. Okay? So even that, even that being in legal limbo in the state of Georgia, that's not the fault of the Republican Party. It's not in legal limbo now. Georgia Supreme Court reinstated the abortion ban, so now it's perfectly set in stone. As someone with an avid pro-lifer family member, they don't believe in people having fun abortions so much as they tend to be anti-medicalists who believe that abortion doctors are eugenicists with a profit motive, convincing women to get abortions for financial and ideological gain. That's it. I'm just addressing the talking points that are commonly given in the media. But that is, I mean, I don't know what the fuck to say to that. That's like even more insane. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people in America that are fucking anti-medicalist. Trump doing the town hall thing with Laura Ingraham.
Like this tweet or this joke or this nickname. Tonight.
All right, let's finish Tim Walz first because I want to watch him.
Going to get into when you take this decision and put it in the hands of politicians like Donald Trump rather than women and their doctors. We trust women. We trust doctors, and we know the outcomes of that are better.
Okay, let's clarify more changes that you signed in Minnesota.
Like, I don't think we should, controversial opinion, I know, but I don't think we should be held captive by like 30% of the electorate that is simply hallucinating positions at this point. Just fucking do normal legislation and move on, and then jiggle some keys in front of them because they're going to shift their attention to that because they're fucking stupid, okay? The quicker you recognize that, like, beyond the material conditions that create a perfect opportunity for right-wing radicalization, there are a lot of people who are just objectively stupid or completely oblivious to the reality. If you talk to a lot of Trump supporters, you start recognizing that. I mean, Democrats do this too, for sure, right? And some might even say they're more annoying than the Republicans because, like, the Republican, you're like, oh, sweetie. Like, by the end of that conversation, you're like, oh, you just don't know anything. Whereas the Democrat is, like, so self-assured because they've read a New York Times article on the matter, right? and have that like arrogance and entitlement and elitist sentiment. Having said that, however, like I said, talk to Republicans. You will understand that like a ginormous chunk of their worldview simply fucking stems from just not knowing what's going on. That's it. Literally, they just don't know. They are living in their own bubble. Like they're just experiencing collective psychosis at any given day, at any given moment. It is crazy. Okay? I mean, we see them in here. We see them in here all the fucking time. When a lot of these dudes come into the chat and they do it from a liberal framework sometimes or from a Republican framework as well, where they'll just be like that one guy who was like, oh, well, I used to be a liberal, but, you know, they're mutilating children. It's like, what do you do? What do you do with that? You know? Just, yeah, zero intellectual curiosity, no interest in like understanding what the fuck's going on at all. Just hallucinating an alternative reality that they're comfortable existing in.
As well. Several things were repealed with respect to reporting infants who may have survived an abortion attempt. Language that used to be part of the statute was taken out. We'll put this on the screen so people can see. It used to require medical personnel to, quote, preserve the life and health of the born alive infant. That language has been repealed. It's no longer part of the law. Also struck from the law was language about reporting infants that are born alive, what treatment they receive, and whether they live or die. Why was it important to you to get that protection out of the law?
Minnesota law aligns with every other case of what physicians are required by their ethical responsibilities. And so it changed nothing other than aligning with all care that physicians provide in any circumstance for any medical case. And so it's alignment, as it's always been. It's the cases we've seen in Minnesota, the outcomes we get in our healthcare results are the best in the nation. And all it did was align with existing law.
But you do acknowledge it takes out the language about preserving the life of an infant who was born alive.
Every doctor has an ethical responsibility to provide what they can in each situation. That is the way the law is written now. It's the same for any person who shows up. And again, this is a distraction from the real issue here is women being forced into miscarriages, women being forced to go back home, get sepsis, potentially die, like we saw in cases in Texas, and maternal mortality rates in Texas have skyrocketed off the charts because of this. This is bad policy. Vice President and I have been very clear on this. We will restore the rights of Roe versus Wade. We will make sure women have their health care decisions. We will not put people's lives at risk because of the geography of where they live. And it will go back to the way it was before Donald Trump gleefully said, we've got the best of both worlds here. Things are wonderful. The states are handling it. It's a beautiful thing. It's not a beautiful thing to see women dying. It's not a beautiful thing to put doctors at risk of being imprisoned.
It is not. It is not to see any single woman suffer. And by the way, there's not a single state, no matter how pro-life or restrictive their laws are, that do not allow a doctor to intercede. That's true in Georgia and Texas as well. I want to turn to the economy. Our latest polling shows that 66% of Americans we talked to said that buying groceries is a, quote, major problem for them. And when we ask people about how they feel about the policies of this administration versus the previous, double the amount of people surveyed say that Biden-Harris policies have hurt them rather than help them and their families economically. That's in stark contrast to how they feel when asked about the Trump administration. So what would a Harris-Walz administration do different than a Biden-Harris administration when it comes to convincing people that the economy is going to get better for them because their perception is that it's not?
Well, we saw a blockbuster jobs report this week. We saw interest rates come down, and we've also seen that Vice President Harris laying out a middle-class agenda. Look, I was in Ohio yesterday, in Cleveland, in Cincinnati, and talking about this. Folks in Ohio know that Donald Trump's policies led to 180,000 manufacturing jobs leaving. They understand when he left office, we had more people unemployed percentage-wise than the Great Depression. What Vice President Harris is talking about is making it more affordable to buy housing. And we've seen it in Minneapolis. When you have more housing stock, stock, we've seen rates go down, we've seen more houses available. Also the idea of price gouging. With 37 states, Republican and Democratic states have this. Corn is about $4.10 or so a bushel. That's where it's been for many years, up and down. But prices at the grocery stores have skyrocketed, corporate profits have skyrocketed, and people are paying more. So we talk about
Great line of tackling this.
about that. And then I think the fundamental difference here is Donald Trump kept his promise. He cut taxes for the wealthiest. She's talking about making sure things like a child tax credit, $6,000 child tax credit, put more money in people's pocket, making sure that we're able to buy those things, whether it's a crib or it's baby formula, get started. And she's simply asking that we can pay for it by asking those at the top to pay their fair share. This is a fundamental difference in approaches to it, and we're seeing it working. We're seeing economists talk about Donald Trump's proposal to add a 20% sales tax will cost $4,000.
Okay.
That's everybody. That's not me saying it.
And just to note, that is a tariff, which, by the way, this administration not only kept most of the Trump tariffs, but they added their own as well. So that's got to be part of the conversation. I want to talk a little bit about your record as governor, because it elucidates for people how you may serve as whether you end up being the president. You'll be one heartbeat away. Should your ticket be successful. Wall Street Journal says this after you were chosen to join the ticket. As the Democratic governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz signed into law initiatives allowing immigrants in the country illegally.
So this is another, so immigration, like I said, these are the two weakest points for the Democrats beyond the economy, right? The economy conversation can be defeated because they have to like stand in opposition to the Republicans no matter what on that front. But like on immigration and on Israel, it's uniparty. So even if Tim Walz's track record has been decent on this as the governor of Minnesota, he now has to fucking sit there and defend very stupid right-wing reactionary framing on the matter. Let's see how he does.
To apply for driver's licenses, qualify for free tuition at state universities, and enroll in the state's free health care program for low-income residents. Are those not magnets to draw people here, many times on dangerous journeys for themselves? And why should your taxpayers in Minnesota or across the state?
I like the argument. This is like one of the grossest ways. It's very Israel coded, but I guess Israel's very America coded, if we're being real. But ultimately, the notion that like you're doing this to somehow protect these migrants that are making this journey is so stupid, because your goal is apprehension, detention, and then deportation. You think that's like, why are you even acting like you care about their well-being? It's such a stupid fucking thing to say. Oh, well, don't you think you're inviting them to your state to make this like treacherous journey that's very dangerous for themselves, which is much better than what I want to do to them, which is kill them? We're killing you for your own good. We're saving you from Hamas. Oops, I fucked up the talking points.
States pay for those programs.
Well, that's not the vice president's position, but I will say this. Minnesota ranks as a top 5 business state. We rank as a top 3 state for children living, and we're the top state for healthcare access. I would also add this. We also have some of the safest roads. Look, the vice president has made it clear that she has policies that make a difference. Her border policies are the most strongest, the fairest we've seen. It's
But
the
now,
bill
Governor,
that was
you know a lot of
crafted.
people, including your own party, would not join that statement. They're
Great. I'm so glad that the Democratic Party is the right-wing party so that these fucking insanely right-wing losers can just sit there and be like, well, your party doesn't agree with you. I don't care about the results of your good policy in your state. Is an insane way to have this conversation. Like, his argument is literally, look at Minnesota. It's killing it. Okay? You say these policies are bad, and yet these policies implemented in Minnesota have made my state thrive as the governor. Okay? So what the fuck are you chirping about? Maybe I'm right and you're wrong is the argument here, but it doesn't fucking matter to this demon, because her job is to basically say, well, now your party doesn't agree with you. What's up with that? This is why it's a major failure on all fronts when these fucking dipshits went right on immigration. I really hate how even for the well-meaning pro-immigration liberals, it's viewed in the context of productivity and skills. God forbid we attract people to build good communities, get back to those communities in general, bring cultural diversity, expands people's horizons. If they're not working, we don't want it. I mean, yeah, but we've already moved beyond like immigrants working as well.
Millions of people who have come here over the last few years that, you know, they see this as an open
policies, border. Well, simply, we have a policy. Donald Trump sees it as a political. Look, James Langford in Oklahoma, the Border Patrol agents, the Wall Street Journal, the Chamber of Commerce, all said pass this legislation. You have to have Congress to authorize 1,500 new border agents. You have to have Congress to authorize DOJ to speed adjudications on these asylum claims. Those are things that would actually work. Donald Trump told us for 4 years he would deal with this. He didn't. He didn't build his wall, 2%. Mexico didn't pay for it. This is a real bill that has bipartisan support. It has the experts on board, and it starts to tackle these issues. And we don't have to resort to demonizing people. We don't have to resort to making up or crafting stories, as Senator Vance said he did. Those things were not happening in Springfield, but it doesn't mean that we can't pass a piece of legislation to strengthen our border. That's what Kamala Harris is talking about.
Well,
She's talking
Governor,
about solving the problem.
That piece of legislation does include the wall that you guys have been so, you've disparaged that. I mean, the vice president has as well. So I don't know if she really intends to move forward with that. But it was negotiated by 3 or 4 senators, and many Republicans came out against it long before President Trump indicated he didn't like it either. Listen, before we go, because I wish that we had a full hour, I want to give you a chance, because you called yourself a knucklehead this week, to talk about some of your misstatements.
She's just ripping into him so fucking hard. Jesus Christ.
Modified your story or explained that you misspoke about things involving your military rank, about carrying a weapon in war, your 1995 DUI arrest, using IVF to have your beautiful children, Gus and Hope, being in Hong Kong and China in the summer of 1989 during the Tiananmen events. A lot of people would say they couldn't get away with saying, I'm just too passionate, my grammar's not right, I'm a knucklehead. What do you say to the American people who think, I don't know that I can trust this guy with all those modifications to be the potential commander-in-chief of this country?
Yeah, well, I think they heard me. They heard me the other night speaking passionately about gun violence and misspeaking. And I got to be honest with you, Shannon, I don't think people care whether I used IUI or IVF when we talk about this. What they understand is Donald Trump would resist those things. Look, I speak passionately. I had an entire career, decades before I was in public office. They know, and I'm very proud of my 24 years in service and my record. I have never disparaged someone else in this, but I know that's not what Donald Trump does. They disparage everyone. The personal attacks. I will own up when I misspeak. I will own up when I make a mistake. Let's be very clear. On that debate stage the other night, I asked one very simple question, and Senator Vance would not acknowledge that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. I think they're probably far more concerned with that than my wife and I used IUI to have our child, and that Donald Trump would restrict that. So I think folks know who I am. My constituents here in Minnesota have elected me 8 times. They know where I'm at, and I'm proud to be on the ticket, and we'll deliver just like we have here in Minnesota.
And if we're going to deal in truth, both the president, the former president, and his nominee have said that they are very supportive of IVF. We are glad you have your precious family. We thank you for serving in uniform and your years and decades as a teacher. My mom was too. I know it's really hard work and sometimes very thankless. So,
Oh, God.
President Donald Trump, Mr. President.
Hugh Hewitt. Hugh Hewitt had Donald Trump on because this man will go in front of any fucking camera. That's where he talked about, like, Jews are at the protest. Your kids, they're protesting. What's up with that? I don't really want to watch this whole thing. Obviously, many others don't want to watch this whole thing either. He's got 9,000 likes. I do want to see what Steve Kornacki has to say about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump being focused on Pennsylvania. What is this? You got auto modded. Maybe your message is a little too long. I live in Asheville. I lost my business in the flood. Yeah, you are. I think you aren't subscribed, I guess, right now. I don't know. You got auto modded. But here, let's listen to Laura talk to Laura Ingraham talk to Trump.
Maybe don't like
it
this
might be
tweet or
GoFundMe.
this joke or this nickname. Tonight, what do you say to them about the safety of our homeland?
I say to the women, and I think I do very well with the women, actually. I think it's a lot of fake polling. I think I do very well because I say, I will keep you safe. I'm not going to allow prisoners to come out from Venezuela and many other countries all over the world, the Congo, the Middle East. They come out from the Congo in tremendous numbers. They're coming out of the Middle East, Yemen, and lots of countries that aren't particularly friendly to us. I'm going to keep you safe. I'm not going to let people hurt you. I'm going to have a very strong
They were bugged by that, the protector line. Like some of the people went crazy about that. He said he's going to be my protector. That's looking down on us, or that's patronizing.
I'm looking up at them. I am going to protect. I'm going to protect men, too. It's my job to protect as president. They don't protect right now. When they let 13,099 criminals, murderers, these are people in prison, some getting ready for the death penalty, and they allowed them to come into our country. When I get them out and when I say it's not happening and when I close the border so that bad people, we want people in our country, but they have to be people that are capable of loving our country and that are good people. They have to go past tests. So I say to people, and I'm not ashamed of that. I saw a couple of wise guys on the left saying, oh, who is he? I want to protect women. I'm going to protect women, and I'm going to protect men, and I'm going to protect children. And that's my obligation to do it with the military and with law enforcement.
100 years from now,
this is just like, this is just fucking straight Hitlerian. Like, they're coming for our women. Like, that's what they're coming here for, to fuck our women, dude. And I'm going to stop them from doing that. It's just Nazi shit. I don't know what else to say. Like, that's it. It's just straight up fucking Nazi shit, man. These immigrants, these barbaric immigrants are coming in to rape our daughters. Is like how the fuck do we get here where not a single Democrat's like, hold on, the fuck are you saying? Like, how do the Democrats just like let him slide with this shit and are basically just waiting, I guess, for people to come to that conclusion on their own? It's insane. He is handing the Democratic Party gifts at this point, rhetorically, but they're so captured by this fear themselves that I assume that they also believe that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, which is true. There is one. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you should not be fearful, because you can just subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Don't be paralyzed with fear at the top of the hour. But yeah, okay, all jokes aside, like, this is just a rhetorical gift to the fucking Democratic Party if you're going to think about this on very cold and very calculated terms, just by simply looking at the election, right? He's doing straight up Nazi propaganda. It's no different than fucking saying that, like, immigrants are poisoning the blood of America. Okay? But they won't even address it. They won't even fucking turn around and say, like, this is crazy. Like, it's insane to suspect your neighbors that live in your communities of, like, being rapists. Additionally ridiculous when Donald Trump is a rapist, okay? At least found to be one in a fucking civil suit. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? This guy, like, it's a perfect demonstration of white supremacy. White guy who has openly stated horrifying shit about women, who's been found at least liable in civil proceedings to have done a sexual assault, is saying it's the fucking migrants that are going to rape your daughters. When like the actual evidence shows that undocumented immigrants are responsible for infinitely less sexual assaults per capita than natural born US citizens are. Why is Jeffrey Epstein's friend talking about how migrants are the ones doing the rape? Like, you can even try and package it with like, ugh, I can't believe I'm saying this, but like if I were to be if I were to put on the fucking Democratic consultant hat, you could literally be like, listen, a lot of Americans think immigration is a problem. The real problem is the humanitarian crisis. We are going to solve that by processing migrants and making sure that they are, participating in the American economy in even more meaningful ways than they are contributing to it right now. Okay? But this kind of rhetoric is ridiculous. They're making you hate your fucking neighbors. Like, try to package it. Like, we're being serious about immigration. They're not. They're fucking making it up. They're making up new problems over and over again.
Just have to. She wants to go into government housing. She wants to go into government feeding. She wants to feed people. She wants to feed people governmentally. She wants to go into a communist party type system. When you look at the things that she proposes, they're so far off. She has no clue. How about allowing people to come through an open border, 13,000 of which were murderers? Many of them murdered far more than one person. And they're now happily living in the United States. You know, now a murderer, I believe this, it's in their genes. And we got a lot of bad genes in our country right now.
What
they left,
the fuck?
They had,
Bro, he's saying undocumented migrants have a murder gene, man. Oh my God. That is racist, right? I'm not hallucinating. Dude, it's not just racist. It's Adolf Hitler. We have officially reached the apex predator of racism. Like the one thing remaining from his commentary is that like we have to put them, well, I guess he does say we're going to do mass deportation. That's it. He hasn't moved on to like, we're actually going to put them in the concentration camps and kill them. It's more economically expedient and more efficient for us. Oh my God. It's insane. Okay, minor update on the retaliation from Israel. Okay. Yeah, ironically, Hitler also started talking about this process with mass deportations, by the way. He's saying he's going to do mass deportations and that murderers have a murderer gene and immigrants have bad genes. There is like a predetermined outcome here. Obviously, you don't have to be a fucking Holocaust scholar to understand what the fuck is going on here. This is how it started. It is not even like hyperbole. It is not an exaggeration. Anyway, speaking of Israel, by the way, we got It's likely that Israel's first retaliation against Iran for Tuesday's missile strike will focus on military bases, perhaps some intelligence or leadership sites. At least initially, Israel seems unlikely to go after the country's nuclear crown jewels. Oh, Kamala Harris' 60 Minutes interview is out. It's only 20 minutes long. Once again, lying mainstream media. The lying New York Times. Anyway. Phytux is just an aggregator. This is a New York Times article. They're just summarizing a New York Times article. It's literally right there in the fucking link. Look. Look at that. Look at the link in front of you. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. I'm not looking. No, you have to look. Anyway, after considerable debate, these targets seem to have been reserved for later if the Iranians escalate with counterstrikes of their own. Nonetheless, there's a rising call inside of Israel, echoed by some of the United States, to seize the moment, to set back for years or more an Iranian capability that American intelligence officials and outside experts increasingly say is at the threshold of producing a bomb. While much of the public discussion is focused on the fact that Iran could almost certainly ramp up enrichment to produce bomb-grade uranium in a matter of weeks, any day now, the more relevant fact is that it would take Iranian engineers months or maybe more than a year to fashion that fuel into a deliverable weapon. So, you know, they're saying we might hit them later. I suspect this has something to do with that. As you know, CENTCOM General is in Israel right now deciding which targets Israel is allowed to hit with our weapons, mind you. Okay? Here's a wonderful J-Post article. U.S. to give Israel compensation if it hits acceptable targets in Iran. Israel has vowed a response to the attack, which saw over 180 missiles fired at Israel, killing a single Palestinian in the West Bank. The U.S. has reportedly offered Israel a compensation package if it refrains from attacking certain targets in Iran. To which I have to say, the United States of America, I am also not targeting Iranian nuclear facilities. Please compensate me as well. I have a bunch of other people who are currently also not targeting Iran nuclear facilities. For example, Asheville, North Carolina. For example, I would suspect that many parts of Florida that are about to be fucking demolished, they will also not be targeting Iran. Okay? Think about it like that, and the opportunities are endless. Okay? Many people in the United States of America are not in the process of targeting Iranian nuclear facilities. Could you perhaps think that maybe they get some of this money as well? I'm just saying. Oh, never mind. That'd be anti-Semitic. Okay, got it. Only Israel gets to have the money. Okay. Okay. Amichai Stein told them that he had received reports from U.S. officials that the U.S. had offered Israel a compensation package if it refrained from hitting specific targets in Iran. This package was offered during negotiations between officials for the two countries on the type of response on the attack from Iran. The package would include a total guarantee of comprehensive diplomatic protections as well as a weapons package. Quid pro quo. Stein summed it up saying, an American official said, if you don't hit targets ABC, we will provide you with diplomatic protection and an arms package. I think it's pretty funny. I think it's pretty funny because I suspect Israel will do it anyway, and America will do it anyway as well. I love that we have done positive reinforcement this entire time, and Israel has just violated all boundaries and all reason. And America's like, well, maybe if we do a little bit more positive reinforcement, it'll be fine. That's crazy. The D-Trans Zionist grifter used to be super pro-Palestine. Yeah, I saw. Words are poetic marks. I've fallen in love with Palestine. Yesterday afternoon, I was in Bethlehem, and today I'll be in Ramallah and Nablus. 5 minutes arriving, a fruit seller gave me a plate of free strawberries, welcoming me to Palestine, the humor, kindness, and resilience of the Palestinian people. I'm so lucky to have gotten to meet Professor Norman Finkelstein. He is an outspoken academic in leftist Jewish thought around the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's awesome. This was at one point a Hasanabi hit. I could see that. To Neek Skit, who keeps asking, isn't positive reinforcement better? Because he always has to ask the dumbest question in chat. The answer is 42,000 deaths of Palestinians through direct Israeli fire that we gave them. And now another war in Lebanon, on top of which Israel has also struck Iran, killed the principal negotiator, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran, violating Iranian sovereignty, and also destroying any sort of fucking ceasefire negotiation that might have taken place. That was all a direct consequence of our positive reinforcement. So no, I don't believe giving Israel positive reinforcement is the smart thing to do unless you're fucking insane and you just keep thinking that if you continuously repeat the same bad opinions and the bad positions over and over again, somehow you will expect a different outcome. There is no reason to expect this different outcome, though. Israel has basically shown time and time again that they're going to keep doing that. All right, let's continue.
Kamala Harris has been a candidate for president for just 2.5 months, and the post-convention honeymoon is over. With the election just 29 days away, Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, face unrelenting attacks from Donald Trump, and the race remains.
Breaking. Hezbollah says, what is this? It will not return fire on IDF troops surrounding an Irish peacekeepers outpost on the Israeli-Lebanon border. Hezbollah is accused of Israel using the peacekeepers as human shields. Yeah, that's unsurprising. The IDF has set up a forward operation base right outside of Unifil outpost 652 in southern Lebanon, currently manned by Irish peacekeepers. The UN has protested the forward operating base, say it endangers the Unifil troops. Hezbollah has told the Irish Defense Forces they will not fire on the area despite the IDF presence to avoid inadvertently hitting the Irish troops. I think Irish people have a right to defend themselves. I think Irish peacekeepers have a right to defend themselves. And if you want to coordinate with the regional security apparatus, the indigenous one, not the one that is currently invading, in an effort to defend yourself and defend your interests, that's up to you. They fucking lied. Wait. Oh, explosions heard in Isfahan, Iran. We don't know what happened there. We'll see. Unifil exists to make sure Israel never crosses the blue line too. They are supposed to shoot the Israelis. All I'm saying is Israel seemingly has no problems encroaching on the international territorial boundaries, you know. That is wrong. UNIFIL is unarmed. Well, all I'm saying is they have a right to defend themselves and a right to coordinate with the sovereign states security apparatus. In this circumstance, it would mean, I guess, whoever is the standing military functionally of Lebanon. If they choose to coordinate with them, they should. They are allowed to do so. Why are, in quotes, leftists attacking Anna Kasparian on Twitter? I don't fucking know. Why are you in here asking me about this shit? Fuck's wrong with you?
Is extremely close. We met the 59-year-old vice president this past week on the campaign trail and later at the vice president's residence in Washington, D.C. We spoke about the economy and immigration, Ukraine and China, but we began with the escalating war in the Middle East, 1 year after the Hamas terror attack on Israel.
The story will continue in a moment.
The events of the past few weeks have pushed us to the brink, if not into, an all-out regional war in the Middle East. What can the U.S. do at this point to stop this from spinning out of control?
Well, let's start with October 7. 1,200 people were massacred. 250 hostages were taken, including Americans. Women were brutally raped. And as I said then, I maintain Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. This war has to end.
We supply Israel with billions of dollars in military aid. And yet Prime Minister Netanyahu seems to be charting his own course. The Biden-Harris administration has pressed him to agree to a ceasefire. He's resisted. You urged him not to go into Lebanon. He went in anyway. Does the U.S. have no sway over Prime Minister Netanyahu?
The work that we do diplomatically with the leadership of Israel is an ongoing pursuit around making clear our principles.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
I think you're not listening, sir. She's saying it's alongside our ongoing principles, as in permanent genocide in the Middle East is our principle. Read between the lines if you can't read the actual lines itself. She's saying we like it and we want it and we want more of it, okay?
We're not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need for this war to end.
Do we have a real close ally in Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think, with all due respect, the better question is, do we have an important alliance between the American people and the Israeli people? And the answer to that question is yes.
While the war in the Middle East has dominated recent headlines, it's the economy that most concerns American voters this election year, as always. There are lots of signs that the American economy is doing very well. Better than most countries, I think. But the American people don't seem to be feeling it. Groceries are 25% higher, and people are blaming you and Joe Biden for that. Are they wrong?
We now have historic low unemployment in America among all groups of people. We now have an economy that is thriving by all macroeconomic measures. And, to your point, prices are still too high. And I know that, and we need to deal with it, which is why part of my plan, you mentioned groceries, Part of my plan is what we must do to bring down the price of groceries.
Harris says she'll press Congress to pass a federal ban on price gouging for food and groceries.
Why are they doing like voiceovers? This is weird. I don't understand it. I want to see the fucking full, I want to see the full NPC talking points, man.
But details are yet to be defined. You want to expand the child tax credit.
Yes, I do.
You want to give tax breaks to first-time home buyers.
Yes.
And people starting small businesses.
Correct.
But it is estimated by the Nonpartisan Committee for Responsible Federal Budget that your economic plan would add $3 trillion to the federal deficit over the next decade. How are you going to pay for that?
Okay, so the other economists that have reviewed my plan versus my opponent and determined that my economic plan would strengthen America's economy.
If she brings up Goldman Sachs, I'm going to die. I'm going to perish on the spot. She's going to bring up Goldman Sachs again, I think.
His would weaken it.
But
my plan, Bill, if you don't mind, my plan is about saying that when you invest in small businesses, you invest in the middle class, and you strengthen America's economy. Small businesses are part of the backbone of America's economy.
But pardon me, Madam Vice President, the question was, how are you going to pay for it?
Well, one of the things I'm going to make sure.
By the way, this right here inherently is a right-wing attack on any kind of government spending. Nobody ever asked this question about the military. Nobody ever asked this question about Israel, okay? Just so you understand, it's fucking bullshit. This is like how mainstream media operates on a good day, right? We're not even there anymore because the Democratic Party is so fucking... The Democratic Party is so right-wing it fell off the goddamn map at this point. But like, this right here is a line of attack that the Democrats back in the day used to have to deal with because they would communicate that they want to do policies such as this one. No one ever asked, how will the government pay for it when it comes to subsidies, when it comes to tax cuts? Nobody ever asked, like, what this will do to the budget. Okay? They only ask this question when any government initiative helps the working poor. Understand this. Her policies are not necessarily all that helpful for the working poor anyway, in comparison to like universal programs such as Medicare for All. There's some good stuff in there, but a lot of bullshit neoliberal attitudes. Having said that, they will never ask this question for anything that is broadly defined as right-wing, anti-working class policies. They always have money in the budget for the military. They always have money in the budget for Israel. They always have money in the budget for death and destruction and for tax cuts for the wealthy. Okay? Notice how they don't ask, how will you pay for it? For, yes, you're right, the border wall or the border proposal. They only seemingly ask this question when it comes down to social safety nets expanding. The American government always has money in the banana stand for the wealthy and seemingly never any money in the banana stand for the working poor.
Sure that the richest among us who can afford it pay their fair share in taxes. It is not right that teachers and nurses and firefighters are paying a higher tax rate than billionaires and the biggest corporations. And I plan on making that.
Yeah, I saw dumbass fucking Dave Portnoy go, real talk, am I getting screwed on taxes? I pay 50% of everything I make to the government. Is Kamala saying teachers, nurses, and firefighters pay more than 50%? I've asked my accountants for the super wealthy tax break, and they can't seem to find it. Yes, dude. Yes. You might be getting screwed if you're paying fucking 50% of everything you make. The reality of the matter is, I don't believe that you do that. But yeah, in comparison to the mega wealthy, you probably are. You are dumb as fuck. I am too, so I get it. Also, you literally spend 6 months plus 1 day in Florida. So I don't think you're paying 50% of what you make to the government at all. I, on the other hand, have a much closer tax rate, a much closer effective tax rate than you do to that 50% that you're talking about, because I live in California. So I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about here.
Fair.
But we're dealing with the real world here.
But the real world includes.
How are you going to get this through Congress?
You know, when you talk quietly with a lot of folks in Congress, they know exactly what I'm talking about because their constituents know exactly what I'm talking about. Their constituents are those firefighters and teachers and nurses. Their constituents are middle-class, hardworking folk.
And Congress has shown no inclination to move in your direction.
I disagree with you. There are plenty of leaders in Congress who understand and know that the Trump tax cuts blew up our federal deficit. None of us, and certainly I cannot afford to be myopic in terms of how I think about strengthening America's economy. Let me tell you something. I am a devout public servant, you know that. I am also a capitalist. And I know the limitations of government.
Kamala Harris has been
I
in
wanna
government
die.
for decades. She was first elected
Bro, this is so, oh my God, dude. I don't expect her to say she's a socialist or whatever, obviously. But like saying she's a proud capitalist and notices the limitations of government is so unambiguously neoliberal. Like so fucking firmly committed to the goddamn bit, dude.
San Francisco District Attorney in 2003, then California Attorney General. She went on to the U.S. Senate and now Vice President. A quarter of registered voters still say they don't know you. They don't know what makes you tick. And why do you think that is? What's the disconnect?
It's an election bill. And I take it seriously that I have to earn everyone's vote. This is an election for President of the United States. No one should be able to take for granted that they can just declare themselves a candidate and automatically receive support. You have to earn it. And that's what I intend to do.
Let me tell you what your critics and the columnists say.
Okay.
They say that the reason so many voters don't know you is that you have changed your position on so many things. You were against fracking, now you're for it. You supported looser immigration policies, now you're tightening them up. You were for Medicare for all, now you're not. So many that people don't truly know what you believe or what you stand for. And I know you've heard that.
In the last 4 years, I have been vice president.
Bro, you're literally I can't get over the last question. You're a Democrat. Why are you running as a Democrat if you don't believe the government can fix problems? Like, how are we so goddamn captive on this right-wing framing, this right-wing slant? I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Meanwhile, another fucking world-changing, genuinely fucking catastrophic hurricane is making landfall. 8 p.m. Eastern. This is nothing short of astronomical. I am at a loss for words to meteorologically describe you the storm's small eye and intensity. Okay? 180 miles per hour max sustained winds and gusts 200 plus miles an hour. This is now the fourth strongest hurricane ever recorded by pressure on this side of the world. The eye is tiny at nearly 3.8 miles wide. This hurricane is nearing the mathematical limit of what Earth's atmosphere over this ocean water can produce. I saw a meteorologist say if there was a Category 6 hurricane, Hurricane Milton would be a Category 6. It's going to undergo another EWRC eye wall replacement cycle, and its wind field will only grow before landfall. It's going to get bigger. I heard meteorologists were crying on television when describing what this impact is going to look like. I'm in Tampa and I'm only packing my Hassan merch to take with me. Yes, get the fuck out of Florida, chatters, please. I don't want to hear no chatters in the chat being like, oh, I'm stuck here. Okay, I'm stuck here. Oh, here's our meteorolog. Oh my God, I can't say it. There it is. Boom. Right on the money. 12 hours ago, 1 a.m. CDT, Milton had wind speeds of 90 miles and a minimum pressure of 975 MB. Milton went through one of the fastest rapid intensifications of an Atlantic hurricane in recorded history, and it is also one of the fastest hurricanes to go from a Category 1 to a Category 5. Hurricane Maria, a Cat 5, which meteorological. There it is. Meteorologist. I got it. One of the fastest hurricanes to go from Cat 1 to Cat 5, Hurricane Maria, Cat 5, which devastated Puerto Rico, Dominica, and Martinique in 2017, also did the same in a similar amount of time. Milton's currently a Cat 5 hurricane in the Gulf near the Yucatan and forecasts to move towards the Florida Peninsula. The NHC has stated multiple times this is an extremely life-threatening situation and is urging all Floridians / those in areas that could be affected to follow the advice of local officials. Do your best to leave if they tell you to. I know that there's a lot of Floridians out there. I know that there's a lot of fucking Floridians out there that are like, nah, it's fine. I don't give a shit.
Incredible.
I'm built different. I would not do that.
It's just an incredible hurricane. It has dropped. It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours. I apologize. This is just horrific. Maximum sustained winds are 160 miles per hour, and it is just gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico, where you can imagine the winds. I mean, the seas are just so incredibly hot. Record hot, as you might imagine. You know what's driving that. I don't need to tell you. Global warming, climate change, leading to this. And
oh, I'm tuned out. That's fake news, man. He's crying. Obviously, when he said climate change, I was like, no. I thought he was going to talk about the Chinese Jewish weather machine. And a classic liberal media doing fake news again. I hate to report on this, but it's very obviously a Jewish-Chinese space laser machine that also is doing HARP weather conditions. Dude, I literally almost started crying when I was researching it. Almost the entire peninsula of Florida is at some kind of risk of flash flooding. As well as the coast of Georgia and South Carolina. The Tampa Bay area is at risk of 10 to 15 foot storm surge. Florida will be impacted by heavy rainfall before Milton makes landfall. You probably got to get out right now before before it's too fucking late. Unless you want to drive in that fucking storm surge. This will lead to comprehensive climate change legislation. No, it won't. Extreme weather, like once in a lifetime weather events are now extremely commonplace, and people refuse to recognize the reality, so much so that they are refusing to harden the infrastructure against it. Like we are actively not even we're not even doing the thing that we're supposed to do to like at least save people because of our inability to recognize the reality. This has become such a fucking culture war issue at this point that people literally won't even do the things necessary, the bare minimum things necessary to at least like harden the infrastructure. And you're hearing more and more people, fucking straight up say, nah, dog, it's got to be the weather machine. That's probably what this is. Because the alternative is too scary. The truth is too scary. Okay?
Becoming an increasing threat for the Yucatan, including Mérida and Progreso and other areas there. Let's see if I can show you the latest. There's the Cat 5 information. Winds 160 miles per hour, moving east-southeast at 9 miles per hour. And on that track, you're going to notice that this system is going to come very, very close to the Yucatan. And the dirty side of this hurricane, folks, is on the right-hand side of its progress. So therefore, they're going to get the dirty side there. These communities, many of them, as you might imagine, many folks, in that area have just the very basics, nothing else but that. So it's going to be very tough. Now let's transition to Florida because even though it is expected to weaken on approach, it is so incredibly strong right now that you're going to find it very difficult for it to be nothing less than a major hurricane when it makes landfall in Florida.
Do not call it a Category 6 hurricane. This will get you canceled. Be careful. Wait, what? I didn't say that. I said people more knowledgeable than myself are saying if there was a Cat 6 designation, this would fit it. Also, who the fuck fell off ass comment? What is that? Like, who's gonna cancel me, dude? Motherfuckers underwater in Florida? Like, what are we talking about? You will be canceled. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is refusing to speak to Kamala Harris about coordinating the hurricane response. Kamala Harris now responds on tarmac. Calls DeSantis ignoring calls utterly irresponsible and selfish. White House response to NBC News story about Governor Ron DeSantis not taking VP calls about hurricane response. What the fuck? Bro, what? What does this mean? What do you mean you're just not going to fucking initiate any kind of you're not going to fucking take any fucking, you're not going to take federal help? Like, what are you saying? White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was asked about NBC News' report on Monday afternoon whether politics was sinking into the hurricane response. That's really for the governor to speak to, right? She replies saying that the White House invited DeSantis to survey the storm damage with Biden. It was his decision to not attend or not be there with the president. It's up to him, she added. We are doing our part in the Biden-Harris administration, working. Obviously, FEMA is working on the ground, all hands on deck, whole of government, robust approach here. And so, again, that's for Governor DeSantis to speak to.
Governor DeSantis, NBC is reporting Governor DeSantis is ignoring your calls on hurricanes, resources, and help. How does that hurt the situation here?
You know, moments of crisis, if nothing else, should really be the moment that anyone who calls themselves a leader says they're going to put politics aside
No, he did. He finally took Biden's call 10 minutes ago. Biden got DeSantis on the phone from the White House this evening. The president has separate calls with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Tampa Mayor Jane Castor to get a first-hand report on the recovery efforts for Hurricane Helene and to discuss preparations for Hurricane Milton. He asked the governor and the mayor to call him directly if there's anything that can be done to further support the response and recovery efforts. No bipartisan support to assist with the humanitarian crisis, instead focusing on political talks for a serious emergency. I just don't like. There is no fucking politics in this situation. Okay, there is no politics in a fucking hurricane. That's ridiculous. Evacuation traffic suddenly shot up after Hurricane Milton reaches Category 5 in Tampa. So the thing is, the things I linked to you are directly from the NHC. He's literally going to get more people killed. I hate that motherfucker. Yeah, What? I'm in a debate about FEMA with my brother, and I've gotten to the point that he sounds like he wants FEMA to fail and not have anything in place to help people. What do you do? In times like this, you unironically need FEMA more because we're not going to do anything to like mitigate. We're not going to do anything to mitigate the way in which these fucking extreme weather events occur, right? We're not going to do anything about climate change. We're not going to fucking dial back our carbon footprint. We're not doing anything to like harden our infrastructure against these sorts of like massive world-changing climate atrocities. So the least you can do is at least hope that there is enough money in the tank for relief and recovery, right? Like, what the fuck are we doing? I mean, shouldn't the U.S. be forced sending the fucking military? Could a state refuse the National Guard? I don't know. I don't know what you do in the situation. I'm sure Ron DeSantis is just like playing politics, which is insane. When you're staring down the barrel of like, hundreds of your fucking citizens dying in this massive fucking hurricane. But I mean, he has capitulated. He has actually taken the call. Republicans are saying that the Biden admin pulled FEMA funds for immigration. Is that true? I mean, there's always restructuring going on in terms of like funding certain things, but I wonder where that. I'm reminded of the $17 billion that we've given to Israel, including the $9 billion that we gave to Israel. The total $18 billion of military aid we gave to Israel. I'm reminded of that number because there's plenty of restructuring that happens in the American budget throughout the fiscal year. And it doesn't seem like anyone brings this up when talking about the money in the bank. Trump is live from Florida speaking about Israel. Let's go. Wait, is he doing a standing? Oh, is he doing a moment of silence for October 7?
Thank you very much. To every family that lost a loved one, I know so many of them, on that terrible day, including several here tonight, we grieve with you, we stand with you, and we make you this sacred and sacred vow, very simple vow, a vow you've heard many times, and sometimes it's honored and sometimes it's not, but this will be honored. Never again. Never again. The monsters who perpetrated those murders also took over 250 hostages, men, women, and children, including 12 Americans. In so doing, they inflicted the most unthinkable torture, not only on their captives, but also on the families who were forced to live.
Why'd this motherfucker fly into the hurricane, by the way?
Agony and pain, not knowing.
I just realized he's in Miami.
anything worse. Tonight, we send our love to every innocent soul who remains in Hamas captivity. We just are not going to stand for it, not going to take it. We're not going to take it any longer. We pray that through the darkness, they know that we have not forgotten them, that we have not forsaken them. We will never forsake them, and we will never abandon them. And with God's help, they will come safely home, and it will be soon. We hope it will be very soon.
Oh, he's so good.
Very, very soon. And we hope they're safe. Nobody knows. I was talking to somebody today, and the family has no idea. They think their boy is safe. Beautiful boy, beautiful young guy, American. He went over there to enjoy and to pray, and they've never seen him again, but they think he's alive. And can you imagine that? Can you even imagine? Let me also say to all of the people of Israel who have endured a long year search of anger and slander and war, our hearts are united with yours. We are very united with yours. The bond between the United States and Israel is strong and enduring. And if and when they say, when I'm president, I don't say that. I never say that. If and when.
Wait, what? You say that all the time.
I'm president of the United
Trump lies about the
States.
dumbest
It will
shit,
once again
dude.
be stronger and closer than it ever was before. We have to win this election. If we don't win this election, there's tremendous consequence for everything. You know, I say that November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think it will also be the most important day in the history of Israel, if you want to know the truth. I believe that. I think you believe that, too. Thank you. Over the past year, there has been an effort by some to deny the horrors of October 7th, just as some unbelievably deny the Holocaust itself. And you have that, and you have people that actually say, oh, October 7th, it never happened. Where do these people come from? Where do they come from? And they don't believe it.
This is one of the funniest lies that he says all the time. I've never heard anyone fucking say that. Like, denying the atrocities aside, you could say that. But absolutely zero people on the planet have said October 7th never really happened. It was a psyop.
Also say never, ever forget. We can never forget. The nightmare of that day still hangs. The horrible legacy of what's taken place, the survivors, the families of the dead, and Jews all over the world. Hamas raped, tortured, maimed, and murdered innocent civilians in the most barbaric ways imaginable. Nobody can believe what they saw, and it's there for those to see if you want to see it. It's a terrible thing. I've seen it. They paraglided into a music festival full of life and beauty. From the skies they came and massacred young people who came for joy and happiness and peace. They were loving young people, wonderful young people, beautiful people. One young woman whose friend had been killed was seen begging on her knees for her life. She was begging, please, please. Her last words were, don't kill me, please don't kill me, before the terrorists shot her dead in the face. Elsewhere, a child and an adult were bound together with metal wire. They were burned alive. A baby was shot through the heart while still in the mother's womb, ready to be born, and shot. Today, we reaffirm the entire world to hear there can be no acceptance, no excuse, and no understanding of this kind of evil. It's the evil like nobody has ever seen before. Nothing can justify it. Nothing can rationalize it. And any person who sympathizes with it, with these terrible atrocities, is a sickness in their soul and a darkness in their heart. And these are people that can never be our allies or our friends. Almost as shocking as October 7th itself is the outbreak of anti-Semitism that we have all seen in its wake. I never thought I was going to see this. Never, ever. This is so incredible to be witnessing. Whoever thought? We thought this was very, very rarefied, putrid air. We never thought we'd see it, and we certainly never thought we'd see it in this country. And a lot of that has to do with the leadership of this country. This attack Yeah. Well, that's true. We need leadership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's very sad to see. I never thought I'd see it. This attack should have rallied the entire world in support of the Jewish people and the Jewish homeland. Instead, an ancient scourge of anti-Jewish hatred. And this was something we thought was left to hundreds and thousands of years ago. I mean, this was something we never thought could happen. The anti-Jewish hatred has returned even here in America, in our streets, our media.
Hundreds of thousands of years ago? Anti-Jewish hatred from 100,000 years ago?
Not in the Republican Party, I will tell you that. It's not in the Republican Party. And I say that the Republican Party has not been infected by this horrible disease. And hopefully it won't be. It won't be as long as I'm in charge, I can tell you that. These endless candles, photos, and empty chairs remind us why it's so important that the toxic poison of anti-Semitism be condemned, confronted, and stopped. Anti-Semitic bigotry has no place in a civilized society. It has no place in our universities, and it has no place in the United States of America. No place.
The real devastation is a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, chat. Make no mistake. You can avoid it, though, by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Lost their lives. Actually, many lost their lives. One of them was
Soap makes suds.
Moshe
Thank you for the 10 gifted
Ridler.
subs.
Moshe was escaped from a concentration camp at the age of 11, only to die at the hands of the same vile hate 8 decades later. Can you imagine? Can you imagine his thought process when he saw this happening? Can you even imagine it? Hamas terrorists murdered Moshe at 91 years old for the same reason the Nazis put him in a camp, simply because he was a Jew. The world cannot continue down this dangerous path. We must stop this perilous slide into conflict, hatred, and destruction. And we must really, honestly stop it now. It cannot go on because it's going to only get worse if it does. The October 7th attack would never have happened if I was president, I can tell you. The past few years have proven that weakness only begets violence and war. And you see that it's weakness, but it's also, there's a lot of hatred going around also, not just weakness, it's hatred. There's a lot of hatred on a certain side. What is needed more than ever is a return of unwavering American leadership and unquestioned American strength. We were strong, we were powerful, we were respected like this country has not been respected in many, many decades. Just 4 years ago. That's what I intend to deliver as the 47th President of the United States. We're going to deliver everything that we want. As you know, Hamas has now been severely degraded, and Hezbollah has recently been dealt very, very powerful, crippling blows. With strength and the right leadership, the dawn of a new, more harmonious Middle East is finally within our reach. It's finally within our reach. But you have no idea the role that the United States has to play in order to get that ball over the goal line. We have to get it into the end zone. And if it's not the United States, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. We have to be able to get it done and get it done properly and get back to a wonderful, beautiful way of life. You have to be able to do it. You have to finish what you began, and you have to finish it quickly. So here is my commitment to you on the solemn date. I will not allow the Jewish state to be threatened with destruction. I will not allow another Holocaust of the Jewish people. I will not allow a jihad to be waged on America or our allies. And I will support Israel's right.
I'm the one jihadi voter.
And it has to win it fast. No matter what happens, it has to go fast.
There's nothing funnier than Trump talking about like anti-Jewish hate right next to a 1488 Michael Pillow ad. Okay, I'm sorry. This entire This entire process is so cooked. I love it, dude.
And I want to, while we're
The
at
fuck
this
is that
point, I want to
water?
thank Mr. Steve Witkoff, a great entrepreneur in New York and Florida and elsewhere, I think everywhere, frankly. But he's made a major contribution, so I just want you to know that. I think it's appropriate to bring that up. What do you think? And Steve is the only one that doesn't really care if I do, but he's been very generous. Thank you very much, Steve. I appreciate it. With his wonderful, beautiful boy. Here at home, I will defend our American Jewish population. I will protect your communities, your schools, your places of worship, and your values. We will remove the jihadist sympathizers and Jew haters. We're going to remove the Jew haters who do nothing to help our country. They only want to destroy our country. And we will never let the horrors of October 7th be repeated here on American soil. We will not let that happen, and we will solve the problem that we have. If you look at what happened just 2 days ago in New York City, I couldn't believe it. I said, it's starting all over again. The level of violence was as bad as it was last summer. If we can achieve all of that, we can really make sure that those who perished on October 7th will not have died in vain. They cannot have died in vain. You cannot let that happen. With God's help, their sacrifice will have given way to a safer Jewish homeland, a stronger state of Israel, a more secure America, and at long last, we will have achieved the dream of some generations. We are going to make this. We are going to turn this, and you can never say a total positive because all of those people that have died, but we're going to turn this into something where they can be proud of what's happened. They can say, we sacrificed our lives for something very special. There has to be unity. There has to be peace. There has to be strength. We need so many qualities. We need every single quality. We're going to bring it all together, and we will have peace in the Middle East. We will have strength and resilience, and we will have a very powerful and strong Israel, and I will be with you all the way. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless the people of Israel. God bless America. Thank you very much.
What is this noise? Yeah, I know. Miriam Adelson, the woman right there, the looker right there, that Trump keeps kissing a little bit too much. What's going on, dude? Sheldon is fucking rotting in hell right now. Looking up, going, what the fuck? Yo, are you hitting that? That's bullshit. The pro-Israel donor with a $100 million plan to elect Trump. I love that they're playing YMCA at the Remembrance event. Is it not at least a little odd that a major presidential candidate has done like 3 to 4 speeches on Israel and anti-Semitism for a people that comprise 2% of the U.S. population and a nation even a sizable majority of what 2% have no connection to? Yeah, Miriam Adelson is giving him $100 million. He will do more of these speeches, okay? And so will Kamala Harris. That's it. That's it. House Speaker Mark Johnson said Hurricane Helene's devastation doesn't require immediate action by Congress to boost federal disaster relief funding. Yeah. Yeah, they're on the same page. Yeah, Trump is a little bit more extreme than the other page. Like, Trump will go over the annexation of West Bank now. Kamala Harris will go over the annexation of the West Bank at the end of her 4-year term, all things considered. You know, it's just, that's how it goes. There's a stay of execution when you're voting for the Democrats. Like, it's just going to happen. It's more so a time frame on when it will. Jewish school bus wrapped in Hebrew writing belonging to Kalisher Yeshiva was vandalized over Rosh Hashanah. Multiple windows, including the windshield and door, were shattered, and animal feces were thrown into the vehicle. It was parked on Avenue L. According to Flatbush Shramrim, it is alleged that a group of possible Muslim youths. Wait, what? Muslim youths were seen laughing and making anti-Semitic remarks while committing the vandalism, but this is yet to be confirmed by the NYPD. Why the fuck? What? That's insane. Like, that is fucking insane to just be like, yeah, we heard that it was Muslims. Then why say it? You know why. Yeah, they were like, I love being Muslim, and a big part of my commitment to Islam is doing anti-Semitic acts. Probably what was going on. That's what they were doing. I love doing Islamic style bad guy shit. Walking up to a brown kid, is Muhammad God's prophet? Yeah. That's how they figured it out. Bro, I haven't even looked at the fucking Call Her Daddy podcast shit, and it is shocking that the Call Her Daddy podcast got the goddamn vice president on, and in one day it got 267,000 views. I feel like I could have a higher view count than this. I know. The full thing is 40 minutes on the playlist. Ah! Trump loves dancing. He's so unserious, dog. He is so ridiculous. This country is so stupid. We're the dumbest country. I'm sorry. We're a bad country. We're bad. We're so bad. We're being naughty. We're being dumb. We're being bad. I don't know what else to say about it. We're being bad, naughty, and so stupid that we're harming ourselves now. Hassan, I have a genuine question. I'm very new to the Israel allyship conversation. Why are we so strongly aligned with them? Ugh. I feel like I answered this so much. Chatter. We are aligned with Israel because America is a dying empire, and those are our guys in the region. They are important for us in the region that is resource rich and can potentially, if push comes to shove, control a very important trade route. Beyond that, this allegiance over the course of many, many years has also created an offensive charm campaign, okay, in the United States of America and in the Western world in general, both lobbying congressional members, but also beyond that, basically infiltrating academia and every other fucking aspect of like every vector of recruitment for top levels in office and governance. Oh no? What do you mean, oh no? That's just what it is. There is an ideological commitment to Zionism, to defending Israel. Get up and work, bitch. Okay, true. But most significantly, it is our State Department position in perpetuity. Okay? It is our State Department position in perpetuity that we must defend Israel's interests and its territorial ambitions. And as our unsinkable warship is becoming more and more of a fucking pariah state, we're letting them do as much land grabs as possible because this might be the last time they get to do such a thing. There's also theological reasonings for our undying loyalty to the state of Israel from a base of white evangelical Protestants, which happens to have a tremendous outsized political impact. That's kind of why we had the abortion thing happen. But, you know, here's what Aisha Siddiqui had to say about our incredible, historic hurricane, Hurricane Milton, making landfall soon. Part of the toll of living under America's managed decline and the abandonment of people is how helpless and distraught one is made to feel in the face of daily horror. We try to get in touch with those we could and offer shelter, but the need far outpaces individual ability. It's a shame that the time you got as an empire was an era of extreme documentation. Saturation, think of 500 years from now. China will study the Romans and the Americans. I know which subject I would prefer. Ha ha ha. Did you see Netanyahu place mics in the former prime minister's toilet? Oh, you mean Boris Johnson? I understand that, though. Boris Johnson is an Ottoman son, tasked with destroying the West as an insider. So Benjamin Netanyahu, obviously, knowing full well that prior Zionists, like the original OG founding father of Zionism, Theodore Herzl, got fucked over by the Ottomans when they went to the Ottoman Empire to get Palestine, and they said no, knew not to trust the Ottoman son, Boris Johnson. So he wanted to see how hard he shit. I get that. Let's tune in to Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, who had this to say about the potential Category 5 hurricane making landfall in Florida. Tampa is, of course, in the way of the hurricane path.
Number one message to Tampa residents tonight?
The number one message.
They made your meme into a reality?
Several days now is that you need to prepare, do whatever you need to do, and then get out of the evacuation zones, which now are evacuation zone A and B. And as we all have heard so many times now, you hide from the wind and run from the water. And we are talking about right now the possibility of a direct hit with 10 to 12 foot tidal surge. Put that in perspective, Hurricane Helene, which just left the Tampa Bay area a week ago, there was 6 foot storm surge, and that was literally devastating to so many in our coastal area. We have 126 miles of coast just in the city of Tampa. And so people need to be heeding that warning. And from the looks of traffic on all of our northbound highways, they're doing just that.
Yeah, we've seen how jammed up those highways are. I know a lot of the tolls have been suspended to help facilitate people getting out of there. What would you say to people tonight who are saying, you know what, I'm going to ride this out, I've ridden others out? What would you say to people who aren't heeding those evacuation orders?
Well, I can tell you right now that they may have done that in others. There's never been one like this. And this Helene was a wake-up call. This is literally catastrophic. And I can say without any dramatization whatsoever, if you choose to stay in one of those evacuation areas, you're going to die.
Oh, my God. I just had to beg my girlfriend for the last 2 days to get the fuck out of Tampa, and now they're finally going southbound. The problem is, it's not like people choose to stay. Like some, okay, we're talking about Florida. There are a lot of people who choose to stay. But not everyone is choosing to stay. A big issue with evacuations during hurricanes like this is the fact that people don't have south. Yes, south is also an appropriate way to escape. It's safer. That's why Miami is safer than fucking Tampa. The evacuation zones. Tropical storm zones. Are the prisons in the area cleared? Nope. The people, a lot of people that die in situations like this are people that don't have the financial capability of getting out. It's not always people who are like, fuck you, hurricane, you can't do shit to me, I'm from Florida. Okay. I-4 has been gridlocked for hours. A lot of people lost their cars in Helene, and rentals are locked up for the last week. I need people to be prepared for the fact that there aren't many residents that want to leave but won't be able to. Elderly parents, disabled, poor people without any cars, etc. I've never in my life seen a graphic like this saying to avoid nearly the entirety of the state of Florida. There's also one additional thing that I want to show you about the state of Florida, or at least specifically Tampa. The Tampa Bay area's main hospital and only trauma center is built on an island at sea level. I just want to point out that there's going to be potentially 15 feet of storm surge. By the way, this is literally fucking Florida. Like, everywhere in Florida is like this. If you're confused, what the fuck caused them to make this decision? Like, this is most of Florida. And let me tell you, they didn't do the Dutch move of like building it in a floating fashion or anything like that. My friend works there and is on emergency call. They have flood barriers that work to keep the hospital operational. Yeah, they usually have they will put up these like crazy ass fucking flood barriers around the hospital. I've seen it in action during Hurricane Helene. Oh. But I'm flying to Florida for tomorrow for a wedding. Pray for me. What are you, fucking stupid? No shot. The answer is yes. What part of Florida are you flying to? What are you guys going to do like that? Orlando? Wait, someone in the chat said Disney World is not even closing yet. I have a family in evacuation zone C. They're in their 80s and are sheltering at the high school so they can check their mobile home when it's done. So dumb. I want them to go. How does Florida exist? Swampland. They were like, look at this uninhabitable swampland. Let's build on it anyway. Surely this won't be an issue down the line. The entirety of the state of Florida, especially some of the higher density urban areas, are directly built on coke money Like, I'm not even joking when I say this. It's not even a meme. Okay. It's indigenous slaughter on top of a swampland that they propped up with coke money and real estate scams. And now the current economy of the state of Florida revolves around crypto. That's all Florida is. It's like shoddy housing built unsustainably with infrastructure that falls apart with regular frequency. And it's completely built by coke money that people had to dump into something, and real estate was the best possible way to do it. Cocaine money, not Koch brothers. Like cocaine money. Money by trafficking cocaine. Vanilla Ice builds homes in Florida. You take that back. Well, there you go. You just proved the point I was making. Wait, that's not a joke? No, man, it's not. Yeah, just prop plane enthusiasts and speedboat enthusiasts that happen to find a passion for travel. All the way from 60s, 70s, 80s, well into the 90s. I mean, that's not like nothing I said is a joke. Storm surge GIS map in my chat history. Thinking about buying land in Florida, is this a good idea? I mean, if you don't plan to be able to live in it for extended periods of time throughout the year, and if you have no problem with not being able to purchase insurance for it, it seems like, or maybe you know how to breathe underwater. If you have been able to develop gill technology, that could be a reasonable that could be a reasonable investment for you. I'm a meteorology student, major student. This could be pretty tragic. It's actually worst case scenario if Milton weakens just before landfall, because that enables the wind field to expand, causing the storm surge to be more expansive and devastating. Winds are never the worst part of the hurricane. The flooding and storm surges. Also, don't underestimate tornadoes, since they can happen during a hurricane as well. Yeah. It's good stuff, man. I mean, it's great. Yeah, we watched the meteorologist crying on camera when discussing the nature of this. Folks, are we going to be okay? As major hurricane approaches Florida, FEMA faces severe staffing shortage. Yeah, that's kind of what happens when half of the fucking country's East Coast is directly underwater, you know? Once again, I repeat, we don't want to address the problem. We don't want to address the root cause of the problem. We want to argue on whether the root cause even exists or the problem even exists. We don't want to address what happens if the problem ends up making landfall, and we don't even have any money left in the tank for the relief and recovery efforts after the inevitable consequences of avoiding said problem for extended periods of time. What do you expect? What do you expect? Also, a lot of chatters are fucking being quite anti-Semitic. I will say, I know I'm in California and we got our own complications to worry about, such as wildfires. Okay. But I think a lot of chatters are being anti-Semitic when they talk about FEMA facing severe staffing shortages, when obviously, you know, we should probably give that money to Israel. Israel's running out of munitions, as my favorite congressperson, Lindsey Graham, correctly pointed out. What are you saying, bro? You know what I'm saying. I am Israel Chai. This was Ian in 2022. Oh my God, Twitter video is so ass. That's amazing. Okay, to be fair, that is pretty cool. Yeah. I know a guy who could get 1,000 ready and able Afghans on the problem ASAP. Guess what, dude? He was in Florida and they fucking arrested him. So who's the real villain of this story? Okay. Who's the real villain? The federal government, of course. Ryan Ruth would address the problem with the tact it deserves. Kathleen, is this you? We got lakefront home all of a sudden. Not sure if you saw this, but some guy at Washington Post wrote an article literally predicting this in 2017. Tampa Bay's coming storm. The area is due for a major hurricane and it is not prepared. If a big one scores a direct hit, the damage would likely surpass Katrina. Over the past 24 years since he moved into his house, the bayou has inched up a protective seawall and crept towards his front door. As sea level rises, a result of global warming, and contributes to the flooding in his Venetian Isles neighborhood and Shore Acres, a neighboring community of homes worth is $2.5 million, about 70 times per year. Why stay? Asked Luther, an oceanographer who knows perfectly well a hurricane could one day shove 15 feet of water into his living room. It's just so nice. Tampa Bay is mesmerizing with 700 miles of shoreline and some of the finest white sand beaches in the nation. He's like, I want to directly view the problem. As an oceanographer, I know what's about to happen, and I would like to be there experiencing it in real time. If like half of Tampa and the West Coast Florida gets wiped out, what's the point of rebuilding? Like, I don't even know how to answer this question. Like, what are we... I get where you're coming from, where it's like, it makes no sense. Like, you cannot fucking live there, you know? You literally cannot live there at this point. But you will never stop Americans from living there. Do you understand? As an oceanographer, his job is to go where the ocean is, his living room. Could this end up being an October surprise that flips Florida for their election? What are you saying? No. If anything, they will be more committed to voting for Donald Trump because they'll be like, Biden did the Jewish weather machine on us. Or also on top of, first of all, I love this question because it's like liberalism is so one note where it's like, hey, a potential devastating, catastrophic natural event is about to take place in an otherwise deeply red state. How will this impact the election? That's a funny line of questioning. But beyond that, it also completely denies the almost problematic amount of agency that Americans have, and the way that they make decisions and the way that they think about these things. Okay, just like everything else, everything in the United States of America is hyper polarized, and that, of course, is not simply limited to, I don't know, gun control or anything, really everything, but it's also hurricanes. Hurricanes are publicized and politicized. Okay, they're hyper polarized. So when a Republican state gets hit by a hurricane, the question immediately does not turn to like, how do we make sure that this never happens again? But instead it turns into, this is what the Democrats did to me. The Democrats did this to me. There's Trump flags being flown on beachfront properties, and those homes are surrounded by other homes with for sale signs. Yes, the hurricane will devastate Florida, and then Trump will famously say it would never have happened under him. That's what he's going to say. And people in Florida will go, oh my God, he's the most right anyone's ever been, and vote for him willingly. Do you understand? The other frustrating angle here is that this is one of the few issues where the Democrats are like noticeably and still to this day objectively better on. Like they're trying to reach the Republican side on the matter. They do this very stupid Democratic Party thing where they say, we see you, we hear you, we listen to the experts, climate change is real, and that's why we're going to be fracking and drilling baby drilling. And Trump just says climate change is fake and gay, Chinese made it up, and also we're going to keep drilling, which is weird because at least on the legislative front, the Democrats do recognize that climate change is real, so they do take some initiatives against it. And you are probably more likely to have a better response in times of need under a Democratic administration that is at least a little bit more competent. But even then, given how far right we have become as a nation, even with the marginally better stance that the Democrats have on the issue, recognizing climate change, trying to craft legislation that at least like hardens the American infrastructure against all of the worst impacts of devastating climate change, it's still not enough. Congress will pass $1 billion aid package to fund FEMA and will tie Israel money to it. Possibly. Have you seen this pandering by Israel to evangelists? Urgent Channel 12. Netanyahu proposes changing the name of the war from Iron Swords to Apocalypse War. It's not just evangelist. I think he's just saying like we're gonna fight Iran. There's a flock of birds stuck in the eye. They report observing flocks of birds within the eye of Milton. Thoughts on the fact that this hurricane is made by leftists by their machines to infect Florida with a gay virus. The truth is getting censored. Yeah. Milton is the only Category 5 hurricane in Atlantic records to have any sort of southeasterly motion vector. Southeasterly. What does that even like? So they never go in that direction normally? Is that what it is? Most of them hit like that. This one is hitting like this, going in the opposite direction. Dude, I'm not like I am not particularly a apocalypse believing guy. But it does come across as somewhat apocalyptic. And I don't think the evangelicals are going to get sucked up into the fucking sucked up into the heavens, if I'm being honest. Look how Milton curves into Florida, then out and not up the coast. Yeah, it looks like it's just, bro. It does. It looks like it's avoiding. It was born right here, and is now just fucking. It's like, nah, I'm just gonna hit Florida. Like, fuck that. Nothing else. Like, look at this shit. Since 1851, a total of 14 hurricanes have formed in the Gulf of Mexico that moved to the east and into Florida. See, it's happened before. A total of 14 times. What now, libtard? Since 1851, Jewish, Chinese, and now I'm beginning to find out Mexicans worked in a collaborative effort with their weather machine to target the beautiful state of Florida, a sum total of 14 times. Okay? Here at the Hasanabi broadcast, we arrive at the truth. And I'm beginning to realize that it wasn't just the Chinese nor the Jewish population. It also happens to be undocumented Mexicans who are seemingly living in Mexico. So technically they would be documented Mexican citizens, but like they want to come to America and be undocumented. It's like God is sending the great flood to Florida. It's not funny, but it's kind of funny. I mean, it would be funny if it wasn't for the fact that there's so many poor people living in the trajectory that will get absolutely fucking destroyed and killed. By the time it gets to Orlando, is a Cat 1. Tampa is just fucking tanking it, dude. How hurricane categories make a difference.
When it comes to
This
hurricanes,
is a classic video.
each one's impacts are a little bit different, but the wind speeds that we talk about along the Saffir-Simpson scale, those are very specific, and the damage caused in those categories, kind of predictable.
Wait, get out of the way, sir.
So let me show you. Let's start
Don't
off
do it.
with a Category 1 storm.
No.
And the damage here, not too bad. A couple of shingles fall off. You can have some palm fronds bending in the wind, but everything basically remains intact. Category 2, that's where you really start to feel it. Look at the windows of the house. They can be hit from debris from the outside and already start breaking in a Category 2.
What?
Your trees are significantly bent over in the wind, and the siding of the house itself can break, flapping there in the wind, adding to those eerie noises inside. Category 3. I've heard only a Category 3, but it's not only anything except really bad news. In a Category 3, you can have the door of the house blown in because the winds get so strong. You can have...
For the record, as it stands currently, it's going to hit Tampa as a Category 3. Why are you standing there, sir?
The roof of the house starts to flap up and down in the wind because it can lift off those weak points, and a lot of those trees start to fall. Category 4, the damage is even worse. You get most trees falling, most of your windows breaking, most of your shingles fly away, and then Cat 5 is as high as the category scale goes. By Cat 5, no shingles remain anywhere nearby.
Like, it's currently Cat 5. Someone also said that there might be another. There might be another massive tropical storm after, too. Yeah, there you have it. An undocumented Mexican Chinese person of Jewish descent controlling the weather right in front of your eyes. What now, liberals? You don't want to see the reality. I'm thinking maybe he's Russian too.
The holes in the roof get so big that the walls of the house start to fall because they're not attached to anything anymore. There won't be any trees up in the neighborhood.
Look, he's just standing there. He's like, I'm tanking it. I don't give a fuck. Cat 5, dude. I don't give a shit.
That's just catastrophic damage. But again, that's just from the wind. And there are other impacts from hurricanes, and they all vary through the season. So stick with the Weather Channel to keep you safe when the tropics head towards you.
Hurricane Milton's rapid intensification is a part of climate-fueled trend. It strengthened from a tropical storm to a Cat 5 in just 24 hours.
A lot of coastal Floridians often evacuate too, Hallie, and they're saying this is one of the biggest evacuations that they've had to do here in Florida. More than 7 million people trying to move out of those most at-risk areas. And here we're more than 100 miles inland, and you can see that even folks here in Orlando are taking this seriously. They're filling up sandbags. Orange County alone says they've already given out more than 100,000 sandbags because here in Orlando, when Hurricane Ian came through just a couple years ago, they got 13, 15 inches of rain in some places, and that triggered flash flooding. They had to rescue hundreds of people from their homes. So even well inland here in Orlando, they are taking this threat seriously, Hallie.
There's also a climate connection here too, right?
Yeah, I mean, Bill was just talking about this rapid intensification that Milton is breaking all sorts of records, the second fastest to go from a Category 1 to a Category 5 hurricane. So here's some context on that.
By the way, there is no diversion. Stinky said Helene made landfall at Cat 4. There is no diversion of funds to illegals or whatever. I know that that's a conspiracy theory that like a lot of chatters have presented here. It's an entirely separate fund. You could potentially ask for more money for FEMA, which Congress seemingly does not have any money in the budget for. But that's it. There is no it's no different than saying that the money is being allocated to Israel instead. When people say that, I guess they're trying to say the government is spending the money that we have instead of diverting additional funds to FEMA on whatever kind of project that they're interested in. Now, obviously, they control the media shit is also deeply anti-Semitic and completely made up. Okay, cloud seeding or things of that nature cannot cause motherfucking hurricanes. Okay, it's just another conspiracy theory that people are presenting because they refuse to recognize the reality of anthropogenic climate change and what happens when both sea levels rise and also get warmer and warmer. So that's another, that's another silly thing that people are repeating or saying. I Yeah, cloud seeding can cause floods and has. But that's very different than a fucking hurricane. Yeah, we covered it. Also, Florida's insurance carriers used altered hurricane damage reports in an effort to give less money to the people who were impacted. Here's what's not a fucking conspiracy. Capitalism. What is this? You telling me this ain't real? 50K
What
likes?
in the world is Noah doing here? I've never seen this type of flight pattern. Now, obviously.
What? No fucking way. This guy's not this stupid, right? Oh my God. Oh my God. Like 98% of conspiracy theories unironically stem from people just like not knowing how things work and then slapping on a scary music TikTok sound over it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is 56,000 likes. Dude, how do you think we map out hurricanes ahead of time? Magic? Do you just think critically about this, okay? Do you think we just look at it with our eyes when it's literally in the middle of the fucking water? How do you think people figure out the trajectory and the intensity of a hurricane? Oh my God, this guy. You could make these people believe anything, bro. Like, he said he's never seen anything like this before, and I don't understand why he's saying that. If he's knowledgeable enough to look for this flight, he should understand what the purpose of it is.
What in the world is Noah doing here?
Like, what do you think? What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Please let me look at the comments. Like, they got to be ripping him, right? Cloud seeding to intensify the storm. Always around election time, things get nut. Just saying. Cloud seeding to direct hurricane. Who's piloting the plane? Do they have a soul? Oh my God. I haven't seen a single fucking unpopular opinion, but no always flies hurricane to get wind speed. Oh, thank God. Only 55 likes. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why did you say it's an unpopular opinion? It's not an unpopular opinion. It's just what it's doing. What is happening? Ah! Ah! What the fuck? Okay. And cloud seeding, that's not unpopular. That's just a true and logical opinion. People act like the NOAA doesn't have a whole part of it just taking readings on, for taking readings on storms. Basic science, publicly available science. It's the unpopular opinion in this comment section. Wrong. That information can be done without flying into the storm. It's called weather manipulation. Try accepting that the government is at war with the people.
I've never seen this type of flight pattern. Now,
what do you mean? You've never seen? What are you talking about, dude? Literally go a week prior to see the exact same thing in the, oh my God, he's going to do that. He's going to map out NOAA flights and be like, they seem to keep flying in the direction and around the fucking hurricanes. What are they doing in there? And the answer is like obvious. That is crazy. Like I wasn't born with this knowledge. Okay. I didn't know either. But like, there was never a moment in my life. I feel like there's definitely just something broken with people's brains. Like, never in my life was I like, I wonder if there is a logical reason for why a flight would fly directly into the hurricane. Perhaps there is some reason that I can't comprehend. Okay. That's how you're supposed to start this conversation. The conversation normally can never start with, oh, the fucking plane is flying into it. The government plane is flying into the eye of the hurricane because the government wants to kill everyone in Florida. Okay? That can't be your starting point. That is an insane starting point. If you don't know what it is, one, you can Google it. Like, you can be like, why? Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay? Why does the NOAA fly into, wait, what the fuck? Israel is the first thing that came in. Fly into the eye of the storm. Okay? Here it is. Flying through the eye of the storm. NOAA hurricane hunters. Now, obviously, we've already done this on the broadcast. I've shown you very cool videos on this broadcast. One of the coolest videos was conducted by Adam Conover when he did this basic documentary series, this mini documentary series about like all of the different ways in which the government works in a way that is virtually invisible, that you don't really fucking comprehend, that you take for granted, right? One of that was directly this, the NOAA, and how it maps out hurricane patterns and looks at the intensity of the storm. Okay? It's a fantastic video. We know about this already, but one thing that I wanted to show you is how fucking easy it is to comprehend. Yes, the docuseries is called G-Word. Obama was one of the co-producers. Anyway, but like you could have done that. You could have been like, I don't really understand what is going on here. And then you search it. You go, why does the NOAA fly into storms, hurricanes, and the like? And It's pretty simple. Like, it very quickly tells you. There's a summary of it. As a matter of fact, most pilots try to avoid flying an most pilots try to avoid flying an airplane into severe weather, but not the NOAA hurricane hunters. Their job is to fly specially equipped aircraft directly into the eye of the storm to collect crucial data that helps protect lives and property. Okay? Like, I don't... It's seating right now, flight track. Stop! Holy shit, we caught him. We freaking got him, folks. It's cloud seeding. And you know what? It's not even the Mexican government doing it. It's the United States Air Force doing it, dude. How fucked up?
So I know the date of when all this is to take place, because this movie left all the key dates. See, when the movie first starts out...
No, man, you're just schizophrenic. Nah, dude. Let me tell you something, okay? You just have undiagnosed schizophrenia. That's it. And 91,000 people also have undiagnosed schizophrenia. And that's fine. There's no issue with this, okay? There should be no stigma associated with this if only healthcare was readily available. When you watch a movie and you go, ooh, it's giving me secret messages, if like a family member was saying this back in the day to you, okay, you would go, oh, we need to get you to a doctor immediately. You have undiagnosed schizophrenia. Nowadays, on the other hand, when you have these urges, you can go on TikTok and repeat these urges, and other people who also have undiagnosed schizophrenia will go, I agree with you. I saw the same thing. Exactly. Okay? This is crazy. What is going on? Oh my God. You're not trying to even hear him out. This reeks of bias. You're right. You're not wrong. You're right. I got that liberal ass bias built into me.
You have a sunrise that is taking place. And then the movie shows this. Now, a lot of people sit here and they watch this and they think that it's a solar eclipse that's happening before your eyes. And no, that is not the case. See, for a solar eclipse, you have to have the moon in between Earth. And for a lunar eclipse, you have to have the Earth between the moon. Which, as you see, you are on the moon and you are looking at Earth with the sun behind it. So yes, that is a lunar eclipse. So you're going to sit here and say, well, Ward Deadpool, there is a lot of lunar eclipses that are due to happen in the next 10 years. Which one is it going to be? And that's where this bad boy comes into play that's at the end of the movie. And there's the date. And here's the message that comes up saying that we've been under attack, there's elevated you-know-what, and again, there's the date. So here you have it, September 18th, 2024 is when a lunar eclipse is to take place, and that message comes out on September 17th, 2024. Now, I would like someone who has a little bit of experience.
Wait, this time passed. Dog, oh my God, this... Oh my God, this made it so much funnier. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, this makes it so much funnier. If you're a Christian, all you need to know is we are victorious. Those who don't believe this needs to inform yourself what's really happening around the world. Don't be blind. Wake up. Bring it on. I'm sick of waiting. The U.S. is Mystery Babylon, and it will go dark in 1 hour. I'm getting ready as much as I can. This video is from 2023. Problem is, the date that he said the world was going to end in his video titled #Civil War, #Somalia, #USA, #news, #World War III, #leave the world behind, #leave, #Easter egg, #date, #end of the world, was on December 18th, 2023. After watching a Netflix show, Project Truth WDP came out with this banger of a video. The video got 91,000 likes. We are past the point of when the Earth was supposed to end. Has anyone actually gone back and checked in with this guy? Let's see what he's been saying. Oh, he pinned it. Oh, this is his
What
last
in
video.
the world is Noah doing here? I've never seen this type of flight pattern. Now, obviously, we know that it's there for the hurricane, which in less than 30 hours will become officially a Category 4 with 140 mile per hour winds. And then 12 hours from there, work its way up to
How did you figure that out? How did you figure that out? How did you arrive at this information, sir? What exactly are you looking at? How did you figure out the pattern and the flight path? How did you, I wonder? What website and resource are you using? Now, the question here to ask is, does he not ask the question, how do these guys know? I'm saying he got it from an app that relies on the flight that he is pointing to as a conspiracy.
145 mile per hour winds. Now, before it hit Sarasota, Florida, they're banking on it dropping 25 miles per hour, making it a Category 3 at landfall on Wednesday, about 4 p.m., 3 p.m. of when it'll be hitting. But what is up with this flight pattern? I literally have no idea what it's doing. And you do have another one that is going to be taking off shortly, heading in that direction as well. Also, check out all the flights that are happening in the North Carolina and Tennessee mountains. Does anyone have a clue what this is? I talked about it in my live. Maybe I'll come back and talk about it.
Wait. Bro, this is what happens when you teach the basics of like how to use a computer to a fucking caveman, and then you just let him run loose. Okay? You just let him run loose online. There's no way. Like, he's looking at genuinely innovative technological product in front of his eyes, okay? People shouldn't have to know this stuff. I don't think people should have access to this stuff because we are not being responsible. You have to demonstrate basic competency before being able to log on the fucking NOAA website, okay? Or before you start looking at flight patterns. I'm sorry. You can't. You can't. This is insane. What is this? Weird how you're not talking about the criminal Harris Noah regime activities in Poland. White hats are saying the Biden-Harris regime has built an HAARP-like facility in Poland. German planes have been hanging out in Haiti and Cuba. Start there. Not surprised. As a longtime sub in Florida, I'm glad you're taking the time to cover it. Here's what it looks like right now in St. Pete. You know what it looks like for you? Watching an ad at the top of the hour. That's what it looks like for you, Florida chatters. Because And 3-minute ad break is coming for you. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or you can do for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, now I'm going to click on this link. Oh, there it is. I got it. I knew it was coming and I fucking clapped it. Also, I'm certain that that fucking chatter literally stole that from another chatter. Same guy. We have spoken to a Marine sniper who reportedly now has 5 confirmed FEMA kills in North Carolina. He has told us it's the fight of our lives. I saw 3 Marines sucking and fucking each other to completion. So what I don't understand is when he says he's got 5 confirmed FEMA kills, is he killing FEMA people? Why are the Marine snipers killing FEMA people? That also kind of doesn't make sense, does it? That account is a community note saying Real Raw News is a satire site. And this story of U.S. Marines shooting FEMA workers is not true at all. Like all the other stories on the website. Yeah, that's what they want you to think, dude. That's what they want you to fucking think, okay? Yeah, this is a satire. It's the real world, clown ass. Wake up! Wake up and smell the FEMA kills. Autistic chatters losing their minds right now. Okay, I'm being sarcastic. What? Al Jazeera showed a video showing triangular-shaped object launching and intercepting missiles over northern Israel. The most popular versions of that show the secret deployment of the U.S. Army TR-3B or TR-6 Telos. What? Are all the sleeping sheep in the chat failing to comprehend the truth? The answer is yes. Seems like the worst case scenario for the landfall is right on Tampa, direct hit. Yeah. Obviously, this will change a little bit, you know, as it nears landfall. But let's see what this is.
Alexa, did North Carolina put dry ice into the clouds for Hurricane Helene?
From fandom.com. An airplane flew along the rain bands of the hurricane and dropped nearly 180 pounds, 82 kilograms, of crushed dry ice into the clouds.
There are so many people in this world that should never have kids. This is a prime example. Fandom.com is a website for entertainment, movies, TV show, gaming, etc. Alexa is describing content from a movie or a game. This guy, on the other hand, I'm wondering if they did it again for Milton that's coming. Mine heard you and repeated the same thing. They started doing this in the 60s to stop hurricanes. In 83, it was supposed to have stopped. It looks like it made it worse. Dubai does cloud seeding for rain, ... That is not a hurricane, man. That is not. The average cloud weighs 1 million pounds, 80 pounds of dry ice. Some Americans deserve this. They sit and watch people die and post shit like this. It's not, the problem is, that's not fucking, those are not the people who get punished. And there is no way to ensure that they are the only people that get punished. It's always the people that are poor that get punished. And even then, those guys shouldn't die either. Okay? I'm really curious what 180 pounds of dry ice would do. That would be gone in seconds. I can visualize how much that is because I buy it and don't think that would matter at all. Thank God for Tawny, a voice of reason. 40 replies, only 180 likes. My Alexa heard you and asked, and heard you ask and said the same. 864 likes. Isn't Phantom a website about gaming? If so, are they a legitimate source? Yes, but this is just what my Alexa used. You can search it up on other platforms for more proof. Casey Patterson did not do that. Why do you follow Harry Sisson? He's my goat. Always keep a close eye on your enemies. A close eye. A close watch. Serious question. This person wants to believe it, but is still a little skeptical. Why would they do this? Marjorie Taylor Greene, on the other hand, has an answer. They can't control the weather. This leads me to ask the following question. Is Marjorie Taylor Greene a leftist? Stand-up comedian being a right-wing shitbag on TikTok about Milton?
Your tinfoil hat's ready. I figured it out. So, you know how Hurricane Helene came through and landed in eastern Tennessee and northern Carolina and dumped tons of water and the dams broke and, you know, people are devastated. You know how that happened? Yeah, I think that was...
I can't even fucking pay attention to this. Climate change is the new COVID. Ask your government if the weather is manipulated or controlled. Did you ever give permission to them to do it? Are you paying for it? Of course you are. I like thinking that Marjorie Taylor Greene isn't like one of those like cynical people that lean into anti-Semitism even though they don't personally believe it, but because their audience believes it, they act like it, they lean into it. And that she is the genuine anti-Semite. Like, she read Protocols of Zion and believed it. And like, she had to, because she thinks Jews are this like all-powerful force, she was forced to go to the fucking, she was forced to go to like a Holocaust seminar and then write like a high school report on it, but only because she was like legitimately scared by the Jews. And now in her mind, she's still like, I know I said the Jewish space laser thing was fake, but I actually believe it. I still believe it. And she does, in her heart of hearts, legitimately think that Jews have the weather machine. But of course, guys, it's October 7. So obviously, the ADL and many of these institutions that are supposed to deal with anti-Semitism are far too busy yelling about your anti-Zionist, Jewish, queer English major on a college campus to look at a seated representative on October 7 being like, they're controlling the weather. Those Jews, they're doing it. It's great. We have bigger problems here at the Apartheid Defense League to deal with a sitting congressperson. She wrote an apology letter saying Jews don't have the space lasers, it's the Chinese. Making Marjorie Taylor Greene go to the Holocaust Museum is pretty funny. I went there with my brother when we were kids, and we were like, well, this sucks. We already knew this stuff. And then we heard this woman say, oh my God, they couldn't wear makeup. And then realized that's who it's for. No, it was for Louisiana Congressperson Clay Higgins. It was a appropriate backdrop for him to shoot another one of his ambitious movie projects. I see all this death and destruction, and I realize we have to fund the Department of Homeland Security. My dad literally returned soup at the cafe of the Holocaust Museum, just an old Jewish man yelling about soup while a bunch of Gentiles looked on like, is this a test? That's incredible. Anyway, contrary to popular belief from TikTok and Twitter,
So maybe some of you guys are noticing this, but like,
FEMA is not stealing aid supplies, nor is it stopping aid from being delivered, nor did FEMA reorient funds from FEMA to immigrants or something.
if y'all came from my timeline, when the heck did South America get pushed? Look at this.
What?
That's interesting. Let me show you a couple of things real quick of how we're actually in two Mandela effects have just taken place. But first, I'll address your issue. All right, let me open this chest right here and pull out the Rest board game right here. Let's get this going. Look at that. South America right there. There's America right there. See how long this takes to change. But yeah, there you go. You're right, buddy. Used to be all the way over here. Now let me explain some more of how we're in a second Mandela effect. For the first Mandela effect, people thought he was dead.
Bro. Look.
See how long this takes to change. But yeah, there you go. You're right, buddy. Used to be all the way over here. Now let me explain some more of how we're in a second Mandela effect. For the first Mandela,
Does he think the secret lies with the risk board?
effect, people thought he was dead when he was really alive. They were confused on that. He actually became a president. But what if I told you now, here's the second Mandela effect, that he actually died December 5th of 2013. How there was this movie that came out in 2019 and never mentioned of how his second death actually happened in 2013. But, you know, I just won't get into all of that, or CPT and how all that works. Some of y'all probably don't even know what CPT is. Also, did you know that there's a thought of question of why everyone a week and a half ago were experiencing watching their favorite TikTok creator, and they were glitching for 5 minutes, yet they were responding to questions instantaneously and never skipped a beat. So we were living in the past, they were the future, but we were
This has 84,000 likes. Ah, yes, risk, the staple of all cartography. This is a good answer. The continents are always moving slowly, drifting apart from each other. That's what they taught us in school. like, he's not wrong, but that's the wrong place to mention it. He, how do you use the right math equation and arrive at the wrong result? Oh, I'm done. I can't, dude. This is too much. Homeschooling should be illegal. And we really have to make an assessment of the lead contamination. They made a new Do Re Mi challenge.
Yo no sé de esto, entonces. 想要 망고 西瓜 西瓜 ¿Cómo chucha se dice eso? 西瓜 猕猴桃 蓝莓 苹果 Yo pensé que
Okay, I'm done. I'm so fucking tired. I'm sorry, guys. This took a lot out of me. The last couple of conspiracies just kind of cooked me a little bit. It got me. It got me good. We'll do a little bit of Hog Watch tomorrow as well. And Hurricane Watch. Watch Don Da Don. I already did. Is there a new episode out? Anyway, love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Starting off the day.
Bye-bye.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3, 4, 5 100 years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in alive. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.
Yeah,
매일 눈을 뜨면 들려오는 라디오 심장 깊이 박혀 울려오는 스테레오 이젠 혼자 남아 나의 길로 let me go 아픔만 내 슬픔 따윈 never let it go 어디가 핏 보면 네 핏 어제 며칠 뭐나 취소해 내가 필요 없어 내가 필요해 그런 놈들 가슴 말아 girl 어찌나도 아니 잘하고 Am I your hero with the pedals 그 노래 말로 Wait I try to get away Wait 이렇게 버린 배로 언더 슬픈 노래가 점점 날 가두려 해 Feels like another sad song 모두가 좋아지는 mad song 내 가슴에 멍들어 loose They're getting tired of truth They make me wanna dance 그래도 난 니겨 Feels like another sad song 모두가 좋아지는 mad song 같은데 서로 다른 move 엇갈려버린 groove You make me wanna dance 그래도 난 니겨 Feels like another sad song 우리 함께하는 지난 기억 And miss the times we had It's just so yeah Love me all that 그리워하는 그때가 오겠지 Yeah Every song we feel like Feeling back and I say
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Sunny and very dry California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another Tuesday. It's Newsday, Tuesday, lads. That's right. It's Newsday, fucking Tuesday, 10/8, October 8, 2024, 11:49 a.m. I'm actually late and I apologize, but I have a good reason for it. That's right. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one regardless. All right. I tagged you with the InfoWars bid auction law. It's fucking Tuesday, bruvs. We have a hurricane that we're staring down the barrel of inside of the state of Florida. So that's pretty shocking. We have a lot going on. Ain't ever been on time. Were you kicking ass in basketball? No, I wasn't. I mean, my team lost. I was kicking ass, but I won a bunch of games and then I lost a bunch of games and I'm very annoyed by it. But that's besides the point. That's neither here nor there. I feel like these last months, I feel as though in these past couple of months, I've like kind of dropped the ball a little bit. Like post DNC especially. I don't know how to describe this, but it's just a feeling that I have where I feel like my brain is empty. Like I'm not as funny as I want to be. I'm not covering the stuff that I think is interesting. You know what I mean? I think it might be burnout, but like also at the same time, I take a day off. Right? I take a day off. I've taken a day off. I've been taking Sundays off. I mean, I haven't really been taking them off. I just haven't been streaming on those days, but instead doing some other work that I need to catch up on. But still, I mean, it's not streaming, so it should be helping me a little bit. In the past, it was helpful. So I don't know. I just, I've been thinking about that a little bit. I feel like my quality of my product is diminishing and I don't like it. I want to do more fun shit. I want to do more fun stuff. I want to do more fun reacts. I want to do more collabs, you know? I'm just holding out. I'm just holding on for this election cycle, and once it's over, I'm going to restructure some things. Midlife crisis? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, politics is not fun, but that's like, it's fun for me to cover it, you know? That's my shit. I think it's because I'm overdue for a Japan trip. Yeah. You have to make space for it, but it's tough during election season with a whole ass genocide going on. Yeah. This election season has been draining me a little bit because, like, at least some of the things, like, I like to win every now and then. You know what I mean? I like to feel like I'm winning every now and then. I like to feel as though the party that is supposed to be the counterweight to fascism in this country is, like, at least taking it a little bit seriously. And then you see it and it's not. They're not taking it seriously. And beyond that, I don't know. There's just a lot going on. I feel like I shouldn't be doing 7 hours, 8 hours every day of nonstop election coverage, though, because honestly, that definitely is not good. I should stop doing that for sure. I should be dialing it back a little bit, which I will. But we also are going to do some fun shit today, some fun coverage today. We'll do some Hogwarts, some conspiracy theory stuff like that, because a lot of people are just like making up crazy FEMA stuff. But personal news wise, okay, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, last night I ended the broadcast. What did I do? I watched Blue Lock. And the first episode wasn't that bad. So I don't know why people were chirping about Blue Lock and the first episode being bad. I don't know. Season 2 Blue Lock is fantastic. I mean, it's still fun. It's still gay as hell. You know, my Boy Love show is not destroyed in the way that the fans were chirping about on TikTok. So the trailer was bad, but you know, you can't really tell what the show's gonna look like from just the trailer, right? So yeah, Blue Lock season 2 is great, I think. And also, if you want to watch like a cinematic masterpiece, Elusive Samurai is just like, oh, incredible. So I've been doing that. Outside of that, lots of TikTok reels, you know, watching a bunch of TikToks. Good stuff. Went to bed, woke up early, super early. Got to work, played some ball. Are those all full rolls of lip pillows behind you? Yes. Hassan, let's do Yaoi reacts. Yeah, we're not doing that. Happy to hear you enjoy Elusive Samurai. Hoping to get to it soon. Yeah, it's really good. But yeah, I've been balling. I've been balling.
I'd open for you, baby. Get in there. Get in there. Yeah, sure, you played it. Listen, run it back. I'll be gentler.
Make you believe I'm what you need. So beg, darling, please.
I know a lot of people should talk Hassan. That's a fucking man. That is a grown-ass man who gets his job done. By whatever means it takes.
That's right. Thought you were in a Waylon Yuntani shirt for a second. What's the best Zin flavor? Trying to get off the vape. Oh, for me it's coffee by far. Usually with a lot of lube. I don't know what that means. Please address the accusation that you're sin buddies with Tucker Carlson. Yeah, absolutely not. Look at this fucking gross piece of shit. Obviously, he's got bad taste. Look, he's got peppermint. Or is that Wintermint or peppermint? One of those. Those things are terrible. Everybody knows the real goated flavor, if you're not going to go with coffee, is spearmint. Anyway, that's besides the point. Not going to get into that. Maybe he's out. Maybe you couldn't find another one. Spearmint does not suck, dude. And citrus does suck. I think a lot of y'all are crazy for saying citrus is good. It is not good. It is bad. Anyway. Damn, Tucker looking a little tubby these days. Yeah, Tucker did say he was going to do his own Zin company. Tucker's doing the rounds on podcasts. He's going on Theo Vaughn. Tucker also is doing his own podcast with Elon Musk. Wintergreen and Spearmint, come on. As long as a longtime sinner can confirm coffee's the only sweet flavor. Yeah, I really like that. What was I gonna say? I recently saw Theo live at Portland. All his jokes are painted the right way. He used the word autism and BLM as punchlines without actually saying anything funny about being autistic. Was really disappointed. I mean, he's probably testing out new bits. A college professor of mine used to be friends with Tucker before he became crazy. She said she doesn't recognize who she sees on TV. I mean, he literally was like trying to get into the CIA, and his dad is in the CIA. So, my hot stock popped off last night.
Genuinely f***ing catastrophic hurricane.
Yeah, I
is
reposted
making
this.
landfall. 8 p.m. Eastern. This is nothing short of astronomical. I am at a loss for words to meteorologically describe the storm's small eye and intensity. 180 miles per hour max sustained winds and gusts 200 plus miles an hour. This is now the 4th strongest hurricane ever recorded by pressure on this side of the world. The eye is tiny at nearly 3.8 miles wide. This hurricane is nearing the mathematical limit of what Earth's atmosphere over this ocean water can produce. I heard meteorologists were... Why is D always in the you may like? It's because politics. TikTok probably sees me like looking at a politics thing and is like, oh, you might like this as well. Crying on television when describing what this impact is going to look like. I'm in Tampa and I'm only packing my Hassan merch to take with me. Yes, get the fuck out of Florida, chatters, please. Here's our meteorological meteorologist. I got it. 12 hours ago, 1 a.m. CDT, Milton had wind speeds of 90 miles and a minimum pressure of 975 MB. Milton went through one of the fastest rapid intensifications of an Atlantic hurricane in recorded history. Oh, I have Dr. Mike. I DM'd him. Dr. Mike just finished his first competition, and I think he got 7th place. I DM'd him on Instagram. I was like, hey, man, big fan of yours. Like, would love to have you on the stream. And he said, that's great. Would love to do that. So Dr. Mike Israel, we're gonna do a little collabo. Okay. And here's the thing. Here's what we're not gonna do. This shit. Okay. I'm not. I'm gonna fucking have a normal conversation with him. Okay. Before everyone. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know what? I'm not going to do that, actually. I'm not going to have him on the stream. I'm done. There is no reason to ever collaborate. I'm going to fucking keep covering the news the way that I do every single day until I fucking kill myself very publicly, because my community does not want any single person who might have weird views on certain subjects without having a normal conversation with them. Even the fucking testing of the field immediately has a bunch of the most maladaptive, socially impossible to fucking converse with losers go, oh! It's not one guy. Immediately, it's 10 guy. Don't fucking do it. Don't even act like it's one guy, okay? He's one of the only people in the fucking gym bro side, aside from Jeff Nippard, that isn't like completely fucking insanely right wing. But it doesn't matter. Half of you guys are in it just for like your own personal. I'm not going to even address it. Let's just keep going. For the history, one of the fastest hurricanes to go from Cat 1 to Cat 5, Hurricane Maria, Cat 5, which devastated Puerto Rico, Dominica, and Martinique in 2017, also did the same in a similar amount of time. Milton's currently a Cat 5 hurricane in the Gulf near the Yucatan and forecasts the move towards the Florida Peninsula. The NHC has stated multiple times this is an extremely life-threatening situation. And yet rapid intensification is the new trend. Warmer waters hold more energy. Storms gain energy faster when going over water. This makes it a lot harder to plan evacuations, stresses infrastructure more, etc. This is how climate change affects storm intensity. Also, warm air holds more water, which means more flooding. Yes. That is precisely what's going on, which is why it went from a tropical storm to a fucking category 5 that is like historic in a matter of 24 hours in a way that was so incredible that it had like meteorologists crying on fucking television. We're going to be talking about that in a second, though. I'm not going to get into that yet. Obviously, we have a lot on the docket. Personal news wise, that's it. Personal news wise, that's all I got. I'm gonna blast off. I also should probably never listen to annoying fucking losers in the goddamn chat. Long-term community members, as a matter of fact, who happen to be some of the most annoying fucking losers. I saw that exactly ban them. No, I'm not gonna ban them because they're not doing something that's like ban worthy. They're just fucking annoying. That's it. And I will never be able to fix this part of being a leftist. It's just how it is. Which reminds me of the age-old adage, okay? That thought slime tweet, okay? People who become right-wing because they get annoyed by leftists are weak-willed. Most leftists are annoyed by leftists every single day. I fucking hate the left. I hate so many members of the left. I'm never changing my fucking attitude about political issues because some of y'all are dumb as fuck. Okay? And if you do, you have no backbone. If you go, oh, Hassan yelled at me over this thing, and now I feel personally slighted, or I have a 0.03% disagreement with this dude that I am in 99% agreement with. Now I have decided I'm going to drop everything and become a right-wing fucking shithead. You're a fucking loser if you do that, okay? You're a goddamn loser. You're a goddamn loser with no fucking backbone. Anyway. This reminds me of someone. I mean, there's plenty of examples of this person, right? Like, this was in response to Anna Kasparian saying, like, I'm done with the left or whatever the fuck. You know, like I said, I wish her well. I hope she's doing all right. That remains. But that principle still is that principle is still the same for me. Okay. I'm not dropping my worldview because leftists annoy me. They annoy me all the goddamn time. Sometimes I want to slap the shit out of you motherfuckers. Okay. It happens. Who gives a shit? Whoa, you said her name? Yeah, I did. What? Who cares? Midlife crisis, Andy. I am thriving in my midlife, okay? Suck my dick if you're talking about me. Because honestly, I was definitely going through a bit of a quarter life crisis, maybe, or a midlife crisis, honestly. And last 2 years, I've been killing it, okay? In terms of my own personal life and my own personal affairs. Like, I've been working out. I'm in better shape than ever before. I got these fucking goals that I set up for myself, and I'm achieving them. That's the only thing that's keeping me alive right now, okay? Because the rest of the shit, the rest of the world sucks. It sucks really bad, okay? Nothing good is happening, and seemingly there is no good end in sight. There's no good end game here, so you got to fucking make sure that you at least have some personal goals that you set for yourself that you can achieve in order to make sure that you don't fucking blow your brains out, okay? So, collab with whoever you want, please, but many stop caring about what Dr. Mike does as an influencer after he got caught partying during COVID. If that annoys someone, so be it. It's not even the same Dr. Mike, chatter. We're talking about a totally different Dr. Mike. That's a different Dr. Mike. We're talking about fucking brolic ass Dr. Mike Israel, not sexy ass Dr. Mike, the Ukrainian guy, the Ukrainian American with the cool dog. Also, nobody cares. That's the other thing. Like, you just don't give a shit. You don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about like whatever some fucking. You don't care about like the personal disagreements you have with some random people. It's like very 2016 Obama era. It's very like end of the Obama administration style rad lib bullshit where you're like, this person has said things that I heavily disagree with, that I find it to be unconscionable. It's like, yeah, who cares, man? That's not the fucking point here. Okay, I'm gonna platform whoever the fuck I want. If you don't like it, you can suck my dick. I really need to fucking start doing more shit that I find to be fun without like listening to the most annoying dipshits in the chat who will then make it their lives mission to be like, I guess you don't care about race realism. Yeah, you're right. I don't care about it. I'm a eugenicist myself. Okay. You got me. I'm Mr. Race and IQ. You caught me. It was a secret this entire time. And you've done it. You've done the thing. All right. Dr. Mike Israel is king. Dr. Mike the Russian is a Zionist. Sadly, I didn't know that, but I also don't care about that either. All right. The workout section of your Discord is a hate boner for him. It's why I don't spend time there. I feel so validated by this rant. Yeah, I think like, what is this? What is this? When my daughter brings home a 6'2" Jack Socialist Twitch streamer with an unbearable ego. Okay, first of all, I'm 6'4". What's going on there? Hey, let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
You your daddy, son.
Who's gonna? I don't know what I just clicked on, but do you listen to Suicide Boys? No. All right. I don't even listen to any music. Defending your ego right there. Yeah. Can you get the Krabby Patty meal from Wendy's with Austin? Maybe. Never answers my questions here, so I'm not going to be offended and think of better questions, not be a loser. Did you see BB's Trial musical by Bassem Youssef? No, I did not. Okay, when's the Queso collab? I don't know. I mean, whenever he wants it. Yo, he needs to name the time and place. I'm a real eater. I know this. I've talked about this. Okay, and I need him to know this as well. Like we should do like a fucking fast food style collab. I think. Play Dress to Impress with Queso, please. I mean, I'm down to do that too. I'm down to do whatever he wants, dude. Why? Because he is fat law. Dude, he's not a real fatty, bro. He's not. He fucking, I saw him disrespecting Mountain Dew. And ever since then, my opinion of it changed. I feel like he's doing a Nico Cotto avocado style fat suit situation. I think he's a fake eater. He's a fake big boy. Anyway, okay, what are we doing here? God damn it. Let's fucking blast off. Will this make it into CNN primetime? Palestinians fleeing sites of Israel's renewed military operation in northern Gaza are being shot as they evacuate, according to residents there, and footage shared with CNN documenting their journey. I don't know. Will that make it to primetime? Potentially. Okay, Natasha Bertrand follows you, @sec reporter for CNN, posting this. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Doors open. Calling Queso a fraud. That's it. I'm going to the right. Do it. Let's freaking blast off, fam. Holy moly, I saw your skin cells. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's blast off. What am I talking about today? What the hell am I talking about today? So much. Queso is super pro al-Bashir and Mujahideen, perpetrators of the Sudan genocide, but yeah. Yeah. Many people are saying he's actually funded and facilitated the RSF by way of his UAE partnerships, but we're not going to talk about that today, sweetie. Not going to talk about that. That's what some of y'all sound like, by the way. That is unironically how some of you sound. I'll be like, dude, there's like a fitness guy that I might do a collab with, and motherfuckers would be like, excuse me, but that person is a fucking like race realism eugenicist or some shit. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. You're brain rotted. You're the most brain rotted motherfucker out there, dude. Shut up. Also, the thing about Keizo is a joke, obviously, please. Like, don't take that seriously. We're joking. Will you talk about the first Muslim Lebanese head coach of the NFL being fired by the Zionist owner? Yes. Dude, listen. Once the Houthis fucking hear about this, I don't know. The Jets' days are numbered, okay? The Lebanese are getting disrespected everywhere, and I do not appreciate it. All right, anyway, we'll talk about that as well. I mean, as far as I understand, you know, a lot of people were not exactly super fond of him in general, but there's a lot of decisions that, look, I'm not the most knowledgeable on this, but it's not like he was making a lot of these bad decisions, okay, for the Jets in particular. And ultimately, some of those decisions that were made were at odds with the coach. And I'm, of course, talking about the anti-vaxxer, pagan, psycho, fucking Christian dipshit Aaron Rodgers. Okay? Robert Saleh did suck, though. Worst tragedy involving Jets in New York history, to be honest. Have Will on as a correspondent, please. I mean, we might talk about this. He was already on the hot seat for sure. I knew that as well. Rogers is going to show up on McAfee and play dumb about Saleh before casually mentioning that Jews control hurricanes. Straight up. Anyway, let me fucking blast off. There's a lot going on that we need to talk about with 28 days till election. Both campaigns are doing a media blitz, and it's utter ass. Hogwatch Hurricane Edition. People think FEMA is saving migrants only, and many other weather conspiracies. Also, I will do more fun shit later. Get in now. I need to preserve my fucking sanity, dude. I've been like, normally after taking a day off, I wouldn't be this quick and have this much of a hair trigger. Okay. Normally I wouldn't have this much of a hair trigger this close to like taking a day off. It's a good reset usually for me. And I have not, like, everything that's happening has just been breaking my goddamn brain, you know? Dude, you took one day off. You're acting like you took a 2-week vacation. Yeah, I mean, but normally in the past, when I took one day off, it was a good reset. Okay. It was a complete and total reset for me, usually. But we're not there yet. Did you hear about the porn sites Project 2025 counter campaign? Hope you can rest soon. What the fuck does that mean? All right, do we have a blast off meme? Getting old, Unk? No, dude, Unk. It's not that Unk is getting old. It's that Unk is losing his fucking mind because everything sucks. And Unk is doing fucking 8 to 10 hours of news coverage every goddamn day. And I need to do other shit instead. Like, usually I have a decent cycle. Usually I have a decent cycle with, news and then not so serious commentary, fun reacts, playing video games, things like that. That's what it is. Like, I got to keep it to, like, I have to keep it to, bro, do we have a blast off meme? If you guys send me your fan art instead of a blast off meme again, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay. You're sending funny tweets that you've seen. That's not a blast off meme. Okay. Bringing back this classic. Thank you, Lil Bear. I'm going to use that. More debate lords type content? No, dude. The underpinning, like the undertaking of a project that difficult is not as simple. I mean, like, I need to do more cultural commentary, shit like that. You know, I'm just doing straight news coverage nonstop. I need to dial it back a little bit and do some more entertainment news and things that are lighter in general. Zoo visits, collabs. Yeah, exactly. It's like also kind of difficult because everyone is so primed and nonstop will come in here and just like blast me with like, dude, you got to talk about this. 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 And they just don't stop. They're like endlessly fucking. And it's already the Israeli genocide is already my fucking hyperfixation. So I'm so locked in on it. Okay. That like whenever other autistic chatters like myself come in and express their autism towards the Israeli genocide of Palestinians, we just go down this fucking endless cycle of despair. Okay. I think that's good. Constant Palestine coverage or death. Ask E for Palestine. Yeah, dude, it's not like I'm going to stop covering it. Okay? It's just that there's other things that are happening as well, and I need to like change the dynamic and not do 8 fucking hours every day. It's breaking my brain a little bit. And it's not just Gaza related issues either. It's also just politics in general. Like, I'm just doing nonstop, relentless political coverage. It's like fucking breaking me a little bit. Okay. Where was I? Okay, chatters, don't fucking send me shit to be like, this will help your stress levels or whatever. It's not. It's not gonna help. Okay, I promise you. All right. So, we're gonna talk about the hurricane. We got 28 days until the election. We're gonna talk about the conspiracies today. Woodward has another book coming out. Biden on Netanyahu, that son of a bitch, Bibi Netanyahu, he's a bad guy. He's a bad fucking guy. Biden on Putin, that fucking Putin. Putin is evil. We're dealing with the epitome of evil. Not that it matters. Biden is a bitch. You already know that. He's getting dog walked by Benjamin. Interesting stuff in terms of media coverage, shifting a little bit. Israel's genocide has gotten so out of control that even motherfucking CNN is like, hey, dude, maybe you shouldn't be mercilessly executing Palestinians in northern Gaza that you are causing to evacuate and flee once again. Like, that's pretty fucked up. Can you not do that? Okay, here it is. Palestinians evacuating northern Gaza say they're being shot at by the Israeli military. Israel, of course, one speed on this front. Will this get to a CNN primetime was a question? Maybe. But before we get to this, okay, dude, here, I'm going to watch the Matthew Miller gets called out for his bullshit, because if I don't, people will die in the chat, okay? This is the most sent to me. This is the video that you guys want me to cover so fucking bad. If I don't cover this video right now in this very moment, people are going to die, okay? So here it is. Matt Miller, Count Dracula himself, getting fucking yelled at by journalists.
Strike Iran, and in July, Blinken said that Iran was 1 to 2 weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon. So I guess for all we know, they might have one by now. And meanwhile, in Ukraine, they've struck deep within Russian territory several times, as deep as 300 miles from the border. And in that case, we don't have to guess. We know that Russia has the largest nuclear arsenal on the planet, as many as 6,000 warheads. And so one of the risks of arming militaries that are striking in the territories of nuclear powers is that one of those gets deployed, and then it could escalate very quickly from there. So it's rarely discussed, but it's important to address that the nuclear risk is real, and it could very abruptly mean the end of, what humans have worked for thousands of years to collectively achieve. And us today are very lucky to live with the fruits of that achievement, and I feel like we're treating the risks kind of brazenly. So my question for you is, we often hear in response to these concerns that, well, Putin, Khomeini, they're war criminals, they're terrorists, as if they're too inherently evil or immoral for us to negotiate with. But meanwhile, this administration has financed a genocide in Gaza for the last year, and every day you're up there denying accountability for it. So, I mean, what gives you the right to lecture other countries on their moral?
So if you have a policy question for me, I'm happy to take it. If you want to give a speech, there are plenty of places in Washington where you can give a speech.
Yeah, but people are sick of the bullshit in here. I mean, like, it is a genocide. You are abetting it, and you are risking nuclear war in Ukraine for this proxy war.
Plenty of other places to give a speech. Go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Reporter Liam Cosgrove at the State Department confronts Matt Miller for Gray Zone. Says the genocide, people are sick of the bullshit in here. He cooked them. Doesn't matter. He's a fucking demon. Nothing is going to change. Okay? Sorry. That's just the truth. He's going to keep doing his shit. All right. Let's get to Hurricane Milton. We didn't even get to personally cover Hurricane Helene and its devastation. This is some reporting from on the ground 16 hours ago from Jonathan Petramala, okay, about some of the issues and some of the unique Floridian ways of trying to deal with the hurricane. But before we get to that, Hurricane Milton, as I covered last night, is one of the very, very unique hurricanes in terms of its direction and in terms of how quickly it reached Category 5 over the course of 24 hours. It is shocking meteorologists, causing them to basically cry on television, on live TV. like it's going to make impact sometime around I guess like 2-3 p.m. tomorrow, my time, or no, Florida time potentially. I'm not entirely sure. It's going to make impact though, and I assume that the tropical storm surrounding it is already bracing, is already slated to make landfall. Good morning. Here's your Hurricane Milton update. As of 1 p.m. CDT, Hurricane Milton is a Category 4 hurricane with wind speeds of 155 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 923 millibars. This is a decrease from his peak last night at 180 miles per hour and 897 millibars. My friend in Tampa Bay's boss signed him up to work storm shelters without telling him, except to say he will be fired if he doesn't do it. 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Oh, Wednesday night at like 8 p.m. EST. Okay. So yeah, the evacuation zones or the avoid zones is basically like a fucking dick sleeve over Florida. Okay. It's just the path is going in from Tampa, coming out of fucking Orlando. Normally, you don't have hurricanes that take this trajectory, this path. It's unique for a hurricane to actually take this path coming from like a eastbound hurricane that is coming from the southwest. It's usually coming from the opposite side. Apparently, since 1851, only 14 hurricanes have taken this path. What now, liberals, is what I say. Obviously, because these unimaginable, once-in-a-lifetime, world-changing, catastrophic natural disasters seemingly happen with incredible frequency, you either got to look at it and think to yourself, I wonder what the deal is here. Is it perhaps anthropogenic climate change, warming the fucking waters, making hurricanes more powerful, making it also making hurricanes more powerful in a shorter period of time, making it much harder to predict the trajectory and the impact, making it much more difficult to actually evacuate, especially when these biblical style fucking hurricanes are making landfall with incredible frequency. I wonder if it's anthropogenic climate change, something that scientists have had a consensus on for quite a while, or some other thing that they're hiding from us, like Jewish, Chinese, Mexican, undocumented space laser weather machines that are causing this to happen. It's probably the second thing, is what I believe. Yeah, it's government weather control. Today, Milton is expected to bring hurricane force winds and a life-threatening storm surge along portions of the northern coast of Yucatan Peninsula. I would like to specify that despite the fact that the Yucatan is not in the direct path of the storm, Milton is still likely to bring extreme levels of rainfall, and the northern coast is still under a hurricane or tropical storm warning. Video of Milton fighting off the Yucatan. Here it is. Last night in Cancun with that vigorous convection weather, Hurricane Milton. God damn, that lightning killed the guy. That's insane, dude. Benchmark for rapid intensification is 35 miles gained in 24 hours. Milton gained 95 miles in 24 hours. 95 miles. What the fuck? That's my goat, Reed. Milton went through an eyewall replacement cycle last night, which is part of why it weakened slightly. An eyewall replacement cycle is when a new eyewall begins to form on the outside of the previous one. This cuts off the energy the inner eyewall needs, causing it to collapse and the storm to weaken. Eventually, the outer eyewall completely replaces the inner one, and the storm may re-intensify. This is likely to happen with Milton. Made the 16-hour drive last night with my roommate to evacuate from Tampa Bay area. Fairly confident we will lose everything in this. Probably going to try and get a new job in Yosemite again because of the initial startup cost being so cheap. Reed Timmer is on his way down to Florida because he's literally insane. I assume he will be live streaming the storm. That's my goat. That's my goat, Reed. When you look at the videos of like people going in one direction and there's massive fucking gridlock traffic, okay, of people trying to leave Tampa, and then you see the one car on the other side in that directly going into Tampa, that's Reed. That's our boy Reed, okay? Friend of the show, Reed Timmer, PhD. It's him and a bunch of bucket boys, okay? Ready to go. Put those telephone and electricity poles back up immediately. And maybe some bucket bunnies too. Yeah, you got the linemen on their way, okay? You got maybe a couple bucket bunnies also driving alongside them. I would go so far as to say bucket bunnies, I think, are also essential workers alongside the linemen. People think it's just Reed Timmer and the linemen that are driving in the fucking pathway of the hurricane to go do some honest work, okay? But ain't nobody's talking about the bucket bunnies that are also going down there. Okay? They got to keep the morale up. Ain't nobody's talking about them. Do you understand? It's fucked up. What the fuck is a bucket bunny? A bucket bunny is a woman that is sexually attracted to the linemen that come into the area. He's about to be misogynist. Line person, my bad, liberals. Linemen oftentimes and truckers oftentimes go to the area of impact with, life-saving supplies, and linemen specifically put back and restore electricity and communication to the areas that need it. Bucket bunnies are the people that have sex with them. They're like the lot lizards, providing an essential service for people who are in these areas hit by catastrophic storms and the like. And honestly, it's a thankless job, but it is a very important part of the process and a very important part of the local economy. All right, let's get to the mainstream coverage of this matter, and then we'll fuck around a little bit more.
Michael, we are less than 48 hours from a second major landfalling hurricane on the Gulf Coast of Florida. I'm in downtown Tampa. This is the convention center. You can see that water. It looks 10 to 12 feet down that seawall. Well, in lesser storms, we have seen all of this flood. So that's why all the people that live here are preparing for the approach of what made it to one of the strongest hurricanes on record in the Atlantic Basin.
This morning, the race to get out before explosively powerful Hurricane Milton comes in. Milton, still more than 5.
See, look, you're wondering, okay? People leaving Tampa, bucket bunnies and the linemen going into Tampa alongside the storm chasers. Okay? A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people do not understand what's going on here. They're like, what? Why are people driving into Tampa? There's a lot of work to be had in Tampa.
Comes in. Milton, still more than 500 miles southwest of Tampa. Now a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 155 miles per hour.
This is the storm of the century.
Mass evacuations ordered, prompting bumper-to-bumper traffic on highways out of town.
I saw that fucking video of I think it was like the sheriff's department or whatever, like with their car. driving through these like quiet suburbs that have been emptied out, basically being like, leave this area. This is an evacuation zone. Shit is dystopian, dog. Oh, Jesus Christ. Time lapse flying by Hurricane Milton about 2 hours ago. Holy moly, look at that. God damn, dude. They're doing phone alerts every 10 minutes. Prime time for some high crime. Oh my God, don't even start.
All right, so.
Oh yeah, this is the aqua fence, which probably is not going to be enough to protect the Tampa General Hospital, by the way. I'm just letting you know. The aqua fence is actually really cool. It's really cool technology. It's wild. Like, it uses the weight of the water to basically keep it stable. I think some science shit. I've seen this before. The problem is they're talking about storm surge over 15 feet. And I don't know if this is 15 feet. I don't think this is 15 feet. So it's about 3 feet too short for the predicted surge. Yeah, we'll get to all of that. God damn it, I can't even fucking finish this news coverage on it. Holy shit.
As the strongest hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico in nearly 2 decades takes aim at the Sunshine State.
Thousands, hundreds of thousands of cars.
Rianne Ramirez and her family of 4 driving 8 hours to leave Florida, double the time it would normally take.
It is bumper to bumper to the point where we were standstill, not moving for an hour at a time.
Hurricane hunters flying into the storm to collect critical data. Milton is expected to be knocked down by some wind shear before making landfall late Wednesday into early Thursday, but the storm surge could still be unprecedented.
I think there's something wild about people being like, oh man, I'm really afraid of the looting. That's why I can't leave my house. It's like, listen, Deborah, ain't nobody trying to break into your fucking trailer park. It's gone. Like this is one of those moments where it's like, dude, be real, be for fucking real. I understand how hard it is. I understand how hard it is to specifically fucking, leave everything behind, especially if you got pets. Like, but if looting is your primary concern here, you're out of your goddamn mind, okay? What looting? That shit is all underwater at that point. Like,
Tampa Bay to Sarasota to Venice could see 10 to 15 feet of ocean water pushing onto land, prompting one of the largest evacuations in years.
I'm going to go door to door myself and make the plea over the next 24 hours to get as many people as possible to leave.
There are definitely looters, but nowhere near enough to affect everyone to worry about it. Dude, what are you talking about? Looters? Like, guys, please understand something, okay? 15 feet storm surge. What looters, bro? If someone steals your fucking shit before it's underwater, then, at least someone's making good use of it. Like, what are you talking about? You know what's going to loot everything? The water. Okay? The water is going to loot everything. Here's what it will also loot. Your fucking life. If you stay home and you're in the area of impact, you're worrying about the wrong looting at that point, okay?
But those staying put are prepping for the worst. Frantically filling sandbags, boarding up homes, stocking up.
Like, this is such like American fantasy, right? If you think you're going to go in and loot, you got another thing coming. It's like, what are you going to do? Shoot people? Like, what is happening? Like, I don't think people understand the primary consideration at this moment should be placed on survival, okay? The goal for every single person in the area of impact should be to try and survive. Unless you got some fucking gills on you, all right? And webbed fingies that you can make ease of, like, you know, you can just like swim around in that filth, you're cooked. Okay?
This is not going to be an opportunity for folks to take advantage of people. If you think you're going to go in and loot, you got another.
Dude, Americans are so crazy, man. Americans are so fucking nutty. God, this country is so broken, dude. We are such a broken country that, like, even in the midst of this, like, Ron DeSantis is like, oh, yeah, I'm going to use my federal resources on fucking killing people. Like, what are you saying? What are you saying? Like, this is not even remotely a priority, okay? Ah! It's crazy. It's crazy. Everything's got to be culture war shit, okay? Everything's got to be political, dude. Everything.
Another thing coming. You go into somebody's house after the storm passes, think that you're going to be able to commit crimes. You're going to get in really serious trouble, and quite frankly, you don't know what's behind that door in a Second Amendment state. So do not try to take advantage of people who are suffering because of the results of this storm. That goes for Helene continually, but then of course that will be the case for Milton. I know we've already brought a lot of people, held people accountable in post-Helene, and we will be very swift across all of.
If you try to steal my cryptocurrency, you got another thing coming for you.
Levels of government to throw the book at people, and of course, when you make these bad decisions, you're opening yourself up to response from property owners who may be inside that house.
Yeah, meanwhile, this is what's going on in Apollo Beach, Florida, baby. Look at this.
Storm surge and intense wind moving into the area as the storm impacts our community. The time to leave is now. This is the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Mandatory evacuations have been ordered for your area.
Please read out loud. As a firefighter paramedic who has lived through many hurricanes in the Houston area, another fucking area that literally is technically uninhabitable, but they decided to just fucking pour concrete over land that is supposed to soak up the water, and then decided this will be fine. And now it gets flooded regularly for no fucking reason. Not dissimilar to Florida, mind you. 9/11 will not come into if winds and flooding are high enough. There should be no one left in the area because not even the fire department will respond. We've left buildings burning during Hurricane Harvey because we just couldn't make it out. Please, if you're living in the pathway, leave. Just leave. Oh. Imagine leaving those homes behind. Hasanabi, way someone go and live in Florida. What? It's just crazy to be like, I am already thinking about the looting, okay? Like, thinking about the theft that might occur when half of these fucking houses are probably going to be underwater is insane, okay? It is a genuinely insane thing to fantasize about. My partner has conservative extended family that live on an island south of Tampa and aren't leaving because they'll be fine, even though they live 10 feet off the ocean. They didn't even buy sandbags. They're fucking rich too. They have zero excuse.
Please leave now. We anticipate significant.
Well, it's getting real.
Yeah. If anyone makes the poor decision to stay, make sure to turn your breakers off if it starts flooding. In Helene, my fridge caught on fire after it flooded. Jesus Christ. Yeah. You got mayors. You got the mayor of Tampa being like, if you stay behind, you will die. I am going to make this very clear. Okay? If you stay behind, you will die. That's what she said on CNN. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers are like, yo, if you start looting, like looting what, bro? The fucking hurricane's going to take care of the looters, even if you want to think about that. Like, if that is a consideration for you, guess
guess what, dude? The looters are gonna fucking die too. So you don't have to like fantasize about shooting them. Yeah, people are gonna be looting. People are gonna be looting the waterlogged PlayStation 5s from your suburban homes, dude.
Many shelves already empty.
I have a 1-year-old as of tomorrow, and my wife's expecting our second child, so we just want to take necessary precautions.
5,000 National Guard troops activated. Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play, turned into a staging area for relief workers. Helene left behind so much destruction less than 2 weeks ago.
It's just a little scary to protect your house because it's not just your house, it's all the houses have debris piled up as high as you can see.
Helene brought the Tampa area and its beaches record storm surge as high as 7 feet. This was Tampa General Hospital during Helene. It was protected by an aqua fence. The water nearly to the top of the fence in that 5 to 7 feet of surge. But that
was 5 to 7 feet. This is going to be double that.
Half the storm surge that's expected from Milton.
Watching the storm meteorologically yesterday was just jaw-dropping. It put on 95 miles per hour in less than 24 hours. Only 2 other storms in history have done that. So
I want to say it's crazy because like everyone's a communist when a fucking hurricane happens, but Florida, honestly, yeah, everyone's a big government commie when a fucking massive hurricane like this happens. And you know, it's not a time to gloat. Like, I don't give a shit. It's not about politics. We got to save these people. We got to make sure that they get the fuck out, right? Having said that, however, Florida is unironically proving the point that it's like, nah, actually, they're still going on the same fucking trajectory. It's crazy. They're like, no, even during a catastrophic hurricane that is about to make landfall, we've decided we are going to abide by our fucking principles, you know?
So watching it just past the Yucatan now, we're still, again, hundreds of miles away from this thing, but it will close in, and it's going to go quickly, especially if you are on the west coast of Florida. Let's talk about that cone. So right now, the center of it goes just south of the bay.
Dude, look at this. It's just straight ripping through fucking Florida. Look at this. Like, that's crazy. I run a retro game store in Tampa, and someone was like, what if they loot it? And I was like, let them take the soaked PS2s. I just don't think people understand. I just don't think people understand what this shit looks like. Like, I don't think they understand the priority here. The priority is survival, okay?
Bradenton almost, but remember, it can travel still because of the cone of uncertainty is what it's called, anywhere really from Crystal River down to Fort Myers. So we're closing in on exactly where it will make that path, and that's going to matter. But I can tell you the hurricane force gusts from Cedar Key to Orlando, where we could see power outages with 100+ mile-per-hour winds. Lakeland, watch out for those winds. And the storm surge again, Robin, from Fort Myers at 6 to 10 feet to here 10 to 15 feet. That's stacking 3 of me and pushing that water onshore.
Tampa chatter here. If the storm goes through south of Tampa, the storm surge would be minimal. If the storm goes north of Tampa, then 20-foot storm surge. We're talking about 10-mile shifts that will determine insane catastrophic destruction. Yes, I heard the number was potentially 2,000 casualties with like $5 billion of damage in the worst case scenario.
It will move homes. It will move cars. It is going to be catastrophic. Those words I can be very confident with. Robin?
You cannot overstate that, Ginger. Thank you.
We want to get you an...
Oh, yeah. Okay. You're good to go on break, bro? All right. Here is what the 15-foot storm surge looks like, okay?
Let's talk more about that surge that Jim was mentioning, because the National Hurricane Center is warning that destructive storm surge will occur along parts of Florida's west.
It's not just about when the storm is present. Families leave their homes well before the storm touching down, leaving their homes evacuated and unattended. Come on, Hassan. Dude, I'm sorry. You are so fucking insane, okay? Do you not understand what I'm saying? If you're in the fucking pathway of the storm and you evacuated your home and you left it unattended and someone stole your TV in the fucking process,
Guess what would have happened if someone didn't steal your TV? First of all, we're imagining that someone came into your house and stole your television, okay? Because you were more predisposed with survival. But if it didn't get stolen, you know what happens in that situation? It gets waterlogged and probably explodes anyway. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Your home is gone, dude. What do you mean? Americans' brains are so fucking broken. Like, they're, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like, flooding isn't an all or nothing ordeal. Like, I'm telling you right now, you should be worried about the wrong looting. You know, the looting is going to happen. It's just going to be the water that loots your shit. I'm sure they're just winding you up. No one could be that stupid. Like, if you are directly in the fucking line of impact, it's gone. Like, this is, like, you should be worried about making assessments for the insurance later down the line, if you even have it, because Florida is already dog shit with insurance. And Floridian insurance companies, okay, Florida insurers have already in the past colluded and utilized false reporting to underpay people in the aftermath of catastrophic events such as this one. So that's another part of the process. The Air Force Base MacDill has evacuated most of their personnel and all their airplanes. The fucking U.S. Air Force is getting the fuck out of Tampa. If your house has insurance, whether it's destroyed or stolen, it's covered anyways? No, not necessarily. Insurance will fucking fight you tooth and nail to try to stop you from getting all of the money back and to be able to put your life back together. Anyway, let's watch what 15 feet of let's look at what 15 feet of storm surge actually looks like. Okay, so maybe you'll understand if you're in the impact zone, if you're gonna get this shit, your TV's gone. Okay, it's done.
Coast tomorrow, and that's where we find our surge warnings. They stretch from the Everglades to Cedar Key, but also notice the potential for surge on the east coast of Florida, including Georgia and South Carolina too. You will see surge outside the cone, but the highest.
Disney Orlando is remaining open at this point. Unreal. I think there's a good reason for that, actually. For the record, from what I understand, one, Orlando is getting hit with Category 1 because obviously once it makes impact on land, the hurricane is no longer going to be as severe by the time it reaches Orlando. And the other reason why it's open is because it has hotels. Like, I think the Disney parks are closed, but the hotels remain open, specifically so that people can escape from like Tampa and Sarasota and potentially go in the direction of like the Orlando hotels inside of Disney World. So it's not, I immediately thought it was a bad thing as well, but I don't think it's like the worst. It seems not as bad as I also previously thought, because a lot of people, yeah, they closed the parks. Obviously, they're not like get on a fucking roller coaster in the middle of a Category 1 hurricane, but it's more so about like being able to utilize these massive hotels. Like, there will be power outages, but it's probably much better to just still be in a hotel rather than being in the fucking impact zone and dying on your roof because you wanted to defend your fucking Samsung OLED television. Oh my God.
Is expected in Tampa and Sarasota. But look at that, Naples, we could get 4 to 7 feet there. Let's focus in on the Tampa Bay area where we could see a record-setting surge over 9 feet. And I can use this simulation to show you what it will actually look
Don't
like
do
in
it.
Tampa.
Don't do the weather machine.
At 3 feet above normally dry ground, water is already life-threatening. It's too late to evacuate. Water this high can knock you off your feet, make cars float, and driving impossible. The first floor of homes and businesses are flooded. Unfortunately, the water is expected to rise even higher at 6 feet above the height of most people. Vehicles get carried away, structures start to fail. Just look at this. Anything could be in this water, sharp glass, debris, chemicals as well. The scary part is some areas could see surge values at 10 to 15 feet. And this takes us up to 9. And look what it does. At this level, the first floors of structures are completely flooded, and there are few places that it is safe when the water rises this high.
Please understand, if you're in the impact zone predicted to have up to 15 feet of storm surge, you're done. It's over. No one will save you. You will die. Okay? You will fucking die on top of your roof or in your attic. Like, you are going to die. I do not know how to explain this. Okay? I do not know if it will actually have 15 feet of storm surge, but obviously I'm going to trust the knowledgeable people on this matter because I can barely say meteorologist to begin with. Okay? I'm having a hard time saying the word. So I'm going to probably, I'm going to listen to them when they give these warnings. Okay? Kind of a similar situation to COVID, which is why it's blowing my mind that Republicans are now doing the same thing that they did with COVID, but now with something that is like directly visible. They've taken their anti-science perspective and now are applying it to this situation, and it's very frustrating. I don't know. It is very, very bad. This is very bad. We are getting dumber and dumber. Obviously, it makes sense that Trump is leading Kamala Harris by 30 points with non-college educated men in particular. 30 points. Just remember, 30 points. Pretty crazy stuff. But that's where we're at. What now, liberal? You're silly libtard. This is above 9 feet, but this CGI, this not real.
We want everyone to know their evacuation zone, listen to local officials, and evacuate when ordered to do so. And Jordan, you made a great point last time.
At least my jet ski survived.
This is not just a calm water. You're going to have waves, even whitecaps on the surge inland.
It's going to be nasty. You could, trying to think that you could walk in it. Please do not think that, all right? This thing will carry you away, especially when we've got the forecast that could go up to 15
feet. Yeah, they can't control the weather. Please read for chatters. My cousin is an insurance claims agent. When you make claims, be as specific as possible. If you say toaster, they'll pay you $3 toaster. Else, if you say brand name model toaster, they will have to try to pay closer to that actual toaster. Also, receipts and bank statements of the item will help. One thing also that you will have permanent receipts for is the subscription that you pay to the Hasanabi broadcast at the top of the hour to avoid the 3-minute ad break. Regardless of your circumstances, no matter where you're tuning in from, as long as you are inside of the North American continent, you are going to see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. So the best way to avoid that is by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or you can also get gifted a sub from Calm Like a Tom. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. This is another way that you can avoid the ad break at the top of the hour. Walk around your house and take a video of everything in it while you vocally say what the thing is in detail, and that is the documentation of you owning the stuff. It will help. Flocky, thank you for the 10 community gift the subs. Barry Balls and another 10. Toro Tragas, thank you for the 5 gift the subs. I hope the next fart you do is a shit. That's really, I would not wish that upon my worst enemy. That's fucked up. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I live in Florida and I'm not evacuating because I just installed a 16-foot lift kit on my F-350. Do you think that's a good idea? Shut the fuck up, chatter. God damn. Hell yeah, partner. You're gonna be fine. Okay. Good God. Hurricane hunters face turbulence flying through Hurricane Milton.
Up close look at Hurricane Milton. This is powerful video coming from hurricane hunters who flew into the storm. It is impressive footage and it gives you a glimpse at what is headed for this community. Let's watch.
Yeah, they're cloud seeding, you know, according to that one guy that we watched last night. May Poontang, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. That's right. Why is the NOAA plane flying into the hurricane, the eye of the storm, brother? Get woke. That's right. They're doing it. They're doing the damn thing. They're making it way worse on purpose. They're cloud seeding. They're doing weather control. I've never seen a dang thing like it in my life. They're vaccinating the hurricane. They're doing woke gender. They're dropping dry ice in the hurricane.
Pretty good. 151. Pretty good. I'm gonna grab my phone real quick. Yeah. Well.
Hell no, dude. That is, whoo, boy, that is fucked up.
Damn.
These got to be the coolest nerds on the planet, like straight up, bar none, by the way. Like their job literally is to fly into hurricanes. Like they are the coolest fucking nerds on the planet. Psychotic work, but someone's got to do it.
Hit the sun. Holy crap. All right.
Why don't they have a bunch of planes fly into the storm at an angle to redirect it? We made like thousands of planes to fight Japan during World War II. Wouldn't there be enough propeller to move it? That's awesome. Yeah. That's like all I don't, I mean, how do I respond to that? Do you know do you understand the wind speeds we're talking about, dude? There is not like this is like fucking around the same vein as like nuking the hurricane, okay? Which kind of makes more sense more than the plane situation, the propeller situation, because like at least the nuke has enough energy. Like there's no way you could make enough energy to redirect a hurricane to shoot it off course. Like, and the nuke one obviously is still stupid. Like, make no mistake. I'm just saying that Yeah, according to NOAA and other scientific sources, a hurricane can release an amount of energy equivalent to roughly 10,000 nuclear bombs over its lifetime, meaning a single hurricane packs the power of 1,000 nuclear explosions. Yeah, a nuke doesn't have enough energy to redirect a hurricane. I'm just saying that, like, if a nuke doesn't have enough energy to redirect a hurricane, obviously a big fan is not going to be able to, like, if we had a fan as powerful as a hurricane, okay, this would be one of the most devastating weapons that we've ever created. It would have to create 10,000 nukes worth of, or 1,000 nukes minimum worth of energy. Then you would just use that instead of nukes. Like this would be. I think it's literally impossible to do such a thing.
Yeah, damn is right, followed by nervous laughter. Very powerful video there. Imagine the force of those winds and all that rain hitting a community.
This is one of my favorite CNN guys. I can't believe they sent his ass out to the fucking hurricane. He's doing hurricane duty. It's kind of messed up. Please be safe, sir. His coverage on Israel Palestine is the reason why he doesn't get the Tel Aviv gig, and he has to sit in Treasure Island, Florida now and talk about 15 feet of water that might be coming down on him. It's messed up, dude.
That's already been weathered by the storm. We actually want to get you a perspective from someone who is going to be not close to Treasure Island, roughly about 2 hours away in Sarasota, but is still concerned about the effects of Hurricane Milton. We have with us Eric Arroyo. He's a Sarasota County Commissioner. Eric, thank you so much for being with us. First and foremost, what is your chief concern about Hurricane Milton as you're hearing that it is flirting with Category 5 winds?
Yeah, thank you for having me on the show. We are in a state of emergency, and my biggest concern right now is that individuals living in Zone A's, the A, B, or C of the city are not going to evacuate. That is my concern, and they need to heed this warning because this is a 100-year storm. This is unprecedented. If you made it through Debbie, if you made it through Ian, this is unlike anything we've ever faced before, and it is heading right through us.
Sir, I wonder what you would say to residents like some of the folks in the building adjacent to where we're standing. These folks, I spoke to them a short while ago. They didn't want to go on camera, but they were weighing the idea.
Someone brought up different ways to try and stop a hurricane.
How do we stop hurricanes? And the answer is not with nukes. A lot of people seem to think that if we nuke a hurricane, it'll make it go away. But these storms are way more powerful than just one nuke. So it actually would survive more likely than not. And then you've just irradiated the thing. So you have a hurricane and nuclear fallout to deal with. There's also the idea to drag icebergs down from the Arctic to try to cool down the water. But as Leonardo DiCaprio taught us, cold water sinks. These use water on the surface, so it wouldn't really react to anything. There's also the plan to possibly fly jets in the opposite direction as the hurricane spins to try to dissipate it and counteract it.
I can't believe that's wow. People have thought that. Wow.
That would be like using 40 fruit flies as defense against Shaquille O'Neal's dunk. It would do absolutely nothing. There's also the theory that if you had fans on shore, you could just blow the hurricane away. But these can be the size of the state of Texas at times, so that just wouldn't work. We have to coexist with them, building better infrastructure and heating evacuations when they're issued.
Nah! Shut up, libtard! I don't believe you. Nuke the goddamn hurricane. I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot it! Oh my God. Yeah, if we had offshore wind turbines, we could just blow the hurricane away, but DeSantis banned it, dude. Exactly. I love that, like, while this is happening, and it's directly happening as a consequence of anthropogenic climate change, okay, making the water temperatures rise, which ends up making the hurricanes more powerful, okay? Ron DeSantis, in the midst of all of this, has banned the mention of climate change from textbooks in the state of Florida, and also recently banned offshore wind turbines. That's what they're doing. It is so insane, dude. He's like, Florida is going to be a coal-powered state. Drill, baby, drill. It's so fucking stupid. My grandpa worked at NOAA and was a literal director of the National Hurricane Center in Miami. He doesn't believe in climate change. I recently learned we are distant relatives of Al Gore. My grandpa disowns that connection because Al Gore, they acknowledge climate change. He also has mainline Fox News for the last 20 years. So there's that. Someone at that level of knowledge to refuse to acknowledge it makes me feel hopeless. That's awesome. That's amazing. It's like being an astronaut and being convinced that the earth is flat, dude. That is amazing. Or like that oceanographer who literally lives next to the ocean and refuses to move, despite the fact that his job requires him to understand and accurately predict ocean levels rising. He's like, yeah, but the beaches are really nice. Here we go, visual aid. There it is. Wondering if you've seen quality reporting on trad insurers leaving Florida being replaced with shitty new ones. If the shitty new companies go insolvent, then it seems likely that the government will be left holding the bag very bigly. I mean, yeah. Like I said, in the aftermath of these sorts of events, everyone becomes a fucking dirty little commie.
So they are building a wall between the Bay and Tampa General Hospital. It's actually called the Aqua Fence, and it is a fence. It's watertight. It's worked in other countries. Will it work in Tampa, though? As Paul's always said, flooding is often a bigger danger than wind, especially in our area. And as we know, Tampa General Hospital is right on the bay, right there on Davis Island.
Oh, yeah. And Fox.
It's literally on an island. Why? Why did they do that? It makes no dang sense.
13's Lloyd Sauer shows us the new way they're protecting that century-old hospital and the hundreds of patients who will ride out the storm.
They work fast
Right there.
to build a wall against the storm.
It takes 3 full days.
Please stop saying anthropogenic. It's capitalogenic. Liberals want us to think it's the fault of everyone, just a human being. Dude, it's man-made, okay? Shut up. Capitalism is also man-made. What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ. The point is, it's fucking man-made. It is. We are doing it. We are responsible for it. Okay?
For our team to set it up, about 60 guys.
It's called the Aqua Fence, 1,000 feet long, 9 feet high, designed to protect Tampa General Hospital from a 15-foot storm surge.
We're a 100-year-old hospital, and we're right here on the bay.
Florida is man-made, kind of like the Netherlands. Excuse me, it is absolutely not like the Netherlands, because the Netherlands at least recognizes that building an entire city that's technically underwater is going to be a massive problem in the future. So at least they have like preventative techniques, okay? Different ways of fucking, floating the entire goddamn country. Actually, all of these engineers from the Netherlands are going to be some of the most valuable fucking people on the planet in the next couple of decades, given all of the construction work that they're doing. It's like having Japanese engineers come to the state of California to harden our infrastructure. The thing is, the Netherlands also doesn't have these massive fucking tropical hurricanes that are happening all the time, yearly.
We can't evacuate. There's not enough hospital beds in the region to take our patients.
At a cost of $1 million, they say each time they put it up, they improve it.
Yeah, the walls
but
are
the real
sick.
force that holds it.
The Aquafence is such an incredible invention because it's so goddamn simple, and it's awesome. It's great. Like I've watched like smaller Aquafence versions of this on TikTok before, and it's great. It's like it literally holds up by the weight of the water itself. It's fantastic. The problem is what happens when the storm surge is over the height of the fence. That capitalogenic comment made me leave the left. Yeah, I know.
It up is when floodwater piles onto the horizontal base.
So the weight of the water actually supports the wall.
Yeah.
And we bolted into the ground to keep the wind from blowing it over before the water gets here.
We're told the Aquafence has been used for years in places like Norway to keep streams within their banks. Here in Tampa, it's used to protect a major hospital built right on the water.
Tampa General was built in the 1920s on an island in the bay.
Oh, this is okay. This makes more sense. Built in the 1920s, they built it to avoid spreading like viral diseases or some shit.
Hey, people still wonder why they would build it there. Just a few years after the hurricane of 1921. That was the last time Tampa suffered a direct hit from a major hurricane.
Not an ideal location to build a facility like this.
But the army of installers doesn't second-guess the decision of 100 years ago. They drilled wells in case city...
Yeah, the problem is you had 100 years to build a separate hospital. What the fuck, man? Like, that's crazy. You built it, a massive hurricane fucked it up, and you were like, well, this is a really good plot of land. This seems like this seems like the perfect place, dude. It's fine. Let's just rebuild it. Oh my God.
Water fails with backup generators, trucking in food for 5 days and preparing for the worst.
We expect that there's going to be...
The funniest part about it is that, like, yes, lightning doesn't tend to strike twice, except areas that are impacted by flooding are way more likely to be impacted by flooding again. Okay? Like, that's insane.
Be 12 feet of water. We will move all of the patients and staff up to the upper floors. It's actually safer to keep them here than to transport.
At this hospital on the bay, they build a fortress against the storm. Lloyd Sowers, Fox 13 News.
That's cool, man. You know, good luck. GG's.
Idea of potentially riding out the storm here. What would you say to them?
Lightning never strikes twice, says man whose entire house is covered in lightning rods. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about.
At this moment now, we're at about 2 p.m., a day before the storm is supposed to hit. What's your message to them?
I'll tell them exactly what I told a close family friend who's riding it out in their home in a zone A, right in the waterfront as this comes.
Go to see more dates on this and change it to 2018 coverage. A sinkhole ate that house and the neighbor's house and others just stayed there. Oh my God. I don't want to look at Google because it fucking sometimes leaks shit. Oh God. God really hates Florida. I don't really understand how people who like believe in biblical higher power shit live in Florida and not recognize. Same with Oklahoma. You got so many motherfuckers who are like, I love Christianity. I love God. It's like, bro, God is punishing you every day, dude. It's crazy. I forgot about sinkholes. My dad told me the hurricane is man-made today. He's not wrong. He's just like, it's man-made in the sense that climate change is man-made. They just don't understand how it's man-made and think it's man-made in the weather machine sense. How is it different from living on the San Andreas Fault, though? I mean, not necessarily all that different. GG's. It's just that the San Andreas... Well, the thing is... as time goes on, more and more places are seemingly uninhabitable. Okay, defended Haas? No, I can't. It's not. It's the only difference is not as. Yeah, it's not like something that we are making worse. Unless we're talking about Oklahoma, where fracking has directly caused earthquakes to both increase in frequency and magnitude. The difference, however, is that like hurricanes are much more predictable and impact the same areas over and over again, whereas earthquakes are, I guess, unless the big one happens, not as damaging. And there's not really much you can do about it. Unless you harden your infrastructure. Like, there is a season for it. That's why the University of Miami is called the Hurricanes, the Canes. There isn't like a earthquake season in the same way that there is a hurricane season. I don't think you're going to experience a hurricane in fucking, I don't know, Minnesota. Do they get hurricanes? I don't think so, right? Like, there's just areas that hurricanes are likely to hit. But to be fair, California normally doesn't experience it. And last year, there was a big panic in Los Angeles as well. So who knows? The San Andreas Fault doesn't break away every year? Yeah, yet. Who knows?
That said, if you're going to ignore all the experts in every single evacuation order, get a Sharpie and write your name on your arm at least so that we can identify your body after.
Now, that is a morbid alert at the very least. I do wonder, sir, we've seen piles of trash across Pinellas County, certainly. I know there are other parts.
Like, our problem in California is wildfires, chatters. Wildfires born out of high wind speeds that end up fucking knocking telephone poles. An endlessly preventable issue, okay? Literally one of the most preventable natural disasters of all time. Yeah, we got earthquakes and shit, but ultimately, that's not what fucking kills people by massive numbers. It's wildfires. How do we deal with it? By doing absolutely nothing, okay? Doing nothing about these goddamn municipal electricity companies that will not harden the infrastructure, okay? It is the most preventable thing of all time. We just don't do anything about it. Like, there was a long time ago, the California state government should have technically taken over all of the local municipal electricity companies, all the power companies. They should have just taken over PG&E and been like, no, it's ours now. You are obviously incapable. You are obviously incapable of dealing with the problem. You are refusing to deal with the problem. Investor-owned utilities is the term you're looking for. Exactly. They didn't do that, and they refused to. The government refuses to prosecute them, or at least they fucking hold up all of these court cases and refuse to listen to the injunctions delivered by the court. There's not really any movement there, and the most predictable thing happens every time there's a fucking wildfire season. Remember when PG&E caused a fuck ton of wildfires and then later promoted themselves by saying they're putting in stuff to resist wildfires as if they didn't start them? Yeah. That's why I always say, half the country is underwater and the other half of the country is on fire. Okay?
Of the west coast of the Gulf Coast of Florida that have seen this issue, debris left over from Hurricane Helene. Can you give us an update on the status, what that looks like in Sarasota? You weren't directly hit by Hurricane Helene, but I know that there were problems there because I have relatives in that area.
Yeah, many problems, and there is still some debris. I was checking my email just 2 seconds ago and heard it. Now, here is the problem. Our crew, our team at the city is working around the clock and working with the county, but we have less and less contractors willing to go out into the barrier islands, which are going to be the most impacted, to pick up this debris. So it's only basically government workers now, and at some point we have to withdraw.
Oh, also, another wonderful state that is the anarcho-capitalist dystopian future, Texas. The Texas power grid, according to SpectrumLocalNews.com, is one step closer to being connected to the United States grid, which is really interesting because not being connected to the United States grid is the reason why there were massive fucking power outages and continue to be massive power outages whenever there is a snowstorm or any kind of like temperature dip or, you know, other climate change disasters that hit Texas. Yeah, Texas is like, goddamn libtards about to get my fucking electricity. I hate it. Ain't no way. We're not letting that happen, brother. Fuck yeah. ERCOT got angry at us for writing about this because they want to pretend they're still independent. Good stuff.
Because we're taking into account the safety of our employees. So as of right now, it's just us. There's virtually no contractors willing to send their workers out into the barrier islands. We've sought the help of as much help as we can. The National Guard has sent us some troops that are going to help and be on standby. But it's a difficult situation with limited resources. Right now, all we can do is hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Absolutely, and we so appreciate the work that those emergency teams do, and the last thing you would want to do is unnecessarily put them at risk. Eric, I do have one more question before we go, because I've been speaking to people around the community today about the significance of not only having two hurricanes hit 2 weeks apart, but the way that Milton transformed. You had a hurricane, it wasn't even a hurricane, it was a tropical storm at one point, and then 24 hours later in the warm waters of the Gulf transforms into one of the top 10 most powerful hurricanes we've ever seen in the Atlantic. Does this sort of thing raise concerns for you about climate change and whether we're going to see more storms intensify this way in the future?
Well, we've been speaking to the experts, and what they tell us is that it's because of the warm water that creates the climate that creates these rapidly intensifying hurricanes. And you've heard of El Nino. What we have right now in the Gulf of Mexico is La Nina. It's the inverse of that, but it is warm waters that create this environment. And we're monitoring it. We're seeing what we can do. We don't have all the answers, but it's definitely something that's becoming more and more alarming, especially in
Every time I remember that a major party in this country, where is it? Chatter said, every time I remember a major party in this country still denies the existence of climate change, I just get so depressed. Dude, it's not just a major party. Okay. One major party denies it. It's all backed by massive corporations that know it's happening, but have actively spent the last multiple decades creating propaganda against it. Okay. Which has caused more than 30% of this nation to also be firmly committed to not believing. The other party, on the other hand, does take some initiatives against it. I'll admit, like, the Democratic Party is definitely better than the Republican Party when it comes to climate change, recognizing its existence, trying to do their very best in terms of, like, at least hardening the infrastructure, things of that nature. Having said that, however, they also, on the other hand, are now completely capitulating to right-wing framing on this issue by being like, we see you, we hear you, we believe the science, but we're just not going to follow through on what the scientists are telling us. So it's really fucked up. Biggest climate bill ever passed by any country, still room for improvement. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly I think here's the way I see it, okay? The way I see it is an inevitability. Like, you have to do it, okay? It's gotten to a point where you have to do it. And if you don't do it, it's just going to kill more and more people. It's already killing people, but it's going to kill even more people. Okay? That's the way I see it. In a lot of these circumstances, here, I'll give you an example from COVID, right? The American government doesn't usually give massive fucking checks out to the working poor. But during COVID, they did. Why did they do this? Under the Trump administration, the Trump bucks, if you recall. Why did they do it? Because the economy would fucking collapse. The global economy would collapse if the largest consumer engine on the planet shut down and they just didn't buy things. Okay? When push comes to shove, yes, even the Republican Party will find it in their hearts to do the right thing, the bare minimum, okay, and go in a direction that is normally not a direction that they would go in. And I think that the way I see the climate bill, like climate bills passing under Democratic leadership, is in that same vein. It is one issue that the Democrats are objectively better than the Republicans on, and it's shocking to me that they do not fucking swing from the rooftops about this, if that makes sense. Like, it is frustrating to not see the Democratic Party utilize this as a way to be like, see, it's fucking happening. Like, Republicans literally use like 26 murders caused by undocumented migrants as a successful way to propagandize about an issue that's not even a real issue. Democrats, on the other hand, have like real things that are happening to Americans on a regular basis and refuse to fucking communicate exactly why it's happening and exactly how to solve it. Okay? It's just bad politics. It's bad politics. But y'all don't read articles about climate change policy. I do get a lot of PR about it, but usually write it up. No, come on. You yourself just said, holy shit, the news mentioned climate change. Amazing. You understand that there is a massive problem with communicating exactly what's going on and exactly who is responsible for it. Okay? That's the problem. And I do think that news media would be way more open about this kind of coverage if at least one of the two major parties was regularly fucking harping about this shit, okay? Like, it is so insane to me that the Green New Deal was packaged so perfectly. It was packaged so perfectly to not only harden the American infrastructure, but also create a fucking jobs program to transition our economy from being over-reliant on fossil fuels and instead focusing on renewable energies. And what did we do with it? The Republicans immediately went to work, they went to task, and they butchered it, they destroyed it, they communicated against it non-fucking stop. And now everybody thinks Green New Deal is a bad thing, and that it actually means like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is going to come to your house and kill you if you eat a burger. They blocked it, they gutted it, and then they actively communicated against it. And look where we're at now. Most Americans literally think when you hear Green New Deal, they fucking think it's about AOC coming in and killing you if you eat a burger. It's insanely frustrating. Have you seen Future of Reasoning by Vsauce? Explains why humans can't socially, cognitively solve this abstract, faraway problem of climate change. Oh, this is something I used to talk about all the time. Climate change is unimaginably devastating, but because it's like so abstract that people can't comprehend it, it's awful. They just don't understand. Like we do not have the capacity to understand it. And when there's no interest in even listening to fucking reason or scientists, and education is getting worse and worse in a country like the United States of America, less people believe the positions of authority on this matter. And it gets even worse overall. Like the communication on this gets worse overall. And when you have a party that is actively capitulating to right-wing framing on every single fucking issue, who's supposed to defend us? Like, who's supposed to do the right things? It's not that hard to understand. You can actually look and see it. No, dude. No, that's why there is so much. It's so much simpler to believe a neatly crafted conspiracy theory. Okay? It's so much simpler to fucking believe a neatly crafted conspiracy theory that, like, it's actually Chinese space lasers or Jewish weather machines that are causing all this devastation. And people would much rather listen to this fucking bullshit than actually listen to the goddamn scientists.
In a retirement state like Florida, a tourist state like Florida, and a place that many, many call home.
Yeah, it is certainly alarming for the future. Eric Arroyo, we have to leave the conversation there. Thank you so much for joining us, and please keep us posted if there's anything we can do to get a message out for you. Thanks so much.
Carlos Suarez is striking Milton, joins us now from Fort Myers in Florida. And Carlos, just give us a sense of what you are seeing and how people there are preparing this evening.
Well, Issa, the folks that live in Southwest Florida.
One of my uncles, a big hog, living in a suburb of Tampa and refused to leave, even though my aunt and cousins have already evacuated with their pets. My grandma told him if he refused to leave, he should stick a shotgun in his mouth and pull the trigger to save himself the death by drowning. I don't think he's... nah, he's gonna stick it through, baby. I ain't scared of no goddamn woke libtard hurricane, baby.
And to the north of where we are very much getting prepared for Hurricane Milton as it continues to make its way north. Here in Fort Myers, business after business after business has put up plywood. They have sandbags out, all in anticipation of what we expect to be some significant flooding. This one business here behind me has just started in the last couple of minutes inflating a water dam. What they're doing, what you're taking a look at right there, is an inflatable dam. They're filling it with water, all in an effort to try to keep some of the flooding out of this business. I'll tell you, though, not really sure how much this is going to work, considering that the storm surge that is being forecasted for this part of Southwest Florida is anywhere between 6 to 10 feet. And so if that does materialize, that water is going to be well above that inflatable dam here behind me. Part of why this part of Fort Myers is a part of an evacuation zone is because there is a rather sizable, a major river about a block and a half from where we are. It's called the Caloosahatchee River. It goes out into the Gulf of Mexico, and it also goes into Lake Okeechobee, which is in the central part of Florida. What's going to happen, what the forecast is calling for, is that as the storm continues to make its way north and makes landfall as it stands right now, just to the north of us, we are still going.
I genuinely think like Florida's handling of climate change is the most like Floridian way of operating. Like the idea that Ron DeSantis is like, no, we're going to focus more on fucking fossil fuels, right? Is no different than the Pioneer program that they implemented in the aftermath of the fucking Parkland shooting, right? Where they were just like, oh, dude, guns? You think guns are the problem? You think ease of access to an arsenal of weapons is the fucking problem? No, the solution is more guns. We need to arm the teachers. It is so insane. It is so fucking crazy, dude. It's the exact same shit. Republicans look at a problem, and instead of acknowledging what's causing the problem, they're like, no, we need to do more of the thing that's causing the problem. The best solution to hurricane prevention is more hurricanes. It's, I don't know. I just like, I mean, we saw this. We saw complete collapse during COVID, okay? We saw this collapse already during COVID. And I'm seeing the Republicans moving in that direction towards like all of the impactful events that are caused by anthropogenic climate change, like hurricanes, like natural disasters. Don't listen to the scientists. Don't listen to the fucking warnings. It's fake. It's fake and gay.
To see all of that storm surge. We're still going to see all of that rainfall, anywhere between 6 to 8 inches over a 24-hour period. And then when you add in high tide, the fear is that that river, the Caloosahatchee, is going to overflow. It is going to crest. And so it is going to have to end up going somewhere. And that somewhere is where we are standing. This area has known to flood. 2 years ago, Hurricane Ian just pretty much destroyed a good part of Lee County and flooded a great deal of Fort Myers, where we are, and a large part of the damage was the flooding brought on by the Caloosahatchee River. And so these folks are taking the storm serious. They're trying to do everything they can to try to keep some of this water out. But I've got to tell you, if these storm surge predictions hold, I'm not entirely sure that that inflatable dam is going to do much in keeping the water out of that business.
That is incredibly scary picture that you've just painted for us, Carlos, and of course important context for our viewers, because for so many of these people, of course, they only just started, right, picking up the pieces after Hurricane Helene, which also packed a punch these communities. So give us a sense, are people heeding the call, and how easy is it, Carlos, for people to get out of Tampa?
Well, so, I mean, as you noted, I was in Tampa a week ago. We were doing a story on the damage from Hurricane Helene up there, and the debris there's just not enough time has passed for officials and cities to clear that debris. And so the concern going into this storm is all of a sudden that stuff becomes like missiles. It becomes, you know, projectiles. And the last thing you want are pieces of furniture and cabinetry and water tanks, you know, being thrown around in 100 and 125 mile per hour winds. As for whether or not folks are getting out, I can tell you, having crossed over from South Florida last night, people are hitting the roads. They are trying to get over to South Florida on the eastern side of Florida. If they live north of where we are, they're trying to get more inland into the Orlando area. And then if they're not going to the Orlando area, they're just trying to get farther north from where they live in the Tampa Bay area, because as you noted, the forecast track, if that holds, we're looking at a very powerful storm that's going to hit the Tampa Bay area over the next couple of days.
Yeah, very concerning indeed for everyone. Carlos Suarez, appreciated. Thank you very much, Carlos.
And
He's obsessed
we're
with
driving our preparedness for Hurricane Milton, which could be one of the worst storms in 100 years that hit Florida, and continued efforts on Hurricane Helene.
Isn't it over land right now at Cancun? Why are they not showing the hurricane there? I will be showing that. Hurricane Milton lashes the Mexican coast, bringing strong wind and rain to Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. But remember, it's like it's not making landfall or directly hitting Yucatan. This is like the edges of it. So this is just this is basically grazing Yucatan. So it's not, you know, the impact in the middle is going to be significantly worse for Tampa. Grazing Yucatan, not glazing Yucatan. Is there anything the U.S. can do to incentivize other countries to decrease pollution? I think we should get our shit together, but also China and India combined make 30% of our climate change issues. Jumped in my 5.0. Yes, you're right. Have you ever looked at like who the mass consumers are, like at all? Bro, the cruise liner industry, okay? The cruise liner industry emits as much carbon pollution as the entirety of commercial and regular car travel inside of the entire European continent, okay? You are fucking out of your dang mind. Yeah, India emits 1/8 as much as USA per person. An American's fridge. No, that cruise liner thing isn't correct. It's SO2 and it's an old stat. Okay. An American's fridge or like a crypto miner is causing more causing more pollution than like entire countries, and you're over here being like, why is nobody thinking about China? In terms of per capita carbon emissions, we are fucking putting up numbers, dude. I saw a TikTok about climate change that bummed me out so bad. The weather we're experiencing right now is likely because of the pollution from the 90s and early 2000s, and any changes we make right now won't be felt for the next 30 years. Strap in, chat. Yeah, and a big chunk of the pollution from India and China is because the West outsources their emissions to the third world, and even then, their per capita emissions are nothing in comparison to the average American. Like, look at this. Per capita consumption-based CO2 emissions in 2021. The United States, by and large, is the top, alongside Saudi Arabia and Oman. Damn, okay, Mongolia. Popping off. I'm asking so they could also hold us accountable to decrease our shit. Yeah, dude. That's never going to happen. Okay?
Second most important city. Beautiful buildings, beautiful streets, a gorgeous city. When I see cities like this, I think also about the other side of it. You know, there's a phrase from Walter Benjamin, every monument of civilization is also a monument of barbarism. I think of the famines in Bengal, the jute workers in Bengal sending jute to Dundee through the Glasgow port. I think of human beings from Africa enslaved and brought from Ghana to the New World, and all those prophets getting sucked into cities like London and Glasgow. You know, between 1765 and 1938, the British Isles stole $45 trillion pounds from India, 45 trillion sterling from India. We never got paid for that. When the British left India, when we threw the British out, our literacy rate was 13%. So much for several hundred years of so-called civilization. Meanwhile, our landscapes were destroyed. You know, coal was foisted on India. You foisted coal on us. You were the ones that came and made us coal dependent. And then you left, and now you dare to condescend to us. When I listened to Boris...
Oh, this is another one. The U.S. military emits more CO2 than many industrialized nations. An infographic from 2022. Okay. That's the other side of the equation. Here's the United States military emitting more CO2 than many nations. Okay. This is from 2017. The U.S. military emits more CO2 than the entire country of Morocco, Peru, Sweden, Hungary, Finland, New Zealand, Norway, Switzerland. Okay. It's laughable when motherfuckers chirp about like paper straws or try to universalize the blame. A chatter debunk what you said about the propeller planes. Oh, this is I think it was Oliver, right? Who went and asked his PhD friend, hey, so I know it definitely is impossible. Theoretically, if we were to use warplanes to try and slow down Hurricane Milton, how many would it take to make a dent? I'm so busy today, but I'm bored, and this sounds more fun than work. Theoretically, if you had 3 million F-35s running with full afterburners, it would be enough to prevent the ad break. So yeah, if we used all of the world's resources to only make F-35s, we could slow down a Category 5 hurricane. Some. Man can't beat Mother Nature, not... I'm done, dude. No more trust. You've destroyed the sacred bond of trust between chatters. Even good chatters are out here. Even good chatters are out here using increasingly more complicated methods. Increasingly more complicated methods. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's actually fucked up. Y'all are dicks, dude. It is better than two-parters. That's messed up. It was Oliver, wasn't it? Fucking asshole. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Yes, chatters are correct. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here it is. Imagine the utopia we'd be living in if chat put this much brain power into literally anything else. Yeah. God damn. Rose Dog, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Bizacore, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. God damn. Nandra said, at me for a gifted chat. Okay, Flexer. Zakatikan Jack. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
I've directed this team to do everything it can to save lives. And
Andre, I don't know why you said at me, because obviously now everyone is adding you. Shiv Saklani, thank you for the 10 gifted. And including but not limited to sub chatters. Top of the hour bot gave that a 9.85 with 629 chatters that rated it. Milton is now officially back up to check my messages. That was my debate, stolen valor. Okay, Corso 117. Fucked up that you would take ownership over destroying me so hard. So it wasn't even the other chatter who stole it from another chatter who stole it from you. Fucking dick. Fuck you guys, man. Moments like this make me think it would be so much easier if I just fucking sat around and talked about women in video games, okay?
Help our communities before, during, and after these extreme weather events, and that's being done. That's being done. I've spoken to all the political leaders in the region. Some of them.
No, you don't have to be good at video games for that. Asmongold is not good at video games. What do you mean? You definitely don't have to be good at video games. You don't even have to play video games. You just have to talk about how shitty video games are nowadays because women are in it or something.
More than once. And,
because woke.
I've told them anything they ask for, they can get. We've given, and we've got an overwhelming response, positive response from everyone from the governors of Florida up to North Carolina. And mayors, leaders, local have expressed their sincere gratitude for the work of FEMA and for the work of my entire administration. Now, I've also surged thousands of federal personnel on the ground across the Southeast already, and deliver every available resource as fast as possible. And my priority is to increase the size and presence of our effort. And as we prepare for another catastrophic storm about to make landfall.
Yeah, by the way, in the midst of this all, Biden administration no longer supporting an immediate ceasefire in Lebanon, says State Department spokesman Matthew Miller. Yes, we do support Israel launching these incursions to degrade Hezbollah's infrastructure. Wonderful.
You know, I've been in constant contact with our director of the national.
This is so cool. When you hear him talk like this, it's so cool that like all the people around him unironically made the argument that he had 4 more years in him. Okay. Like that's awesome that people were like, no, this guy's gonna fucking win the election. He wasn't, okay, and then be the president for the next 4 years.
Weather Service, Ken Graham, has kept me informed the last several days of what to anticipate.
The problem with all the but India, China stuff, it's always used as a way to excuse lack of action, and it's effective in that way, but that's why previous agreements failed and the Paris Accords hasn't yet, because it's more open to allowing countries to build their own pathways. Pathways will obviously be different between developed and undeveloped world. Yeah, also China is taking the initiative in terms of changing, in terms of at least like creating sustainable methods of building a solid renewable energy infrastructure. So I don't even know why the fuck people are just like, oh, dude, well, what about the Chinese? Like, I'm surprised Fango is not more of a fucking China simp, honestly.
You never know until it happens, but they're very, very engaged. He made clear to me just how dangerous this storm is, indicating that winds had reached up to 180 miles an hour. 180, that's not guaranteed it's going to hit the shore at 100.
In just a few years, China has built this world-class fusion.
The other issue with like China actually fucking being leaps ahead in terms of like building the infrastructure and also the manufacturing capabilities for renewable energy is that this causes us, because they're our great enemy, okay? This causes us in the United States to be more over-reliant on destroying the fucking planet. Every time China has like secured a new contract with rare earth minerals, like a country that has natural resources that are desperately needed to build batteries or whatever the fuck for renewable energy, America dives 10 feet deeper into the fucking oil fields. We're like, oh, well, you fuck China. I'll show them. Like, it almost feels like our goal is to just destroy the planet before we build a reliable means of surviving on it. Fuck it. We're going to frack harder every time they try to fucking build new battery tech.
Research campus from scratch, while the U.S. still lacks anything like it. It's a sign of China's growing investment in nuclear fusion, what many scientists consider the holy grail of clean energy.
If American companies don't lead on this, then the jobs, the wealth won't develop.
Inside a building
Up here, they'll develop in China.
We'll break down the race to achieve and commercialize nuclear fusion, and what's at stake if China wins. Fusion has the potential to create nearly limitless energy with no carbon emissions and very limited radioactivity. In fusion, you combine two small atoms like hydrogen to form a single heavier one, and that releases a huge amount of energy. To make the atoms collide and fuse, they're heated to an extremely high temperature to form a plasma, which is basically a mix of positively and negatively charged particles.
Up until probably 5 years or so ago, fusion was seen as a long-term fundamental scientific challenge. There was a lot of open collaboration and discussion among scientists from around the world.
George Tynan is a global fusion expert who has worked with several of China's top universities, as well as China's first nuclear fusion research institute.
In the last 5 years or so, there's the beginning realization that this may not just be interesting science, but there may be a possibility that this could become an important.
Milton update. Milton is back to being Cat 5 with 165 miles per hour winds and a minimum pressure of 918 millibars. The NHC is urging all Florida residents to evacuate if told to do so. Key messages from the NHC. A large area of destructive storm surge, the highest inundations of 10 feet or greater, is expected along a portion of the west central coast of the Florida Peninsula. If you are in the storm surge warning area, this is an extremely life-threatening situation. You should evacuate today if ordered by local officials. There will likely not be enough time to wait to leave on Wednesday. Devastating hurricane force winds are expected along portions of the west coast of Florida where a hurricane warning is in effect. Waffle House Index. Our Waffle House Index status maps reflects our closures as of 2 p.m. in advance of Hurricane Milton. More updates to come. Please stay safe due to a potential for variations in Milton's path. This information is subject to change without notice. That's how you know this shit is done, dude. There you go. One of the most reliable ways of figuring out how devastating the natural disaster is going to look like. That's a joke, right? That's the most American thing I've ever heard in my life. It used to be. Now, not so much. Everything is burger in great USA. Yeah. That's that reliable public-private partnership in action, and a lot of you chatters are refusing to reckon with it. It's quite fucked up, in my opinion.
Practical technology.
He says he hasn't been back to Chinese labs since before 2020, partly because the U.S. government has discouraged it. Some scientists say fusion energy could be on the grid as early as the 2030s. China became a leader in the field after it joined the International Nuclear Fusion Research and Engineering megaproject called ITER in 2003. Since then, it has invested heavily in domestic fusion infrastructure, research, and workforce. One of the leading candidates for a viable and practical fusion reactor is called a tokamak, a machine that confines plasma.
Okay, let's do this instead. This is boring. I don't care about nuclear fusion.
China, the big bad boogeyman for the West, leads the world in clean energy production. Contrary to the image we're supposed to have of them from all the Red Scare propaganda and xenophobic fear-mongering. Once seen as a major polluter, China has, in recent decades, implemented a rapid transition to clean energy, away from fossil fuels. This monumental transformation is happening even as Western sanctions and tariffs on Chinese renewable products threaten to stall this critical progress. In this video, we'll take a look at China's remarkable journey, explain why this all happened, and discuss the crucial role China plays in the fight against climate catastrophe. But before we do, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank our channel sponsor, Aura. As you all know, we make political content here and on our other channels. Unfortunately, that means some people don't like us very much. These days, a quick Google search is all it takes to find someone's personal information. Peace of mind.
This is an older video,
Support
so
the
I'm
show and
skipping
protect
it.
your valuable data by signing up today at the link below. The foundation for China's remarkable economic ascent was built on Mao's industrialization policies of the 1950s through the 70s, but it really took off in the 1980s, transforming an impoverished agricultural nation into an industrial powerhouse within just a few decades, an unprecedented achievement given its vast population of 1.4 billion people. China's rapid growth has puzzled Western economists, who genuinely believe free market capitalism to be the most effective approach. This swift transformation is a testament to the success of the Chinese model of economic development, exemplified by significant state intervention and planning, two of the scariest things to Western politicians. By 2016, China's per capita income...
It goes against our entire principle. It goes against our entire worldview. And the only way that it was okay. The only thing I will say about this is the reality that China was able to sneak away by offering basically free labor, okay, for years and years. The only reason why it was allowed to utilize central planning to develop this way in such a short period of time that confuses Western economists is because they were not brought to heel through direct warfare, because it was the manufacturing hub for all of our favorite greedy capitalists. That's it. It was far too good for the profit margins. It was for our capital owners. They were like, no, it's great. It's fine. Even if they steal our IP, it's fine. This was basically, short of like being in writing for decades, that China was like, we'll be the manufacturing hub for you. You will be able to transfer all of your labor to the Chinese economy, but in return, we just take your IP. Everybody knew that was happening. They didn't give a shit because they were like, what are they going to do? They can't make fucking comparable products. No foresight whatsoever. Exactly. Short-term profit seeking. And also it was quite beneficial for capital owners because guess what? They ended up undermining U.S. labor. They ended up undermining Western labor in general. That was the reason why, unlike other countries that had socialist or socialist adjacent projects of their own, or tried to implement some kind of central planning, obviously one of the consequences was also not having the technology to be able to implement it. But beyond that, the major reason why there was no hellfire brought upon China was that it was too valuable for capital owners. Okay? That's it. And in that time frame, not because of the opening of the Chinese markets that China was able to thrive. It was the central planning that continued, that caused the benefits, the capital that was flowing into China to be distributed as evenly as possible. Okay? I don't even like the steal our IP thing. Everyone seems to think that that's how they got good at EVs, but Belt and Road battery development are not stolen IP. They're just superior planning. They were late to the EV game, but are ramping so much faster than everyone else. People also complain about state subsidies, but we do that too. And to be honest, our dollar value subsidies to EV producers are higher. They just came later. Yeah, if you want to see what it would look like if China developed in a way that was more beneficial for capitalists without maintaining some kind of like central planning over this vast land with 1 billion people, look to India. That's why a lot of neoliberals love India as the new manufacturing hub, as a counter to Chinese influence. Obviously, it's far more complicated than just that, but, you know. That is the major, that is what it looks like when you don't have capital, when you have capital flowing into your, foreign capital flowing into your country, but you don't have any sort of interest in, through fascist governance in implementing any sort of you know, larger anti-capitalist planning that ends up benefiting as many people as possible. Obviously, India was also significantly worse off in terms of its colonial impact. There are many different reasons for it. There's a lot more. There's a lot more inner political struggle. India is so vast. So is China, but like India also has its own litany of political complications. I'm not like saying India is like one unit versus China is another. These are very reductive. These are very reductive terms in which to describe it. But, you know. Let's continue.
Income had surged, and the country had become the world's largest manufacturer, producing nearly 50% of the world's major industrial goods, including crude steel, cement, and coal. It shouldn't come as a surprise that these advances also landed them the #2 spot, earning the title of the world's second largest economy.
Meanwhile, in the U.S., traditional auto manufacturers look for any excuse to get out of the EV game, so they lobby for tariffs and then cool their production plans. Tariffs are not great. Tariffs are not for more time to ramp. It's just protectionist bullshit because they got beat. Yeah, but the other side of that problem is that when you fucking slap on tariffs and you also refuse to fucking compete with China on EV production, refuse to ramp up EV production, then they're going to outcompete you until, like, what's the plan here? Just larger fucking trucks forever? Just every American, I'm not going to stop until every American has a Ford F-450. Like, we're not going to stop until everyone has a baby murder machine, a tank that's run on fucking coal and oil. Like, what are we doing? The fuck are we doing? It's so idiotic. Tariffs are also additionally stupid if you're going to refuse to fucking manufacture domestically. Like, tariffs and protectionist policies such as that one are effective if you have a competitive product that you are also creating. If you refuse to create a competitive product, then why the fuck are you even slapping tariffs on that? All you're doing is driving up prices. It makes no sense. I genuinely think it's just short-term profit seeking in general. Same thing happened in the 70s with the then Japan was the dominant auto manufacturer for 50 years. Yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, I fucking know. Okay. I just want a goddamn Toyota Crown and a fucking Toyota Hilux. That's all I want.
This staggering growth placed China far ahead of many developed nations in industrial output and innovation. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows. As China has industrialized, it has picked up not only the positives of Western-style development, but also the negatives. Rising divorce and suicide rates, widespread business fraud and scandals, and pervasive asset bubbles. It also came with an arguably far higher cost, a severe environmental crisis. The environmental impact of China's industrialization was profound. Studies conducted in Zhuzhou City revealed significant pollution from heavy metals in air, water, and soil. Heavy metals from industrial waste were found to settle in the sediment of the Xiang River, causing inconsistent changes in concentrations over time. This pollution had significant implications for both the environment and public health, as heavy metals which enter the food chain lead to severe health problems. The primary pollutants, including cadmium, lead, copper, and zinc, were largely attributed to concentrated industrial activity.
Yeah, every car manufacturer admits. I read this article. Ford CEO says the Chinese EV industry is the biggest threat to its business. CEO Jim Farley went to China and was terrified. Jim Farley trying to learn from his greatest competitor and is now trying to copy parts of China's electric vehicle playbook. I just want a Ford F100 concept, dude. Please. Please. I just want it so fucking bad. I want it more than I want anything else, okay? That's all I want. I want the Ford F100 concept EV. I want it so fucking bad. Please, please, please make it. Please. Please make it. Mass produce it. I swear it will sell out. I swear. Also, steal the Chinese IP. Make it fucking use that, like, battery and then gas-powered generator system that they have over there. I don't give a fuck. Just please. The fuck is your ass going to carry in a truck? First of all, it's ironic that you say this because, one, I have a surprising amount of need for a truck due to my brother. And also, secondly, it's weirder that I fucking drive around in a goddamn Taycan with this fucking demon in the back seat, barely fitting. Don't you guys have the Ford F-150 Lightning? Yeah, but it's not that good. So fucking sick. The F-100 Illuminator concept. Oh, God, I want it so bad. Oh. Oh, it's so fucking sick. Anyway, let's continue.
Vegetables absorbed heavy metals more easily than rice, but the concentration of heavy metals in both was higher than the edible standard and background value. Like other economic powers, China's environmental challenges have not been isolated. The global nature of its economic activities means that pollution and environmental degradation have far-reaching consequences. This is a critical consideration as China continues to play a central role in the global economy, influencing environmental policies and practices worldwide. While the U.S. continues to roll back environmental protections under both Republican and Democrat leadership, China's approach to climate change is refreshingly ambitious, and they've been meeting or exceeding many of their pledged goals. The Chinese government has officially recognized climate change as a significant threat and has set comprehensive goals to address it, something not typically seen among Western nations where there's still a debate as to whether or not it's happening during yet another hottest year on record. In September 2020, President Xi Jinping announced China's aim to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060, which has and will require substantial changes in the country's economic and energy infrastructure. This goal has been supported by numerous policies designed to reduce emissions and promote low-carbon technologies. From 2019 to 2021, China led the world in new solar, wind, and hydropower projects, as well as in the production and sales of electric vehicles and deployment of nuclear power plants. China's 1+N policy framework includes long-term plans, such as the 14th Five-Year Plan for a Modern Energy System and the Action Plan for Carbon Dioxide Peaking before 2030, which emphasize scaling up clean energy sources and investing in future industries. The country is currently providing the world an excellent example of what serious state-level climate action looks like. They engage in real diplomacy aimed at addressing real problems and implement robust, effective policies. Because of this approach, China is positioning itself as a global leader in renewable energy deployment and climate change mitigation. Over the last few years, China has consistently topped global rankings for new renewable energy capacity, underscoring its commitment to sustainable energy sources. The country's advancements in energy storage and grid infrastructure have been pivotal, enabling the efficient integration of renewable energy into the national grid and enhancing energy security. A major part of their technological dominance comes in the form of their electric vehicle investment. China has made significant strides in EVs. In 2022, a quarter of all new cars purchased in China were electric or plug-in hybrids, supported by a vast network of over 4 million charging stations. This rapid adoption is driven by extensive government subsidies, long-term investments, and a robust infrastructure that supports these cars. A comprehensive approach that's unthinkable in the West. Chinese companies like BYD and CATL are global leaders in EV and battery technology, innovative features, and market share. Chinese domestic manufacturers have been particularly aggressive in integrating new technologies into their vehicles, such as advanced entertainment features.
BYD's quick battery swap stations are also a game changer. It's interesting because Elon Musk said he was going to do that and then never did, and then said it was impossible to do. And what he meant by that was, and Megaphonics in the chat has defended Elon Musk for saying that, even though at the time it was impossible to do while maintaining, the profit margins that they wanted to maintain. Where's Megaphonics?
And voice-activated controls, making Chinese EVs highly competitive globally. There's a reason the West, especially the US, put such absurd tariffs and import restrictions on Chinese cars. Why would anyone buy a $100,000 domestic car when a Chinese model vastly outcompetes it in specs and price? Despite the popularity of electric cars, China's public transport sector also showcases significant technological advances.
I don't think the battery swap thing is a game changer. When Tesla did it, it was to game the CA credit system, which was dumb and set up to advantage hydrogen cars. But people ended up not wanting to use it. They'd rather just supercharge. Why did you mention me? I was doing work. Remember when you defended Elon Musk saying that it's impossible to do a battery swap? Many, many years ago. I never forgave, and I never forgot. It might have been Fango Lives that said it. It was one or the other. Pretty sure it was Megaphonics.
Advancements. China leads in the adoption of electric buses, with cities like Shenzhen achieving 100% electric bus fleets in 2017, 7 years ago at time of writing. This transition has set a high and necessary bar for urban transport electrification. The majority of the world's electric buses operate in China, which has led to a massive reduction in urban air pollution and greatly enhanced public transport sustainability. And now we come to one of the more controversial clean energy alternatives.
I follow a Brazilian communist streamer who's very critical of China and was invited to the country by the Chinese government along with South American influencers and was completely shocked by the Xiaomi factory. That's fucking bullshit. The Chinese government invited a critical communist Brazilian streamer. Okay, I need to be more critical of China. That's fucking bull. Oh, God. Oh, no. I'm critical of China in all the worst ways that they will never actually. They won't invite me. They won't invite me because the things I'm critical of China are things that they're not going to change or things that they've done that they choose not to acknowledge. If I was critical of China in like dumbass ways, like, oh, it's going to collapse any day now, they probably would invite me. I'm out here simping for free. I saw Megaphonics say that. I was the battery.
We're talking, of course, about nuclear energy. And here again, China is making substantial progress, currently constructing about a third of the world's new nuclear power capacity, a massive long-term investment in energy diversification. This clearly demonstrates that
the doubter will always get closer access to the Lord.
They aren't focused on short-term financial gains, but rather are building for the future.
I'm going to start subtly being like, I bet these Chinese high-speed rail projects are bullshit. Trains can't go that fast. Come on. Prove it, China. What are these tier 1 cities? What are these tier 1 cities all about? I don't believe it. I bet they're all ghost cities. They're all empty. It would sure be a shame if the Chinese government invited me to go visit them in person. That would sure be bad. Oh, man. There I'd be with egg on my face if they were to prove that these tier 1 cities are actually technological marvels. I don't believe it. There you go.
Expansion in nuclear energy complements China's renewable energy efforts by providing a stable and low-carbon energy supply to support its long-term climate goals. In general, the renewable sector has been a major positive in the Chinese economy, benefiting from a surge in government stimulus as Beijing recovered from the effects of COVID-19. China's dedication to combating climate change extends to its active participation in global climate agreements. Their pledged commitments under the Paris Agreement are significant, aiming to peak carbon.
It's crazy because, like, I already do it for free. Why pay for the cow when you can get the milk for free? Okay. They're out here giving money to fucking streamers again to play Wukong again. I already played it for free and glazed it the entire goddamn way. Okay. That's the problem. That's the problem, chat. I'm already giving that titty milk. I'm lactating like a motherfucker. Bro, on that close-up shot, you can really tell that you're 35. Really? You can? That's crazy. Do you like it? I'll keep doing it. Kind of wrong the joke about this.
Carbon dioxide emissions by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. China's nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, reflect a genuine ambition to reduce carbon intensity and increase the share of non-fossil fuel energy sources. In 2021, in the Paris Agreement commitments that China submitted to the UN, Beijing pledged to strictly limit coal growth, strictly control new coal power, reduce energy and carbon intensity by 2025, increase the share of non-fossil energy sources to 20% by 2025 and 25% by 2030, and to generate 50% of the increase in energy use from 2020 to 2025 from renewable sources. Through these international commitments and proactive policies, China is not only addressing its domestic energy needs, but also contributing significantly to global efforts to mitigate climate change. Now that we've looked at a successful approach, which is making...
The fuck do you say to people that argue that the Chinese move the green energy is shit and bad because of solar panels and wind turbines use materials bad for the environment? Or they talk about, like, the natural resource extraction process that is done through, like, incredibly unethical means. And the question you should ask them is how they feel about oil and gas in general. Because from a utilitarian framework, it's still better for the fucking environment overall. If both of these natural resources are being extracted in insanely fucking violent and unethical means, at least one is significantly better than the other in terms of its impact on the environment. And also, I have noticed that. I have noticed this argument where they'll be like, well, your fucking, you know, your batteries, like these batteries that you need to use for EVs are being extracted in incredibly unethical means, which is crazy. Okay. because we've literally sent out, like, Shell and ExxonMobil have employed paramilitaries in places like Nigeria specifically to, you know, kill whichever leadership was not giving them the best possible contract. So the idea that, like, that the current oil extraction scheme is far more ethical than like the conflict minerals necessary for renewable energy and the battery structures that they have is ridiculous. Like, half of the population of oil countries are Bangladeshi slaves, and these motherfuckers talk about human rights. Exactly.
Making a meaningful impact on climate change, let's look at the West and see how they're approaching apocalyptic, irreversible climate change. If political rhetoric is to be believed, it must be better than China, right? Let's start with the United States. The approach in the world's richest and most powerful country primarily relies on profit-driven market solutions for the clean energy transition and climate change mitigation. Unfortunately, we can all see how that's going. Despite significant technological advancements on paper, the pace of adoption and implementation is too slow to meet the urgent demands of climate change happening right now. The reliance on the private sector has not been transformative, as evidenced by the unimpressive increase in renewable energy adoption and the continued high levels of total emissions. This is the key failure of the capitalist model. When the choice is between more profit now and sustainable profits later, the short term always wins out, regardless of the consequences. The American approach is destined for failure. Relying only on the goodwill and initiative of the rich, it must somehow contend with entrenched low-cost energy infrastructure, the high cost associated with a rapid transition, and resistance from established industries. Additionally, there are financial barriers to investing in emerging technologies, especially in developing countries and among lower-income households. Policy changes such as increased investment in scientific research, ending fossil fuel subsidies, and introducing carbon pricing are necessary, but have been met with significant political resistance and are unlikely to be implemented in the time frame required. And according to many experts, we're already past that window. This profit-driven model, heavily influenced by elite economic interests and the fossil fuel lobby, has caused a slow adoption of renewables. The American approach is further undermined by the lack of comprehensive and cohesive national policies. Because what good is freedom if you can't refuse to cooperate? State-level initiatives vary widely, leading to an inefficient patchwork of regulations that are often inconsistent and insufficient. This fragmented approach to policy, coupled with reliance on the invisible hand of the market and decentralized, often childishly obstinate state government to address a global crisis requiring unified and decisive action is, to put it lightly, only a little less useless than plugging your ears and pretending climate change isn't happening, which some states also do. Next, we'll look at the European Union, United States Light. Fewer calories, same support for genocide. The EU has adopted a regulatory and policy-driven approach to clean energy and climate change, aiming for climate neutrality by 2050. This approach is far better than the US's, as it relies on comprehensive legislative frameworks and international cooperation, with significant financial investments required from member states. The EU's energy sector, responsible for over 75% of its greenhouse gas emissions, is undergoing a substantial transformation to achieve a net zero economy. However, this approach has its own drawbacks, especially for a loose federation like the EU. The financial burden placed on member states and the uneven implementation of policies across the Union are significant obstacles. The ambitious targets set by the EU require coordinated efforts from all member states, which has proven to be a complex and often contentious process. This mirrors some of the challenges the US is facing. It turns out that implementing large-scale environmental policies within a diverse political and economic union is difficult to say the least. What's more, the EU's approach exacerbates economic disparities between member states. Wealthier countries are better equipped to make the necessary investments and adjustments, while poorer nations struggle to meet the same standards without significant external support. And unfortunately for them, their fellow member states aren't helping. So, despite being a collection of the richest and most powerful nations on Earth, built upon centuries of domination and their own heavily polluted past, the West is not only failing to implement policies, they are functionally and technologically years behind China, a country that is routinely criticized for not doing enough about climate change by these very same countries. And it's not just words. The Western powers are actively trying to undermine China's progress. The West, particularly the United States and the European Union, have imposed significant sanctions and tariffs on Chinese renewable products. These actions, framed as
hell yeah, brother. That's right. People also argue that the North American resource acquisition and extraction is more ethical and more regulated, thus being more environmentally friendly, which there is something to be said about, but this is not the argument most people think it is. North American resource acquisition and extraction is not more ethical and more well regulated. That is pure Orientalist thought. Okay? It's pure Orientalism. It's very simple. That's the precise reason why people will be like, China's policies in Xinjiang, which were unimaginably restricted and caused cultural genocide, mass fucking surveillance, all of this stuff, are far worse than the actual, literal, complete genocide, ethnic cleansing campaign that is being initiated in Gaza right now to the Muslim population, to the Arab population. It's far worse. That is precisely the reason why people always fucking point to, like, I don't know, Chinese Coast Guard fucking pumping water at like Filipino boats or some shit in the South China Sea as like a massive point, a massive point of contention in the middle of like Russia pillaging fucking Ukraine, pummeling Eastern Ukraine, or America also funding and facilitating an ethnic cleansing campaign. It's like, it's far worse when China does like, I don't know, border wars or whatever with the fucking Indian army. It's far worse. Like a minor infraction in comparison to like major violations of any matter of international law. And before oh my God, I hate this argument because anytime I bring up Xinjiang, there are like MAGA hogs, but for China, that come in and go, well, there were extremists there. What are you supposed to do? Okay. Just not realizing that you're making the same argument that America made for its war on terror. In a situation where I'm like currently explaining to you that obviously America's war on terror was far more consequential and far worse overall. Okay. There is no reason to ever defend another country. Critical support means you can criticize them. You know what I mean? Critical support doesn't mean like unconditional support. Communist and neocon pipeline. It's just very weird. Comparing it to the USA war on terror gives America's comfort. Yeah. It's ironic because Xi Jinping famously also said, we learned it from you in dealing with the extremists in Xinjiang. The point is, the point is, when you personally point to what other countries are doing, especially China, okay, as like a far more consequential, far worse threat to the world, you're being silly, and it is being used, in my opinion, as a very cynical but very deliberate way of trying to lighten the load and saying that, like, no, we're doing it better. Here, I'll give you another example of Orientalism. They have bribery in India and Pakistan, right? Well, we do too. We have just regulated it, so it's more ethical that way. We have unlimited, unrestricted campaign donations in the form of dark money, right? Through super PACs, through lobbying. That's just bribery. It's the same shit. We've just legalized it, so it makes people think, oh, well, it's far better to do it that way. Other countries have slavery. Well, we've codified it to make it legal again in the form of the 13th Amendment, which is supposed to abolish slavery, but it hasn't really abolished it unless it is done within the confines of our criminal justice system. We just add like one extra step and like legalize it by different means. Okay? And then we think that that somehow makes it better. That's why our foreign adversaries have gulags and work camps. We, on the other hand, have slave labor in our prison system, but that's something totally different. We legalize it. It's different. Okay? It's pure American exceptionalism. That's why a lot of people, when I criticize China or when I criticize Russia and compare it to the United States of America, a lot of Americans who are primed to defend America and have that American exceptionalist attitude think that I'm defending these countries and their actions. Okay? Because they genuinely do think like, no, when America does it, it's like, it's legal, it's above board, it's bad, we should fix it, but also it's nowhere near as bad as like other places. Okay? Yeah, China really fucked up. They should have built their torture facilities on a nearby island offshore so they could do this legally. I agree. Anyway.
Efforts to ensure fair trade greatly hinder the fight against climate change. The United States and the EU have established numerous trade barriers against Chinese renewable energy products, which have and will continue to disrupt the global.
Yes, did you know that China was one of the first countries in 2001 to join the USA's war on terror? Also, Chinese policies in Xinjiang were based on UN-USA de-radicalization techniques for the Balkan War. I remember, I don't know where I read it. I read it in a book, which is unique because I don't read a lot of books anymore. But I cannot recall exactly what book I read this in. But I remember reading directly Xi Jinping's own words saying that their de-radicalization techniques and their war on terror, no, Xi Jinping himself personally said, I remember reading, personally said that the de-radicalization and the de-escalation of like radical Islamist violence in the form of like knife attacks in these areas had to be squashed, and that they were utilizing similar techniques or engaging in the same exact efforts that the United States was in its war on terror.
Global supply chain. Since 2011, the number of trade restrictions, like anti-dumping and countervailing duties, has jumped from 1 to 16, with many more on the way or expected. Anti-dumping duties are imposed when a foreign company sells a product in the US at a price lower than it costs to produce, while countervailing duties are added to offset the benefits that Chinese manufacturers get from government subsidies. These duties range from 18.32% to a whopping 250% for anti-dumping, and from 14.78% to 49.79% for countervailing. These high tariffs are, among other things, meant to make Chinese solar panels more costly in the US, which is meant to hurt China's solar industry in order to boost adoption of domestically manufactured panels, which wouldn't be so bad if the US actually pushed for adoption of these domestic products instead of backing fossil fuels to the hilt. Similarly, the European Union has imposed heavy duties on solar glass imports from China, Malaysia, and Taiwan. The truth of the matter is that China leads the world in solar panel production. By 2025, it's expected that China will control almost 95% of the global production of key solar panel components. Over the last decade, China has invested over $50 billion in solar manufacturing and created about 300,000 jobs in the sector, far outpacing investments from Europe and the United States. Chinese government policies have been crucial in driving this growth, rather than the barrier that many critics claim. Regardless, one would assume the capitalist powers would welcome competition, as that is their stated philosophy. It would appear that only applies when they can win. These Western-imposed sanctions and tariffs obviously have serious implications and consequences for global climate goals. Accelerating the adoption of renewable energy is crucial for cutting emissions, and a recent study shows that renewables and energy efficiency measures could meet 90% of emission reduction needs by 2050. Renewable energy is expected to be the largest source, requiring an annual increase of about 1.2%, a rate much faster than what we've seen recently. Fully utilizing renewable energy options would significantly cut emissions, achieving a 15% reduction by 2030 compared to the current path. This would align with the EU's goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030, and help meet the Paris Agreement's targets. However, Western sanctions and tariffs make this goal nearly impossible to reach, revealing their total disregard for the greatest existential threat humanity has ever faced. China has emerged as a crucial and effective player in the fight against climate change. Their progress has been driven by a series of exceptionally successful 5-year plans which have allowed China to make the necessary vast investments in clean energy technology and to set ambitious yet attainable climate goals, even exceeding some years ahead of schedule. These plans have facilitated the rapid development of solar, wind, and hydropower, making China the global leader in renewable energy production. This success stands in stark contrast to the fragmented and lackluster efforts seen in the West, where policy inconsistency and lack of coordinated action hinders progress. China's ability to exceed their own goals, as well as those outlined by international agreements like the Paris Accord, is evidence that they aren't just paying lip service to the crisis as the West does, which is extremely important if there's to be long-term progress. But beyond this, China has been able to show the world...
This is, I don't know exactly what, I don't know which article this comes from. BP has dropped its ambitious 2030 plan. It reduces oil and gas production by 40% and shift to renewables, 3 sources told Reuters. Okay, it's from Reuters. The company made the commitment in 2020 and had already watered it down last year. Now it has reportedly abandoned the plan entirely and will focus on new investments to increase oil and gas output. Other oil giants, including Shell, have also walked back their energy transition goals. I'm letting you know right now, Chinese improvements in renewable energy is the reason, okay? Straight up. It's because we would rather sink the ship altogether than have China be the global leader in a new way, in the new method. Okay? We would rather destroy the planet than allow China to be the global leader in what will take the place, inevitably, of the fossil fuel industry. As it stands currently, that is precisely what's happening. We also have no mechanism to fight back against this because we do not adopt central planning unless it's at the behest of capitalist corporations. We only utilize some form of centralized planning when it actually suits the profit margins and the profit-seeking interests of American corporations. Central planning requires stability. Central planning requires a competent leadership, a competent government. This is one of the many similar decisions. Here's what I wrote a year and a half ago. Last week, these companies all walked back their plans. In their latest earning call, Shell told investors that they plan to slow their investment in renewable energy this year. The company instead plans to invest heavily in natural gas, a fossil fuel that produces planet-warming pollution. Part of the reason why they were even investing in renewable energy companies to begin with was to halt their progress. Okay? That's it. You actually want central planning? Why wouldn't I? What do you mean? We already have it. I would rather we already have central planning. Anyone that says we don't have central planning is wrong, okay? We do. Like, what is one of the most successful industries that the United States of America has, okay, in terms of like unimaginable output? Agriculture, okay? How do we do agriculture in this country? There's not a single fucking agricultural producer in this nation that does not get a shit ton of fucking subsidies. That is where this comes from, okay? The problem, however, is what we do with our central planning. The central planning that we engage in the United States of America is only beneficial to a small percentage of shareholders. It is never beneficial to the entire country. It's also still heavily decentralized, and beyond that, the central planning that we have, I know that sounds fucking stupid to say, but beyond that, not only is it simply done at the behest of profit-seeking corporations, okay, but also on top of that, it is a private public partnership that America pushes for at every step of the way. This kind of attitude is the reason why every single part of American existence seemingly gets worse and worse, including, but not limited to, the one aspect of like American government that is supposed to always be infallible and unshakable and unbreakable, the motherfucking military. Okay? It's making even the fucking military, it's making the one American competent government, the one American competent government organization less competent. Okay? It's awesome. So much fucking bloat, so much corner cutting. It's great. The entire Chinese economy is one big public-private partnership, bro. Though, yes, except the junior partner in that coalition is the private companies. We have the exact opposite, okay? In China, companies work at the behest of the government. In America, the government works at the behest of corporations. That's the difference. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you. It's like flipped on its head. Our philosophy has been a real pivot towards energy transition investments, Sawan said, but we will make sure that those investments go into areas where we can see the line of sight towards attractive returns to be able to reward our shareholders. I've always maintained the position that there's two reasons why fossil fuel companies did this. One was obviously because fossil fuels are a finite resource and someday it's going to end. Okay? There is just not going to be enough to extract. They know that. If I know that, they know that too. So that was one of the reasons why they wanted to hedge their bets for the future. The other reason was so that they could, and this is very cynical, so that they could basically slow the progress to ensure that renewable energies can never outcompete fossil fuels when they still have enough fracking come that they can frack out of the goddamn earth. Wow, so impressed. I found the liberal Rush Limbaugh. Yeah. You got me. I am not a liberal, though, I don't think. The next day, BP and like I'm over here being like, we need competent governance in the form of central planning that is not dissimilar to the Chinese version at the very least. Okay. And this guy's like, well, that's a liberal. That's awesome.
That it's possible to grow an economy and seriously tackle emissions while introducing cleaner solutions that don't rely on profit incentives. The success of the 5-year plans has also proved the necessity of large-scale government direction in order to accomplish a goal that the West wants you to believe can be solved by individuals buying a product with a green sticker on it.
Which is hilarious because this was an initiative also created by the oil and gas lobby. Like the industry itself decided what's an acceptable and very cool method that we can take advantage of American individualism and universalize the problem, as though paper straws are the reason why we are polluting the world. When the American military, as we looked at earlier, is directly responsible for more carbon pollution than like entire countries. Okay, not universalize the problem, but like individualize the problem, individualize the responsibility. And it worked. It's so goddamn successful. People are so stupid.
Unfortunately, myopic Western sanctions and tariffs on Chinese renewable products pose a serious threat to progress. Trade barriers not only undermine China's efforts, but also stall the global transition to clean energy, making it harder to meet international climate targets and avoid the most extreme climate fallout scenarios. The West's focus on protectionist measures over collaborative progress sabotages the desperately needed united front against climate change. But despite the challenges posed by Western sanctions, China stands poised to lead the global community in addressing climate change and securing a sustainable future for all of us. It's time that we in the West acknowledge that China isn't our enemy. It's simply an economic peer nation. And we could all benefit from the advances China has made if our own ruling class weren't so invested in the unsustainable status quo.
Like, I don't even mind tariffs, honestly. Like I've said, I don't mind like isolationist trade policy or protectionist trade policy, as long as you're gonna also improve manufacturing in the fucking country. If you're, on the one hand, continuously focusing on oil and gas as the primary energy resource, and simultaneously being like, and no one can have EVs, the fuck are you doing? We will never stop until there is one more lane, okay? We have to have one more lane. And not only do we have to have one more lane, the cars have to get larger. I will not stop until every American has a fucking tank. I will not stop until every American that is working in an ad agency in the middle of fucking New York is driving a Ford F450. No, F650, okay? Fuck the trucks. Everyone needs a big rig. Hell yeah, brother, because that's freedom. Great stuff by First Thought, other channel of Second Thought. Anyway. Says the guy who's trying to buy a truck and justifies it. Look at Big Dog. Dog, I want an F100, which is from an era where trucks were a normal size in comparison to what they are now. And it's an electric truck. What are you talking about? No, I don't want it ironically. I want it unironically. The issue is it's literally a significantly better size and it's an electric vehicle. What are you talking about? Anyway, electric trucks are heavier and so more dangerous to pedestrians. Would you ever be down to live in a condo or apartment building? My entire life, I have lived in apartment buildings until I bought this house. What are you talking about? My whole life. It's like, nah, dog, I have to live in a house. This is the same argument people have. They're like, Plus, you live with family now, which is cool. Yeah. This is the same argument that chatters have where it's like, you just bought a car, sweetie. What do you mean you don't? What do you mean about public transit? I've said time and time again, if somehow in this weird universe that we exist in, if I dumped my fucking Tay can directly into the ocean, we magically got perfectly adequate public transit, I would do it. I would do it in a fucking heartbeat. I don't give a shit. Straight up. It's not like I'm a fucking car fetishist. I don't give a shit. Anyway. Let's get back to the hurricane.
180 miles, but they've reached up to 180 miles an hour. And a possible storm surge as it hits the coast of Florida of 15 feet.
Electric vehicles. What is this? Electric vehicles being the savior of the environment is an almost complete fallacy, especially when you consider there's not enough lithium to make all the batteries needed for all these vehicles. Bro, it's just better. That's it. That's all this is. Like, it's harm mitigation. Also, I don't think you're right about the lithium to make all the batteries for all these vehicles. It's not just lithium that's necessary. I don't think you're right about this argument at all. But also, I'm not simply an EV evangelist. I also personally believe that public transit is an absolute necessity. Our car-reliant infrastructure has to change in the United States of America. Not only is public transit safer, it's cleaner overall. It's not just about like taking every American car and transitioning it to electric vehicles. That would certainly make it better. Lithium is common and well distributed around the world and pretty easy to get to. People just say lithium because it's the only metal they know. Yeah. It's frustrating. It's frustrating to have this argument when it's like, nah, we have to keep using fucking fossil fuel. Sorry. Fun fact, LA used to be, fun fact, LA used to have great trams. I know. Okay, not so fun fact.
Which can be devastating. The current path of the storm is expected to Tampa Bay area and cut directly across the state, east to west, all the way across the state, with the potential for this storm to both enter Florida as a hurricane and leave Florida as a hurricane on the Atlantic coast. This could be the worst storm to hit Florida in over a century. And God willing, it won't be, but that's what it's looking like right now. Immediately approved the pre-landfall emergency declarations in Florida. This is the second one in a week, the second time in a week, and there have been two before that, by the way. I sent FEMA Administrator Criswell down to Florida yesterday to work intensively with the state and local partners as we prepare to deploy more resources. She continued that work between Florida and North Carolina in the coming days. I'm calling on the airlines and other companies to provide much service as possible to accommodate evacuations and not to engage in price gouging, to just do it on the level. And last night I spoke again with the governor of Florida, DeSantis, and Tampa Mayor Castro, Castor, and I made it clear to them they should reach out, including to me directly with everything else they may need as they see this storm hits. I gave them my personal number to contact me here in the White House. Most importantly, I've urged everyone currently located in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow safety instructions. You all have been reporting on the highways, shoulders being opened, everybody's heading out. And if you're under evacuation orders, you should evacuate now. You should have already evacuated. It's a matter of life and death, and that's not hyperbole. It's a matter of life and death. So let me add that FEMA has provided
Life
300
and
ambulances
death.
to move people who
It's a matter of life and death. As in, you're both alive and you're gonna die.
can't move themselves out of healthcare facilities. And while we prepare for Hurricane Milton, we're still surging resources in North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee to respond to Hurricane Helene. And it's real. The impact.
It's both, Jack. You're both alive and dead. You never know. You never know what might happen. One moment you're watching the stream, next moment there's an ad at the top of the hour. A 3-minute ad. If you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe. You're, as of now, currently in a state where you can see an ad or avoid it. That's right. Here's a 3-minute ad now. What do we do about the children mining cobalt to produce these EVs, though? Just say greater good for the planet? Great question. I hate child exploitation in the mines, which is why I think the alternative that is child-free, which is oil and gas. You know, oil and gas, no child exploitation, any step of the way. Thank you. I love this argument, man. It's great. How ironic, oil and gas. Wait, how ironic. Oil and gas does have child labor, dog. Wait a minute. What? What? X said that about the Taycan. He can't even fucking drive. And he still owns a fucking McLaren, or owned one. The fuck do you mean? These people are so... Oh my God, I'm not even going to get into this.
Is still there. And we're going to leave, we're not going to leave until the job is done. It's going to take time. And before it's all over, it's going to take tens of billions of dollars to get it done. And Kamala and I are keeping all of you in our prayers out there. There's a lot of people. The good news is, just before we called you in, I received information that the number of missing persons.
It's so funny. Fango Lives is fucking fighting for his life in the chat, responding to a guy that's like very cynically bringing up this talking point. And he's like, there's a lot more child labor in oil and gas, and cobalt is used in oil refining too, but also LFP batteries don't use cobalt. That's the kind they use in China, and that I wish we'd use elsewhere, but protectionism is slowing down that process. I mean, the guy's name is Hawk in Tua the Beat, and he is basically doing a shitty job repeating some fucking oil lobbyist talking point in the chat. Please do not look at how much child exploitation and child labor exists within the extraction of coal and the extraction of oil and gas. Please do not look at that. That would make my argument look kind of stupid.
Has been significantly reduced, lost from the first hurricane, but we'll have more information on that later. So that's the situation, and we're not going to leave till the job is finished. It's going to take a while.
Sir, what's the risk of political figures sharing misinformation during this time?
The past prologue is real, But the fact of the matter is, I think we have, I've been able to contact all the governors. They are sticking up for what they've asked for. They're pointing out that they're satisfied with everything they're getting. But I can't speak for.
Meanwhile, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis hearing all that and probably knew it already. Joins us live.
Oh, so there was a little bit of drama between I'm so tired of the feminist bullshit. Why is it a hurricane and not a himicane? True. Striker 6 is back. How could you ever think that wasn't also the case for other extraction industries? Child exploitation isn't a property of cobalt. It's one conclusion of a capitalist mode of production. No, that person is not thinking. He's just repeating. He's repeating a talking point that he heard probably from a fucking YouTuber who actually did not even cook up the talking point himself and simply read it from a news article or an industry paper, like a trade publication, that directly got it from a bunch of propagandists that are working for an oil, for the oil and gas industry. This is how this kind of idiotic sentiment festers in society. That's how we arrive at 30%, more than 30% of Americans not even believing that climate change is real. Okay?
From the Emergency Management Headquarters in Tallahassee. Governor, you've been there quite often. What's the greatest challenge with Milton as opposed to Helene or others you've had to deal with over the last 7 years?
Well, I think as Janice mentioned, this is tracking very close to that Tampa Bay area. I would note that anyone on the western peninsula of Florida, just wherever that eye wall is scheduled to go across now on these cones, that can shift. I think right now they have it just south of Tampa Bay in Manatee County. It could shift further north, and it could shift further south in terms of having the most immediate impacts. But that Tampa Bay area is very low-lying. Pinellas County, where I grew up, is surrounded by water. It's a peninsula. It is just vulnerable to storm surge generally. This is a storm that's going to be hitting sometime Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. The water is already going to be high with the tide. So that's a huge, huge concern. Now, it had gotten up to 180 mile an hour when it was going towards the Yucatan Peninsula and the Gulf of Mexico. That is an incredibly powerful storm. It has weakened since then. It may strengthen today. The forecasts are that it will make landfall weaker than it is today. Let's pray that that's the case. The surge is going to be a big enough problem, and hopefully the winds are manageable. Most of the buildings in Florida are going to be able to handle a Category 3 storm. So there's a lot going on. And oh, by the way, we just had a Category 4 storm impact a lot of people up the west coast of Florida. One of the issues that we saw in places like the Pinellas County beaches and Manatee County beaches was there was a lot of debris. And these local governments have to pick it up. They have contractors that do it, but it wasn't being done fast enough. So I did this weekend. I took all of our state agencies, any truck we had anywhere in the state who's involved in normal missions, we diverted it over to those barrier islands. We're doing a 24/7 debris mission. So we've been able in 48 hours with our state assets be able to do as much debris removal as any of the contractors who've been doing this for almost 2 weeks. Wow. We actually had to pry open one of the landfills in Pinellas County because it wasn't operating 24/7 as my executive order did. But we've made a big dent in that. And the issue is if you have this debris laying out, it can become projectiles. Right. And then with the storm surge, it creates more damage. So it's very difficult. We're going to get hit basically 2 weeks on the dot from getting hit by Helene. But we felt it was important that we did that. We also have now close to 40,000 utility linemen in the state of Florida are en route. And remember, there's a lot of these workers that are still in Georgia and North Carolina.
He's like, I'm a bucket bunny. I love when the utility linemen come down my way. Hello. Ron DeSantis in the tank for the utility linemen, baby. Let's go. Gotta give them their sugar, man.
and those places. We've had to bring them in all the way from California, so they're going to be ready to do the power restoration mission. And then we'll have 8,000 Florida National Guard when the storm hits, all our urban search and rescue, our Florida State Guard, Fish and Wildlife, all that will be there, ready to go. So we're prepared for this. This is not easy. I think it's been very taxing on our citizens to have to go through this. Just as you're starting to pick up the pieces from Helene, now you see another monster storm bearing down. But we'll get through this. I think the important thing today is you still have time to execute your plan. You do not have to get on the interstate and drive hundreds of miles. There are shelters open all throughout the state of Florida. In your county, there's shelters that are in higher ground and that are hurricane-proof. So if you don't want to get on the interstate, you don't have to. And there's a wide variety of options. So if you are in one of those surge-prone areas, take action now. We have all day today. As we get into tomorrow, you're going to start seeing effects most likely in Wednesday afternoon.
And in fact, Governor, I was down in Florida yesterday, and I know that a lot of the stores are running out of water. The gas stations are running low on gas. A lot of people who were impacted by Helene actually lost their cars. And so there are lines out the door at car rental places for people trying to get out. And as well, you've got your emergency services people, and the cops are going door to door in the A-zone evacuation areas, saying you've got to get out. Because once this storm hits, you guys are not going to be able to go and save them. They've got to save themselves by getting out now, right?
Yeah, and so on the transportation, because you raise a good point, the counties are providing transportation for folks that don't have it, and then the state has entered into an agreement with Uber. So if you need a ride to a shelter, you can go on
That's
Uber.
crazy.
You know, there's a
awesome.
code for Milton Relief, and so take advantage of that. Absolutely, and you should do that. But yes, you run from the water and you hide from the wind. You know, if we end up with a Category 3 storm, most of the places in Florida, particularly with